Actually,
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Good morning, madam.
good morning, Dr. Nuchali.
Good morning. How are you going?
I'm good. I'm good.
I'm trying to setting the background.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Nick.
Good morning, bro. Good morning. Can you hear my voice clear? It is clear?
Yes, tapi but it's not clear. Can you see it again?
Okay. Good morning. Good morning.
Okay, sure. Chun.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sound check. Sound check as exhibition site.
Sound check 1 2 3. Sound check 1 2 3.
Sound check 1 2 3. Sound check 1 2 3.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hadirin sekalian, kita akan mulakan program pagi ini beberapa minit sahaja lagi. Di sini terdapat beberapa pengumuman. Diminta hadirin sekalian untuk sentiasa menukarkan telefon bimbit kepada mod senyap bagi mengelakkan sebarang gangguan sepanjang program berlangsung. Anda dijemput untuk mengisi link kehadiran seperti yang dilampirkan dalam ruangan live chat YouTube dan ruangan chat di Webex. Sila pastikan segala maklumat adalah tepat bagi tujuan rekod dan penyediaan sijil oleh pihak penganjur. Anda juga boleh mendapatkan buku program dalam link yang disediakan dalam ruangan chat Webex. Kerjasama anda amatlah kami harapkan dan didahului dengan ucapan terima kasih.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin. I have few housekeeping notes to make before we begin today's program. Kindly switch your mobile phone to silent mode to avoid interruption, and you are invited to fill out the registration form as attached at the link shown on the screen in the checkbox as well as in the live chat section. Please ensure that all information is accurate for record purposes and the preparation of certificate by the organizer. You can also access ITHN 22 program book through the link below. Thank you for your kind cooperation and attention.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sejahtera. Sawadika, kamusta, selamat pagi. Yang berbahagia, Teknologi Zainab binti Ahmad, Ketua Pengarah Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti. Yang berusaha, Encik Muhammad Nur bin Syahudin, Pengarah Kanan Akademik, Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti. Yang berusaha, Dr. Nur Hayati binti Zakaria, Pengarah Bahagian Kurikulum Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti. Yang berusaha, Puan Haslinda binti Abdul Hamid, Pengarah Langkawi Tourism Academy at Kolej Komuniti Langkawi. Institusi-institusi yang terlibat, Politeknik Tunku Said Sirajuddin Perlis Malaysia, Raja Manggala University of Technology Sriwijaya Thailand, Gimara State University Philippines, Politeknik Negeri Sambas Indonesia, Ketua-ketua bahagian Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti, pengarah-pengarah Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti, serta barisan panel dan peserta International Tourism and Hospitality Network ITHN 2022 yang saya hormati sekalian. Selamat datang ke International Tourism and Hospitality Network 2022 ITHN 2022 Embracing Digitalization of TVET in Higher Education. Saya Nur Farah Adila binti Zubri
Dan saya Muhammad Nur Halim bin Sabtu.
akan menjadi pengacara anda untuk hari ini.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh and good morning to all of you. Sawadika, kamusta, selamat pagi. Greetings to yang berbahagia Teknologi Zainab binti Ahmad, Director General Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education. Yang berusaha Encik Muhammad Nur bin Syahudin, Senior Director Academic, Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education. Yang berusaha Dr. Nur Hayati binti Zakaria, Director Curriculum Division, Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education. Yang berusaha Puan Haslinda binti Abdul Hamid, Director Langkawi Tourism Academy at Langkawi Community College. Associated Institution, Politeknik Tunku Said Sirajuddin Perlis Malaysia, Raja Manggala University of Technology Sriwijaya Thailand, Gimara State University Philippines, Politeknik Negeri Sambas Indonesia, Chief of Division, Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education, Director of Polytechnic and Community College, respective panels and participants. Welcome to the International Tourism and Hospitality Network 2022 ITHN 2022 Embracing Digitalization of TVET in Higher Education. My name is Muhammad Nur Halim bin Sabtu.
And I'm Nur Farah Adila binti Zubri.
Will be host for today.
Hadirin sekalian, kita akan mulakan majlis dengan nyanyian lagu Negaraku dan lagu Kolej Komuniti. Diminta hadirin untuk berdiri.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to start this program with the national anthem and community college song. May I request all of you to stand.
Hadirin dipersilakan duduk. Hadirin dan hadirat sekalian, International Tourism and Hospitality Network 2022, ITHN... Alamak. Hadirin dan hadirat sekalian, International Tourism and Hospitality Network 2022, ITHN 2022, Embracing Digitalization of TVET in Higher Education, dianjurkan oleh Langkawi Tourism Academy at Kolej Komuniti Langkawi dengan kerjasama dari bahagian kurikulum dan bahagian koordinasi TVET Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti. Kami rasa berbesar hati kerana program ini melibatkan pensyarah dan pelajar Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti, pensyarah dan pelajar di IPT luar negara iaitu Raja Manggala University of Technology Sriwijaya Thailand, Politeknik Negeri Sambas Indonesia dan Guimara State University Filipina. Di samping itu, program ini juga turut melibatkan pegawai-pegawai di Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti dengan mengangkat tema Embracing Digitalization of TVET in Higher Education. Pastinya, program pada hari ini akan memberikan kita input dan pengetahuan yang berguna dalam memantapkan pelaksanaan PDP di IPT TVET dengan norma baru pasca pandemik COVID-19.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here today for the opening ceremony of the International Tourism and Hospitality Network 2022 ITHN 2022, Embracing Digitalization of TVET in Higher Education. This event is being organized by the Langkawi Tourism Academy at Community College Langkawi, together with the cooperation of Curriculum Division and TVET Coordination Division, Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education, Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia. We feel very honored because this program includes lecturers and students from polytechnics and community college, as well as overseas higher education institutions such as Rajamangala University of Technology Sriwijaya, Thailand, Polytechnic Negeri Sambas, Indonesia, and Guimara State University, Philippines, and also officers from the Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education. Our program today will undoubtedly provide us with a wealth of information and knowledge to strengthen the implementation of teaching and learning in TVET higher education institution with the new norms post-COVID-19 pandemic.
Hadirin dan hadirat sekalian, bagi memberkati program kita pada pagi ini, marilah sama-sama kita mengaminkan bacaan doa yang akan dibacakan oleh Ustaz Zakaria bin Haji Noh. Dipersilakan.
Ladies and gentlemen, so as to pray for blessings for today's program, I would like to invite Ustaz Zakaria bin Hajino to lead us in Doa recitation.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Allahumma innaka qalqul azim, innaka sami'un alim, innaka ghafurur rahim, innaka rabbul arsyil azim, innaka barul jawadul karim. Ya Allah, Engkaulah yang mempunyai segala kepujian. Engkaulah yang berhak menerima segala kepujian. Engkaulah yang berhak menerima segala kesyukuran. Engkaulah yang memiliki segala pemerintahan. Di tangan Engkau segala kebajikan. Kepada Engkaulah kembali segala urusan. Allahumma ya Karim ya Rahim, cucurilah rahmat dan rahimmu ke atas program International Tourism and Hospitality Network 2022 yang diadakan pada hari ini. Berkatilah ia daripada awal hingga ke akhirnya. Ya fa'alu lima yurid. Kami juga memohon perlindungan daripadamu ya Allah dari segala perkara yang boleh mencacat celakan program kami dan daripada segala perkara yang melalaikan kami dari berbuat taat kepadamu ya Allah. Kepadamu juga kami serah segala urusan kami. Rabbana alaika tawakkalna wa ilaika anabna wa ilaikal masir. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanatan wa qina azaban nar. Wa sallallahu ala Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa sallam. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Amin, amin, ya Rabbal Alamin. Terima kasih Ustaz Zakaria di atas pimpinan bacaan doa itu tadi. Hadirin dan hadirat sekalian, kami ingin menjemput Yang Berusaha Encik Muhammad Noor bin Syahudin, Pengarah Kanan Akademik Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti untuk memberikan ucapan aluan. Dipersilakan.
Amin, amin ya rabbal alamin. Thank you Ustaz Zakaria for the dua recitation. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin this program, we are pleased to welcome Yang Berusaha Mr. Muhammad Noor bin Syahudin, Senior Director Academic, Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education, to deliver the opening speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera dan salam keluarga Malaysia. Terima kasih kepada pengacara majlis, Yang Berusaha Teknologi Zainab binti Ahmad, Ketua Pengarah Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti Kementerian Pengajian Tinggi, Yang Berusaha Dr. Nur Hayati binti Zakaria, Pengarah Bahagian Kurikulum Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti, Yang Berusaha Puan Haslinda binti Abdul Hamid, Pengarah Langkawi Tourism Academy at Kolej Komuniti Langkawi, Ketua-Ketua Bahagian Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti, Pengarah Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti, panel dan peserta International Tourism and Hospitality Network ITHN 2022, tuan-puan yang dihormati sekalian. Alhamdulillah, setinggi-tinggi kesyukuran kehadrat Allah Subhanahu wa taala kerana dengan limpah rahmat, kurnia dan izinnya, maka kita dapat bersama-sama hari ini untuk menjayakan program International Tourism and Hospitality Network 2022, ITHN 2022, Embracing Digitalization of TVET in Higher Education. Selamat datang saya ucapkan kepada semua yang hadir ke program ITHN 2022. Saya amat berbesar hati di atas kesempatan yang diberikan untuk memberikan ucapan aluan dan sama-sama menjayakan program ini. Terlebih dahulu, izinkan saya untuk merakamkan ucapan terima kasih kepada Langkawi Tourism Academy at Kolej Komuniti Langkawi dengan kerjasama bahagian kurikulum dan bahagian koordinasi TVET, Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti, kerana berjaya menganjurkan majlis ini. Jutaan terima kasih juga kepada semua peserta dan semua panel yang terlibat sama dalam menjayakan program hari ini, antaranya ada daripada Guimarães State University, Philippines, Sambat State Polytechnic Indonesia dan Raja Mangla University of Technology, Sriwijaya, bagi membincangkan beberapa isu dengan tema Embracing Digitalization of TVET in Higher Education. Selaras dengan tema, objektif program ini adalah untuk memberi pendedahan kepada pelajar akan evolusi dan pembaharuan dalam aktiviti pengajaran dan pembelajaran ataupun PDP dengan pelaksanaan pendigitalan terutamanya sistem TVET, pengajian tinggi, kesan daripada pandemik COVID-19 yang melanda dunia. Terdapat banyak kaedah pendigitalan, isu dan cabaran yang perlu dibincangkan. Saya pasti ITHN akan menjadi platform perkongsian ilmu yang baik bagi mengumpul idea dan meraihkan perbezaan pendapat berkaitan pendigitalan TVET pengajian tinggi. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, selepas 3 tahun kita mengharungi pelbagai cabaran yang tidak pernah kita lalui sebelum ini, pendigitalan dalam pendidikan Malaysia, terutamanya sistem pengajian tinggi, telah membawa pendidikan negara ke tahap yang lebih baik sejajar dengan Fourth Industrial Revolution. Pendigitalan memainkan peranan penting dalam perkembangan sosial dan ekonomi negara. Kita boleh lihat hampir ke semua bidang, bukan sahaja sistem pendidikan, malah kebanyakannya sedar akan kepentingan melaksanakan pendigitalan ke arah perkembangan yang lebih baik. Antara transformasi yang kita dapat lihat dalam pendidikan ialah pelajar boleh menjalankan aktiviti pembelajaran tanpa perlu ke kelas. Cabaran bagi menyediakan pelajar dengan dunia digital yang pesat dan berubah dengan pantas ini memerlukan kemaskini yang berterusan dan berkala, terutamanya dari segi kurikulum khas yang merangkumi kemahiran dan kecekapan baharu serta pelarasan cara pelajar ini diajar. Sebagai penyedia TVET, kita perlu peka dengan trend dan peralatan digital yang baharu, terutamanya yang melibatkan aktiviti pengajaran dan pembelajaran. Ia bagi memastikan penyampaian berkesan dan dalam masa yang sama sebagai persediaan sebelum pelajar ini memasuki alam pekerjaan yang saya kira semakin mencabar pada masa akan datang. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, selepas menyedari kepentingan teknologi digital dalam kehidupan seharian, saya boleh simpulkan di sini bahawa pendigitalan telah menjadi keperluan pada masa ini. Era digitalisasi menjanjikan masa depan yang baik untuk dunia, insya-Allah. Power in our hand. Pelbagai aplikasi digital kini menjadi sebahagian daripada kehidupan seharian kita. Oleh yang demikian, saya amat menghargai dan menerima baik penganjuran seperti ITHN ini yang mengupas isu-isu pendigitalan TVET dalam pengajian tinggi. Saya sangat terinspirasi dengan segala usaha yang dilakukan dan saya akan memberikan sokongan penuh atas kapasiti saya sebagai pengarah kanan akademik JPPKK akan memastikan kerjasama berterusan antara kita semua. InsyaAllah, saya harap lebih banyak lagi program seperti ini akan dianjurkan lebih kerap. Ini kerana ia akan menjadi platform yang sempurna bagi mengumpul dan berkongsi idea di kalangan pemain industri, pengamal dan ahli akademik. Memetik pernyataan daripada Amit Zaveri, VP and Head of Platform Google Cloud. Think of digital transformation less as a technology project to be finished than as a state of perpetual agility, always ready to evolve for whatever customers want next and will be pointed down to the right path. Harapan saya agar program ITHN berjalan dengan lancar, dipermudahkan segalanya dan ITHN berjaya memberi impak yang baik kepada semua yang hadir hari ini. Semoga platform ini bermanfaat untuk semua yang terlibat. InsyaAllah. Sekian, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Yang Berusaha Encik Muhammad Noor bin Syahudin di atas ucapan itu tadi. Hadirin dan hadirat, tibalah masa yang ditunggu-tunggu. Majlis dengan segala hormatnya mempersilakan Yang Berbahagia Teknologi Zainab binti Ahmad, Ketua Pengarah Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti bagi menyampaikan ucapan dan seterusnya menyempurnakan Majlis Perasmian International Tourism and Hospitality Network 2022, ITHN 2022 Embracing Digitalization of TVET in Higher Education.
Thank you Yang Berusaha Encik Muhammad Noor bin Syahudin for the opening speech. Ladies and gentlemen, now this is the time that we are waiting for. Please welcome Yang Berbahagia Teologis Zainab binti Ahmad, the Director General Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education, to deliver her speech, followed by officiating the International Tourism and Hospitality Network 2022, ITHN 2022, Embracing Digitalization of TVET in Higher Education.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera dan salam keluarga Malaysia. Yang Berusaha Encik Muhammad Noor bin Syahudin, Pengarah Kanan Akademik, Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti. Yang berusaha Dr. Nohayati binti Zakaria, Pengarah Bahagian Kurikulum Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti. Yang berusaha Puan Haslinda binti Abdul Hamid, Pengarah Langkawi Tourism Academy at Kolej Komuniti Langkawi. Ketua-ketua bahagian Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti, pengarah-pengarah Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti, serta barisan panel dan peserta International Tourism and Hospitality Network ataupun ITHN 2022 yang saya hormati sekalian. Alhamdulillah, segala pujian dan syukur kehadrat Allah SWT kerana dengan limpah kurnia dan izinnya jua dapat kita bersama-sama pada hari ini untuk menjayakan program International Tourism and Hospitality Network 2022 ataupun ITHN 2022. Embracing Digitalization of TVET in Higher Education. Tahniah saya ucapkan kepada Langkawi Tourism Academy at Kolej Komuniti Langkawi bersama bahagian kurikulum Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti di atas kejayaan penganjuran ITHN 2022. Terlebih dahulu, saya ingin mengambil kesempatan ini untuk mengucapkan setinggi-tinggi penghargaan dan terima kasih kepada semua panel yang hadir kerana sudi meluangkan masa bersama-sama kita pada hari ini. Terima kasih juga saya ucapkan kepada Gumaras State University Philippines, Politeknik Negeri Sambas Indonesia dan Raja Manggala University of Technology Sriwijaya Thailand serta hadirin yang mengikuti program ini secara dalam talian. Program ini tidak akan dapat direalisasikan tanpa sokongan daripada anda semua. Semoga perkongsian ilmu pada hari ini menghasilkan impak yang terbaik bagi membincangkan tajuk Embracing Digitalization of TVET in Higher Education. Hadirin sekalian, sejak pandemik COVID-19 melanda negara dan dunia, sistem pengajaran dan pembelajaran telah mengalami perubahan yang besar. Impak daripada pandemik ini juga begitu mendalam sekali, terutamanya dalam lonjakan penggunaan teknologi digital. Jika sebelum ini, telefon pintar dianggap sebagai satu peranti yang hanya menunjukkan kemewahan seseorang. Namun, sekarang ianya menjadi medium yang paling berharga untuk kita mengakses sesuatu maklumat dengan lebih pantas. Dalam aspek pendidikan tinggi, setiap pemegang taruh, termasuk pihak pengurusan sesebuah institusi, termasuk ahli akademik, pelajar dan ibu bapa, telah beralih kepada penggunaan teknologi digital, terutamanya dalam proses pengajaran dan pembelajaran. Kerajaan juga sedang giat membangunkan serta menaik taraf infrastruktur telekomunikasi sedia ada agar komunikasi jalur lebar berkelajuan tinggi dapat dicapai sekaligus mengurangkan jurang digital dalam kalangan rakyat di negara kita. Kepentingan penggunaan teknologi digital ini juga adalah selaras dengan Pelan Pembangunan Pendidikan Malaysia yang telah dibincangkan pada tahun 2013. Pada tahun 2018, Kementerian Pengajian Tinggi telah memperkenalkan garis panduan untuk pelaksanaan pendidikan berasaskan konsep revolusi keempat ataupun 4IR. Antaranya ialah untuk melahirkan pelajar yang lebih mahir dalam pembelajaran kendiri dan mampu menetapkan hala tuju proses pembelajaran mereka sendiri, dan ia juga menggalakkan pensyarah menjalankan peranan sebagai fasilitator pembelajaran serta mereka bukan lagi menjadi sumber rujukan utama dalam proses pengajaran dan pembelajaran. Hadirin sekalian, pendidikan TVET merupakan fokus utama kerajaan pada masa kini dan bukan hanya membantu kerajaan membangunkan sumber tenaga manusia kepada industri, malah banyak negara maju pada hari ini juga telah menjadikan TVET sebagai laluan utama dalam sistem pendidikan dan latihan bagi membantu negara meningkatkan ekonomi. Dalam memperkemas tadbir urus dan penyelarasan TVET, Majlis TVET Negara telah ditubuhkan pada Disember 2020 dan mesyuarat pertama telah bersidang pada 3 Februari tahun 2021 yang telah dipengerusikan oleh Yang Amat Berhormat Perdana Menteri bagi menambah baik penyelarasan ekosistem pendidikan dan latihan teknikal dan vokasional negara dalam usaha memastikan laluan TVET sebagai agenda nasional. Saya percaya negara seperti Filipina, Thailand dan Indonesia turut menyediakan latihan kemahiran untuk kumpulan sasar dengan membangunkan bakat dan menjana pendapatan. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian, saya berharap agar penganjuran program ITHN 2022 ini dapat dijadikan sebagai satu platform atau wadah yang amat kita perlukan untuk memperkukuh kerjasama di antara para pelajar dan akademia serta dapat bersama-sama berbincang secara ilmiah mengenai cabaran-cabaran yang dihadapi dan bagaimana mengadaptasi perubahan dunia akademia dengan norma baru yang lebih kepada pendekatan teknologi secara global. Marilah kita menggunakan peluang ini untuk berkongsi idea bagaimana kita boleh bersama-sama meningkatkan ekosistem TVET seiring dengan dunia pendigitalan yang sedang berlaku hari ini. Dengan lafaz Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, saya dengan ini merasmikan program International Tourism and Hospitality Network 2022, Embracing Digitalization of TVET in Higher Education. Sekian, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih.
Majlis merakamkan ucapan terima kasih di atas kesudian yang berbahagia Teknologi Zainab binti Ahmad atas kesudian menyempurnakan Majlis Perasmian International Tourism and Hospitality Network 2022 ITHN 2022 Embracing Digitalization of TVET in Higher Education sebentar tadi. Hadirin sekalian, program akan diteruskan pula dengan lintas langsung dari tapak pameran bersempena dengan ITHN 2022. Baiklah, tanpa melengahkan masa lagi, kami serahkan kepada Encik Taswan. Dipersilakan.
Thank you, Technologist Zainab binti Ahmad, for the speech. That was an awe-inspiring speech. Ladies and gentlemen, for our next agenda, we are going to show you a live broadcast from the exhibition site in conjunction with ITHN 2022. I should pass the microphone to Mr. Taswan. Over to you, Mr. Tas.
Thank you, Halim and Farah. Welcome Thailand, welcome Philippines, welcome Indonesia, and welcome Malaysia to the International Tourism and Hospitality Network ITHN 2022. I am now broadcasting live from the beautiful compound of Langkawi Tourism Academy for the International Tourism and Hospitality Network 2022. It is a beautiful weather here, and we are on the island of Langkawi, where I can feel the smell of the ocean and the sound of the wave, and sometimes the deafening sound of the aeroplane. Yeah, because we are just next to the airport. The sound of the aeroplane taking off and landing has become the sound of music to us. You are all invited to come over and experience the beautiful island of Langkawi. Okay. In conjunction with ITHN 2022, Langkawi Tourism Academy has put up a mini lifelong learning carnival to promote lifelong learning culture to the community. Activities such as cooking demo, cooking challenge, wall climbing, towel folding demo, batik drawing competition, aero dance, and short courses has been lined up to make ITHN even more happening and more meaningful. Behind me here today is the booth for program certificate in recreational tourism, where they display all the equipment for scuba diving, and also they will in charge of the wall climbing activities for today's event. We are the Tibet institution, and we offer certificate in diploma level hospitality and tourism education, in food and beverage service, room division, culinary art, recreational tourism, and hotel management. Let's go to the wall climbing section. We're gonna have something for you there. As you can see with me here, many students, they are from local school, flocking the booth to get first-hand information of our programs. This is the first time they can ask questions and get clarification on any matters related to the academic program. Okay, here is the lecturer from Certificate in Education Tourism and the students, and they are now demonstrating the wall climbing activities. You may have a look.
Kita juga ada kursus-kursus pendek dan juga aktiviti-aktiviti masak seperti aktiviti tali tinggi dan juga para lelaki untuk mencuba. Sebentar saja lagi kita akan mulakan demo pembuatan churros oleh Chef Asmarul, dan hadirin sekalian boleh bersama-sama dengan Chef membuat churros. Mana-mana hadirin yang ingin mencuba, boleh datang ke pentas depan ini untuk mendaftar.
Okay, with me here today, the paragliding team from the community, they are also involved in this carnival to support us and bring the expertise so that they can share to the students, they can share to the community what they do for the tourism industry in Langkawi.
Chef juga akan kongsikan nanti, bukan saja resepi, sebiji-sebiji Chef akan kongsi. So tuan-tuan dan puan-puan nanti, bila dah cuba nanti, boleh terus menjual.
It's a bit noisy here. It's a bit noisy here with the music, and this is what carnival is, you know. The sound of the people coming, the music, and also the excitement from the All right, I'm now here at the churros demonstration booth, where Chef Asparul will do the demo. For your information, every week Langkawi Tourism Academy runs classes like this to upskill the community, and they can use the knowledge and skill to enhance their domestic income through entrepreneurship. We offer various courses and training from as simple as cooking to more complex for industrial revolution related courses. So we go to the next section. We are now heading to the booth where local community sell their product, and we invited local community to take part also in this carnival. This is their stall, and let's see what they have to offer. They have this product, mushroom soup, ritot. Local food, this is the most popular food in Malaysia, nasi lemak. This is nice. And we have dodol. And also fruit salad. And actually they're gonna have a demo right there doing Indian food. And over here, in Malay they call it lepat pisang. It's actually a banana based cake wrapped in banana leaf. This mini carnival has plenty to offer to everyone, and definitely a good place to hang around, get some information and knowledge in a casual manner. This is part of ITHN Spirits Connect and Network to embrace knowledge and skill in all one platform. Okay, we are moving to the Masuri Hall, where academic exhibition is being held. Okay, here we are at the exhibition, and students from local school, they are here to find out information about the programs. Right here we have a booth from Diploma in Hotel Management, Certificate in Culinary Arts, and also Certificate in Food and Beverage. So these are the students. Thank you all. Thank you for coming. Say hi to the camera. You are going live. Welcome to the Room Division Department. This is the certificate program in Room Division. So what they have here is the towel folding. Yeah, this is what the student have done. These are the students, the lecturers. Thank you. And this is more of a sample of towel folding. They have peacock folding, swan, elephant with sunglasses, which is very cute right here. So when you join this program, you can learn all of this. Okay, now we go to this section here where Mr. Dinesh. Hi, how are you, Dinesh? Mr. Dinesh is going to demo mocktail. Yeah, you're going to demo mocktail. Can you do it now? Okay, go ahead.
Now I gonna model this lime. For we need the juices from the lime. And we put some ice cube.
Jadi semua, as you can see dekat depan ni adalah saudara Dinesh. Dia akan mewakili kita dalam World Skill. Nanti kan bulan berapa? Bulan 10?
Yes.
Bulan 10 dekat Switzerland. Dia adalah pelajar sini lah, dia enroll as DHT, Diploma in Hotel Management Technique. Sekarang ni dia nak buat demo mocktail.
Yes, mocktail.
Demo mocktail. So lagi, after you dah saya kata tadi ni, boleh cubalah. Tanya saudara dia.
And then this is infused water, which is inside this we have the pineapple juice, passion fruit puree, and then some mint leaf and lemongrass. Now we add on the shaker.
Thank you, Dinesh.
Thank you very much, sir.
Dinesh is our student who's going to participate in the world competition in Switzerland in October. So he will be representing Malaysia for that competition. Congratulations, Dinesh, and good luck to you. Okay, now we go to lecture theater hall to see our students right here. Hi, how are you? So these are the students who participate in the program in ITHN. Yeah. Say hi to the camera. Hi, it's me again. So before I pass back the session to the studio, with me here today is Mira, a student from Langkawi Tourism Academy. Mira, which program are you from, Mira?
Hi, and good morning, sir. I am from Certificate Food and Beverage, and Food and Beverage currently in my third semester, sir.
Have you had any online classes before?
Yes, previously, yes, sir.
Okay, do you like it?
Yes, it is difficult to explain what teacher explaining to us, and my courses is more practical than theory.
Practical, yeah, more practical than theory.
Yeah,
because you are taking the food and beverage space, and you have a lot of practical classes. Not that much in theory.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mira. Thank you.
My pleasure, sir. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Students like Mira had experience attending online classes, and of course, there were challenges. It is an era of digitalization. Is it limited to online classes? Or is it the new norm of education with bigger perspective, bigger potential for a bigger teaching and learning experience? Stay tuned and find out the answer for yourself from today's ITHN session, and let's embrace digitalization of Tibet education. Halim and Farah, for your information, I'm going to do the wall climbing right after this and having fun at the carnival. Back to you, Halim and Farah, at the studio. Thank you.
Terima kasih Encik Taswan di atas lintang langsung dari tapak pameran sebentar tadi. Untuk pengetahuan semua, turut berlangsung adalah Carnival Women Empowerment anjuran LTA at KKLK dengan kerjasama Koperasi Ibu Hati Wajah Berhad Kuhawa. Hadirin sekalian, majlis akan diteruskan lagi dengan tayangan khas video promosi Langkawi Tourism Academy at Kolej Komuniti Langkawi. Sama-sama kita saksikan.
Thank you, Mr. Taswan, for the live update from exhibition site in conjunction with ITHN 2022. For information, also happening here is the Women Empowerment Carnival organized by LTA and Koperasi Ibu Hati Wajah Langkawi Berhad, also known as Kohawa. Ladies and gentlemen, proceeding to our next sessions, I'd like to invite everyone to lend me their eyes and ears as we are proud and delighted to showcase our promotional video to everyone.
Certificate in International Tourism. Certificate in Food and Beverage.
Certificate in Culinary Arts.
Certificate in Room Division.
Diploma in Hotel Management. What are you waiting for?
Check it out.
Smile, peace, and confidence.
A happy outside start from the inside.
As a manager, we lead. Everyone together.
Doesn't matter where you start, what's matter is where you end.
Hadirin dan hadirat sekalian, kini kita telah sampai ke agenda utama iaitu Simposium International Tourism and Hospitality Network 2022 ITHN 2022 Embracing Digitalization of TVET in Higher Education. Sebelum pembentangan dan perbincangan bermula, izinkan saya untuk memberitahu anda bagaimana ia akan dijalankan. Simposium ini akan diteruskan secara virtual dimulakan dengan 3 sesi perbincangan iaitu sesi 1, The Challenges and Expectations of TVET in Higher Education Digitalization yang merupakan platform dalam kalangan pelajar. Sesi kedua, Digitalization of TVET in Higher Education and its Impact on Classroom Instruction yang merupakan platform perkongsian ilmu dalam kalangan pensyarah. Dan sesi 3, Readiness of TVET in Higher Institution in Going Digital yang merupakan perbincangan dalam kalangan pengurusan institusi pengajian tinggi. Simposium akan diakhiri dengan majlis penutup. Untuk makluman anda, semua pembentangan dan perbincangan akan dikendalikan oleh moderator kami iaitu Dr. Umawati Tecanamurti dari Bahagian Instructional dan Pembelajaran Digital JPPKK. Moderator sudah bersedia sekarang. Dipersilakan Dr. Umawati Tecanamurti.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to our main agenda, Symposium of the International Tourism and Hospitality Network 2022, ITHN 2022, Embracing Digitalization of TVET in Higher Education. Before the presentations and discussion begin, let me tell you how it will run. The symposium has 3 discussion sessions, namely Session 1, the challenges and expectation of TVET in higher education, digitalization, which is a discussion platform among students. Session 2, digitalizations of TVET in higher education and its impact on classroom instruction, which is a knowledge sharing platform among lecturers. And Session 3, readiness of TVET in higher institution in going digital, which is a discussion among the management of higher education institutions. The symposium will end with a closing ceremony. And for your information, all presentations and discussion will be moderated by our moderator, Dr. Umawati Tecanamurti from the Instructional and Digital Learning Division, Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education. The moderator is ready now. Please welcome Dr. Umawati Tecanamurti.
Yang berusaha, Teknologis Zainab binti Ahmad, Director General, Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education, Ministry of Higher Education of Malaysia. Yang berusaha, Encik Muhammad Nur bin Shahuddin, Senior Director, Academic Sector, Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education. Yang berusaha, Dr. Nur Hayati Zakaria, Director of the Curriculum Division, Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education. Yang berusaha, Madam Haslinda binti Abdul Hamid, Director of Langkawi Tourism Academy at Kolej Komuniti Langkawi. Distinguished symposium panelists from Raja Mangala University of Technology Sriwijaya, Roots, Thailand, Guimaras State University, Philippines, and Polytechnic Negeri Sambas, Indonesia. Directors of the various divisions at Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education, Directors of Polytechnics and Community Colleges, officers from the Curriculum Division and the TVET Coordination Division, Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education, participants of the symposium watching us live on YouTube, and students watching us from the Day 1 Tuba Lecture Hall of LTA. And last but not least, the dedicated team behind the International Tourism and Hospitality Network, ITHN 2022, from LTA, the Curriculum Division, and the TVET Coordination Division of the Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education, Ministry of Higher Education of Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Welcome to the International Tourism and Hospitality Network, ITHN 2022, themed Embracing Digitalization of TVET in Higher Education Symposium. Firstly, let me introduce myself. I am Dr. Umawati Tecanamurti, Senior Assistant Director from the Instructional and Digital Learning Division, Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education, DPCCE, Ministry of Higher Education of Malaysia. As an educational technologist myself, I'm passionate about using tech in classroom meaningfully to increase student engagement. I'm speaking to you live from our studio here at Langkawi Tourism Academy at Kolej Komuniti Langkawi. It's an honor for me to be here to be part of this incredible initiative by LTA to provide a knowledge sharing platform to discuss the challenges, initiatives, and innovations and way forward embarked in embracing digitalization of TVET in higher education. Distinguished participants, it has been more than 2 years since the coronavirus overtook the world in an overwhelming wave that saw infection rates rise, resulting in 80% of international borders closing. Border closures were seen as the first line of defense to curb imported cases. This soon had grave repercussions on economies around the world. The hardest hit was the hospitality industry, which saw widespread retrenchment, salary reductions, and the closure of nearly 120 hotels in Malaysia. Nevertheless, things are looking better. The Malaysian Association of Hotels MAH estimate the hotel occupancy will exceed 60% in the third quarter of 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, education has also been profoundly challenged by the ongoing pandemic. According to UNESCO in 2020, 8.3% of the student population was affected globally by school closures, with more than 1.4 billion students from over 26 countries being out of school. Higher education seemed to be more able to address the needs of students through online classes, notwithstanding the digital teaching and learning which led to disruptions for both teachers and students. Moreover, certain domains of higher education dependent on practical sessions such as medical, arts, tourism, and hospitality were negatively affected. Adaptation and change are the coping mechanisms called to empower both tourism and hospitality industry and education to find alternatives for survival amidst the pandemic and subsequent revival. Ladies and gentlemen, our first session is titled The Challenges and Expectations of TVET in Higher Education Digitalization, and we are going to hear it from the students themselves. Together with us here, we have our first panelist, Ms. Soraya Pimwong, is a student from the Foreign Languages Department, Rajamangala University of Technology, Srivijaya, Thailand, who loves to sing Thai songs. Hi, Soraya.
Hi, good morning.
My
สวัสดี
favorite
ค่ะ
Thai, Sawadika. My favorite Thai song is Bilkin's Geet Gun.
Oh,
Okay.
speed can okay.
Yeah, since you love to sing Thai songs, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Our second panelist is Ms. Noreen Shazwani binti Muhammad Dasuki, the president of the Student Council of LTA at Kolej Komuniti Langkawi. Noreen tells me that she loves to play the gamelan, which is a traditional musical instrument and has won competitions at the state level. Hi, Noreen.
Hi.
Okay. Our third panelist, Mr. Ahmad Alfin Aiman bin Ahmad Damanhuri from the Student Council of Polytechnic Tuanku Said Sirajuddin Perlis, Malaysia, loves the outdoors and is an avid adventurer. He has this special ability to use different English accents when he deals with tourists from America, England, and Scotland. Interesting, Aflin?
Hello.
Hi. And finally, we have Mr. Rian Adi Wijamitko, a third semester student from Sambas Polytechnic, Indonesia. A trivia about Rian is he learned to speak English from the age of 2 when his parents bought him his first Nintendo game console, which he says made him love English and play games. Now, he also tells me he has many friends from around the world, from America, Philippines, India, Japan, Bulgaria, and Brazil. So, Rian, after this, you can add Malaysia to the list too.
Hello, selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi, Rian. So, just a little housekeeping before we get started. This is going to be a roundtable discussion format, or in Malaysia, we say a teh tarik session. Yeah, the famous milk tea in Malaysia. Okay, so a teh tarik session, where you, as the chosen speakers, will bring a variety of perspectives to the topic that we are discussing. The audience may simply observe or participate by asking questions. So if the audience, if you have any questions, please type them into the YouTube live chat panel and I'll bring them up during the session. And we will also have time for questions at the end. Soraya, Nureen, Alfin, and Rian, are you all ready? Okay, wonderful. I can see all the smiles. All right. Soraya, Nureen, Alfin, and Rian. Higher education institutions across the globe closed their campuses soon after the breakout of the COVID-19 pandemic and moved to online teaching. With little preparedness, presenting students like you with unprecedented challenges and multiple stresses related to the lockdown and distance learning. Although student populations are often regarded as resilient and resourceful, there is a growing concern regarding the well-being of students in higher education. So the first question I would like to ask all of you is, how ready were you to study online during the pandemic? And why? So let's hear from you first, Soraya. How ready were you to study online during the pandemic?
For me, fortunately that I have a laptop, a tablet, and a smartphone, so it can assist me to studying for an online class during the pandemic. But yeah, we still have the big problems. The problem is sometimes the internet signal is unstable. So yeah, we can control it. We can't control.
So were you ready when it happened? So you already had a laptop with you, so you were a bit ready in terms of having the digital device, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
At the beginning, I'm not ready because this pandemic happened suddenly. At this moment, I can accept because this is routine nowadays as a student. So I, as student, had to accept this change.
Alfin, how
Uh,
ready were
for
you when the pandemic
for
started?
for me, I thought I was ready. I bought a laptop and I thought I knew everything about gadgets and online classes, but it turns out I was not prepared at all. I didn't know where the link was. I didn't know how things work in the Google Meet and Google Classroom and everything. I had to relearn everything that I thought I knew. So I was a bit prepared, but still I was underprepared.
Well said. Soraya and Noreen, do you all agree? Did you all face something similar as well? Okay, so semua, as and in Malay we say semua mengangguk. So everybody's like saying yes, yes, we went through the same thing. Okay, correct. And how about you, Rian? How prepared were you?
I will say that I was ready at that time. I already saw the news on the internet. So sooner or later, the pandemic will come to my country. Pandemic COVID-19 came to Indonesia 6 months after it came to the world. So I was high school student at that time, and I was ready for it. And for the Google Form or Zoom or Google Meet, I already know that. I was really like the IT, really like the software, using software, something like that. So it was not a big problem for me. Maybe the big problem for my friends.
So that brings us, to the next question. What were the challenges that you all faced? I mean, based on a research that was conducted by the Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education during the pandemic, we found out that students' biggest challenges were in terms of the commitments that they had, the home environment, the digital devices, the technical skills, like what Aflin mentioned. He thought he knew how to do it, but then he said, Actually, there's so much for me to know. And also about their mental health, their physical health, their financial issues. So Soraya, what were the main challenges you faced, Soraya?
Okay, honestly, I don't like online classes. I don't like it. It's made me so bored, and I have to pay a lot of attention, even it's too hot or it rains like cats and dogs. Sometimes the electricity went down, so I missed the test and the class. And I was stressed when we had a group work. Yeah, I think it's oh wow. How can we do? But the good thing is because we have an online class, so I can work, so I can make money. We just need to manage the time like this.
How about you, Aflin? What so Soraya mentioned Soraya, again, your biggest challenge was to manage time, correct?
Challenge is sometimes the internet signal is unstable and the electricity is went down. Yeah, because I can't control.
Right. How about you, Aflin? How was it there like?
For me, it was similar with what Soraya said because the unstable line connection is something that we just can't avoid, and it becomes a big problem for me because I need to attend online classes, you know. But sometimes when it rains, my Wi-Fi connection just goes kaput, completely gone, and it becomes hard for me to attend online classes. Even if I can attend my online classes, it becomes laggy. It gets stuck on some certain parts, and I sometimes can't hear what my lecturer said.
So did y'all like have to like switch off your videos and then so that y'all could have better bandwidth? Did y'all try to do that? How did y'all solve it, Aflin? So what did you do to solve the problem?
The first thing I did was I switched off my video, but then still it becomes like pitch, uh, it becomes, how do you say, still not there for the lecture when the lecturer is explaining something. So whenever class ended, I always ask the lecturer for to re-explain what the lecturer said in class and to send me some extra notes if they have some, so I can better understand what I missed in class.
So that's wonderful that you took the effort to actually catch up on what you missed, and that's something that students need to do because challenges will happen, but how do you solve it? So kudos to you, Alvin, that you managed. Were you all actually given the recordings of the session to be able to catch up?
No, the Google Meet was self-recorded, but every time I try to self-record it, it becomes corrupted. The video file becomes corrupted. So there was no recording by the lecturer done, so we had to record ourselves.
Thank you for sharing your experience, Alvin. How about Noreen? What was your main challenge like?
The challenges I face as a financial to buy data. Data rate in Malaysia is quite priced lah. I'm sure not only me face this challenge, but my friends too. Next, is my home also nearby to main road, so I cannot hear clearly what lecturer said, and it's quite hard to focus on.
I can see our fellow panelist for the next session, Mr. Jirayu, is also, shaking his head. Yeah, he has heard these complaints probably from his students as well. All right. Okay. Thank you for sharing, Noreen. How about you, Rianne? Anything
For
similar here? And after sharing anything similar and then maybe something different. Yeah.
maybe it's very similar with my other friends in here. I taking for Indonesian with the internet. It is so slow in Indonesia. The average is 22.41 Mbps. I taking for CNBC Indonesia. So it was very slow when I want to using to send it to my lecturer or my teacher about my test. And then the prices of the Wi-Fi is very expensive. Is the cheapest is 60 Malaysian ringgit, or it's around 200K Indonesian rupiah. So it's kind of pricey for 10 Mbps internet. And then my phone is very hot when I want to use it for a long time, for using for a Gmeet or for Zoom. That's what's very disappointed because my phone is very, Indonesian phone is very expensive too. So it's very sad that I need to, the battery is very low too when I was using with the internet, and then the phone and the Zoom. Yeah, something like that, in my opinion.
So after 2 years of the pandemic, were there any special plans for the internet? Has the internet plans, got better? Has the data got cheaper over time because, more people are using? Did that happen, Rian, in Indonesia?
No, the price is going up, not going down in my, from 2000K to 30K. So that's very sad because our economic is very low at that time. But our government is giving us a SIM card that give us a very good amount of data, 50, 15 gigabytes of data for 30 days. But we can use it on any other platform except Google or WhatsApp or Google Meet, Zoom, Gform, something like that. We can use it for Facebook if we want to. There is a task that we must sending some videos or photos that we want to use. That's very good from my government, but the price for the data or the Wi-Fi is still higher.
Yeah, true. I think I remember my last trip to Jakarta was in 2019. And yes, I think I do feel that, yeah, the price was a bit exorbitant for me, the internet data. Yeah. Thank you, Rian, for sharing. So you also mentioned that SIM card actually allows, it's cheaper rates for Facebook. So during the pandemic, when I conducted webinars, there were lecturers in Malaysian community colleges and polytechnics. They conducted classes using Facebook Live because they felt that Facebook Live was gave students it didn't take so much of data. So many of them, instead of using Zoom to conduct lessons or Google Meet, they actually conducted lessons on Facebook Live because they felt that some of your packages, your phone packages, actually are more social media friendly prices. Yeah. So did that happen as well in Indonesia, Rian?
No, our lecturers or for the data that we use for the quota, it can be used on the Facebook. The government is blocked.
I see. How about you, Soraya? You were also nodding your head when Rian was telling. How about the data package? Did you have that problem as well in Thailand, or is it cheaper in Thailand, or more student friendly in Thailand?
I think it's cheaper, just 200 per month for internet connections. So I think, but my friend's problem is the price of the phone or laptop or tablet is so expensive. Yeah.
So this brings me to the next question. How about your friends? You have friends that come from different socioeconomic backgrounds. How did this affect them? So maybe we will start with Soraya. Okay, so how did your friends? What were their major complaints?
My friends also have problems as me, like electricity, like internet connection or internet signal. So, but the most problem is that I told you the price of something that we have to pay, like Wi-Fi or buy a new notebook or a new laptop or a new tablet. It's so expensive. It's around 20,000 baht. 20,000 baht Thai. So I think it's quite hard for all of them. Me too, but I can work, so I just handle it. So.
So you had to earn extra income to actually buy those digital devices to help you to learn. Right. So wow, that I mean, I have to appreciate your effort that you earned it, to buy that product instead of maybe troubling your parents or something. So good job to you, Soraya. So how about Noreen? What were the major complaints from your friends? Were they facing similar issues as you, or were there other issues that you would like to highlight?
As a student council in LTA KKLK, I even get some complaint from my friend, such as some gadget in phone does not support learning application. Meaning that when Android user like me when to download apps in Google Store, it does not support in Android phone. So we need to use medium such as Google Meet, where everyone can access. Second, as I mentioned before, financial problem to buy gadget. Some family cannot afford their children to buy gadgets such as a laptop, tablet, headphone, and webcam. And lastly, way of communication and understanding to what lecturers said is different when we do online class rather than face to face.
Right. Thank you for sharing that, Noreen. So, that you're mentioning about the communication problem. So, just now Alfin mentioned that he contacted the lecturers and he asked for help. Noreen, did you and your friends do something similar?
Sometimes lecturer record video for us, so it's easy for us to look back the video after the online class.
Wonderful. So I think online learning helped your it actually taught us that it's okay not to learn everything at the same time, which is synchronously. You can also have lessons asynchronously. That means not at the same time with your friends, because there are people, their internet actually is better maybe after 11 p.m. maybe, and they can actually catch up with lessons better. So this is something that, just like you had internet, I was also, working during the pandemic, and I realized that, sometimes my internet line was actually better, like way past after the children have already slept, and after 11 p.m. and then the internet gets better, and that's where I get to do more stuff. So this is how I think we all sort of like started to solve the problem, fix along the way and learn, since it was a new experience for us. How about you, Rian? What would you like to share about the challenges that your friends had?
My friend has is very similar with other my friends in here. I asked my friend about this, and then I realized that my friend there is many my friends that live in the village, not in a city. So the internet is very bad in there. They can catch up with the tests that were given to us. So that's the mainly problem for them. And then because of that, they can have a better time to managing a time for them to get better learning. So they always come late, and then they can get the. I think if we have a Zoom meeting, that will be bad. But if my friends got a test that were given via Google Classroom, maybe they will be catch up. But if the time is not, uh, maybe the test will be done in one day, that will be hard for them. And if the test will be done in a week, maybe they can catch up.
So, Rian, what you mean to say there was this flexibility to do the test based on the convenience of the students, correct? Is that what you mean? So it's not necessary that everybody had to sit for the test at the same time. It just, there was this flexibility given, okay, within the 1 week, you can actually do the test, correct? Is that what you mean? Yeah. Soraya, did that happen to you as well? Were you given that flexibility as well?
Yeah, I think so.
How about Alfine, were you given that flexibility as well? It's like there was this, you did not have to like submit within 2 days. There was this, okay, an extension of, submission deadlines. Did you experience that?
Yeah, I have.
So what is the benefit of that? That shows that online learning allowed for that flexibility, that we did not need to be rigid and we need to be more empathetic about everyone's situation. I think this is something that even lecturers ourselves, we started to become like, okay, let's try to be more let's practice more empathy with our students and give them that flexibility, because everybody was struggling in their own way. Correct. Okay, and that brings me to the next question. When you all started this online learning, did you all have any expectations of how it should be? Did you all have any expectations? So let's hear from you, Soraya.
Okay, at the moment, I just hope that I could take an on-site class as soon as possible. I think online classes is not different from learning from YouTube. I need a real teacher in person with me because we can communicate as fast as possible, not just in a video. Yeah, I think in that time I hope an on-site class.
There is a question from YouTube, and this is from an account user called Bad MIR. Maybe it's Bad Mir. Okay, I'm not sure how to pronounce this. And this question is open to all, and he wants to know now. We have asked about your readiness of learning online. Do you think your lecturers were ready as well to teach online?
Yeah.
Soraya, you're
believe-
laughing, so you have to share what really happened. Okay.
I believe that my lecturer tried their best because they speak 2 hours and more every day when every class when they teach us when they teach me. So yeah, they I know that but that they try so much to give their knowledge to me. So yeah, and that's all lovely when now I have an on-site class already, and this is my first time that meet in person. I really appreciate that I become that student. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing, Soraya. Yeah, I can totally feel you. I know many lecturers were also trying to make it work and trying to deliver, trying to do their best. And of course, they also had family commitments. They would probably have children knocking at the door. Mommy, I want to come in. Mommy, I want to come in. And then they say, no, you wait. I have a lesson here. And or they have to also prepare meals. We have that situation. Thank you for sharing, Soraya, and thank you for appreciating your lecture. I think that has allowed you to appreciate your lecturers more, right? Because before this, you took them for granted, right? And then it came from their heart when they started teaching you. Thank you for sharing, Soraya. How about you, Noreen? Yeah, tell me, were your lecturers ready? Okay, your lecturers are also watching, so you have to be very careful when you answer this. Okay, Noreen?
Yes, my lecturer in Langkawi Tourism Academy helped me a lot. They try so many activity to us beside the prepare some alternative to make us understand.
Okay. So does that mean they used different apps to get your attention? Did they use different applications to gain your attention?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Thanks for sharing, Noreen. How about Aflin? How ready were your lecturers, at Polytechnic Tuanku Said Sirajuddin, to teach, to conduct lessons online? What happened?
Um, First, I gotta give my biggest respect to my lecturers because before online classes started, they were over prepared. They were actually so ready that they make every online class become a fun learning method. For us students that has never had any online classes, we didn't expect much, but the lectures were so ready that they made online classes actually become fun, and it actually made us learn more than what we're supposed to. and we actually have lots of laughs and lots of joy in online classes.
That's so nice to hear, Aflin. Maybe you can share with us, you know, an unforgettable moment in your online lesson. That you told me that they made it fun. Can you share with us some examples of how did they make lessons fun?
Alright, so there was this one time, we were doing a presentation, right? And our lecturer were explaining how the presentation went, and uh, some of us weren't actually paying attention. So the lecturer made us do an online detention. They made us hold our ears all together, and we had to, do ketuk ketampi 5 times, all in synchronization.
Okay,
But
so for
but
those of you,
it's not like detention, like a mad detention. It's like just for fun detention for us to enjoy and have laughs together.
okay, so for those of you who do not know what ketuk ketampi is actually when you put your hands here crossed and then you have to squat down and come up. And actually, for those who do not know, but ketuk ketampi is actually it's called brain yoga. It's supposed to actually make you more alert. And it's actually not a form of detention, but those days they made it a form of detention. But actually, it's actually a brain yoga, and it's practiced worldwide, especially in countries like in the US and in India, where you're supposed to do brain yoga every day before class. Okay, so I'm sure it was just to benefit you all. And after the ketuk ketampi, not only did you all laugh, but that was actually much healthier for your brain. Thank you for sharing that, Afli. How about you, Soraya? Just now, Soraya was laughing. I think Soraya also has something to share with us, but she's missing from the screen. Okay, Soraya, do you have a moment in that online learning lesson that you remember till today?
When my teacher need to check the name of the student of us, we don't say present. We just say anything that we want. Just like someone sing a song, someone play guitar to show that they are present in that class. Like for me, I just หิวข้าวจัง for I'm present.หิวข้าวจัง is mean I'm hungry in that moment. Do you understand me? Yeah. Okay, Afrin. Thank you.
Okay, how about you, Rian? Do you have a moment that you would remember in your online learning? Sampai bila-bila on, we say,
Maybe when my lecturer giving me a test that we want to have a quiz in the quizzes. That was a very memorable for me when I was giving the answer, but who have the fastest to answer the question is given the first rank in the quizzes. So I have to faster than my friend. But in the end, I still losing to my friend because my friend have, because the time is very long, and then my friends can search on Google so they can win better. So something like that.
Cool. So thank you for sharing. So quizzes was an application that many lecturers used, and since I am an educational technologist, so for lecturers who are watching, when we give students quizzes, when we show the leaderboard to students, that's actually a way to make them more motivated, try to gamify the lesson. So you do not need to think of something so technical, but even something as simple as quizzes, as what Rian mentioned, is to gamify lessons and just make the class more interesting. And, they have that competitive nature of, they want to be the top three, because quizzes, it has that number one, number two, number three. It has that what do you say, that ranking, correct? So that thank you, Rian, for sharing. So even lecturers, I know you all have now you all are seeing your students face to face. It's okay to actually use quizzes once in a while, to make your face to face lessons even more engaging. Thank you for sharing, Rian. Okay, so let's go to the next question. what are your hopes? Now you all have gone through this online learning, and now you all are, getting to meet your lecturers face to face, as what Soraya mentioned. So what are your hopes? Like, how do you think the education system, the digitalization of education, should it stay, or should we just, go back to our traditional way of doing things? Or should there be a balance? Okay, so let's hear from Soraya first.
Okay. Now I just hope that we can get back to normal, no COVID, and we can travel around the world. Now I would like to go to Langkawi and try nasi lemak. Yeah, yes, someday in the future. Please welcome me.
Sure. We welcome you with an open hand. Yeah. So Soraya, just like you, this is actually my first travel after the pandemic. So I was so excited to get on the flight that I didn't even know what to do when I reached the airport. That blur I was, because I've been locked up for more than 2.5 years. So thank you for sharing. How about you, Aflin? What are your hopes?
I think that we should do hybrid classes like online for theory and and face-to-face for practical, because platforms such as Google Classrooms are still important as it eases our work to submit our assignments and everything. So I think there should be a balance between digitalization and face-to-face classes.
That's a wonderful point. That's a wonderful point, Aflin. So that means we still, wherever we can use online, we can do online. All right. And whenever there's this need for that face-to-face mode of instruction to happen, we do that. All right. So do you agree with that, Rian? And do you have any other points that you would like to add?
Yes. I hope that digitalization in education must be balanced, especially since I study in a polytechnic, where going to the field is, I'm sorry, where going to the field is very necessary for me. So for the field trip, for field tests, we must go out to online. So for maybe for the reports for the field, maybe we can send it online or come to the campus and then we give it to in the desk. That takes very long time maybe. So giving it the PDF is very good for that time. And also, like Sora said, I want to go to Malaysian too because I never been to any other country than Indonesia. I just go to any other island. I want to try nasi lemak too. I never tasted.
I think this is because of Encik Taswan. I think he promoted nasi lemak. When we had that walkthrough exhibition just now, which makes me, even I so can't wait to go. But I have to be here. But of course, I was like, oh, I can't wait to go and check out those booths. Yeah. So all of y'all are actually welcomed to come to Langkawi and Malaysia to try nasi lemak and more. Okay, nasi lemak and more, including teh tarik. Remember, the session that we are having now is called a teh tarik session. Y'all are supposed to actually have your teh tarik with y'all while y'all are having this session. Okay, back to you, Noreen. So Noreen, what are your hopes, in terms of the digital learning? Do you think we should just stick to the traditional way, or, as what they mentioned, the hybrid learning? What's your take, Noreen?
I hope the government will provide better incentive to help us learn better online. It will also help to make it easier for us to adapt into the new online learning environment. In addition, I hope that institution also have better support for students, not only in terms of helping students learn, but also in terms of supporting student mental health.
Interestingly, Noreen, thank you for mentioning mental health. I think that was something that we did not cover. Rian, would you like to share, about mental health during the pandemic when you were studying online? Were you affected, and how did you overcome it if you were affected?
I think my mental health is very okay with this. Maybe my friends too, because there isn't a very bad that they have come to mental health. Maybe the mental health is come from the test that we are given. The test that we are given is so many than any when we go to the offline session. So maybe that's the mental thing that we have feel in it.
So Rian, thanks for sharing. So you were saying that overwhelming, maybe you felt overwhelmed with the amount of tasks. I think maybe because your lecturers thought, oh, they must be very free now. That's why we give them many tasks to keep you all occupied. So I hope that actually, I hope you all had were able to manage your time better. All right. Okay. So how about you, Soraya? When Noreen shared with us about mental health, how was it like in Thailand? Among your friends, were there friends suffering, and how did they overcome it? Yeah, please share with us.
Most of my friends, including me, had work, so we just need to manage. And sometimes, for me in my class, we study in weekday. So we study on weekend. So weekday we can work. So it means 7 days we don't have a free day. we don't have time to take a rest. We just need to study, and work 5 days, and then study again. So everyone said, yeah, we try to do our best, because we work for earn money, we study for our future. So just try.
Okay. So thank you for sharing that, Soraya. So so you had to like balance everything, but I think I can see that you all have that positivism that this is going to be okay, and you guys just went through. Thank you so much for sharing. How about Aflin? Were there mental health issues happening around you with people that you know?
For me, well, start with me first. It was frustrating mentally because I had connection issues, and at one point I felt like giving up. I was like contemplating about dropping out, or maybe just like extending a semester, because it was so frustrating learning online and getting behind deadlines of assignments, tons of assignments. And for my friends, they went through the same similar things, same similar situation as me, because like I said, connection issues, it's just so frustrating. But um, we pulled through together. We got together and had a talk and had a therapy session with each other, something like that. And then we just decided, you know what, things are gonna get better. Gonna get better. We're gonna find a way to overcome this, and we did it together. And yeah, here we are.
Thank you for sharing, Aflin. So you reached out to your friends, and everybody was like in the same boat, correct? All right. Thank you so much for sharing that. Okay. Another question. So based on your experience learning online during the pandemic, what is the most important lesson you learned about yourself? About yourself. During the pandemic. So, Soraya.
Okay. For me, even the best thing is happens, but I will still keep going. People around me lost their money, their job, their education. Maybe they lost their family. How lucky that I'm still alive. So it's hard to focus on study in an online class that I told you. I already did my best, and an attempt never betray me. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing it. That was deep. That was deep, Soraya. Thank you so much for sharing. How about you, Rian? What is the biggest lesson you learned?
I think for me is my communication skill is improved. especially when I want to chatting with my lecturer. You know that I'm a very introvert person, so I have a difficulty to talking with other people. So when we have this conversation in online, so it helps me to talk with more freely with other people. And then because the test that we're given is more than very in the offline session. So when I have given, I was more have to manage the time. So when the tasks were given, and given to me more and more, I was more have a time, a skill to manage my time. Because when we go to offline session, we have a schedule, the schedule from this A to Z, something like that. And when we go to online session, the test is very freely to we use it, very freely we to complete it according. Maybe we are very strict to the time or the date that we were given to the test that we given.
So you learn to manage your time better. Something that you thought you didn't have to do. Maybe you thought, oh, it's natural to manage time, but I think during the pandemic, things just changed so much. Thank you for sharing that, Rian. How about you, Aflin? Has Aflin shared the
Not
biggest
yet.
lesson that you have learned, that has affected you personally during the pandemic?
Biggest lesson I've learned two lessons actually. The first one is do not take things for granted. Because it was online classes, I thought this was going to be easy and I can just relax, santai-santai like that. That was on me, my mistake. So I had to learn that the hard way, that do not take things for granted. And I took online classes more seriously and I took my studies more seriously. And my second lesson was that communication is key. We were given tasks in groups and you cannot do everything by yourself alone. You must always have somebody supporting you. And in groups, you must always have teamwork. No matter what the work is, you gotta pull through and you gotta do it together. You just cannot do it alone.
Well said, Aflin. Those 2 points, um, uh, those 2 points were just like on point. All right, thank you so much, Aflin. How about you, Noreen?
The lesson that I got is was to be prepared for worst situation. Beside, I need to adapt digit digitalization nowadays skillfully because this is a new thing for make it easier for students. In addition, variety ways of teaching and learning provided by the lecturer to make sure their students follow their class.
All right. Okay, cool. Thank you so much for sharing, Noreen. Okay, so we have questions from our audience at Day One Tuba. All right. So the first question, uh, can we go to Day One Tuba? So we have students. Hi. Hi semua. Okay, so ada soalan ya? Okay, so
Hello.
okay, so please introduce yourself, and then which course you're
Hello,
taking.
everyone. My name is Farish, and I'm from Certificate of Food and Beverage in Langkawi Tourism Academy. So I have some question for you guys. My question is, in your opinion, as a student, what is the easiest way to adapt to the digitalization of TVET? Yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
Okay, so this goes for everyone. So Noreen, you want to answer the first question?
Okay, in my opinion, the best way to adapt is to learn how to focus. It's hard to understand the skill that is shown is online class. Since there are so many distractions when you learn online at home, you need to learn to avoid those distractions. In addition, self-discipline is also important. Since you are learning on your own, you need to have good self-discipline. You have to pay attention on your studies and assessment on your own.
Thank you for those tips, Noran. Very helpful tips. Soraya.
Okay, for me, we should go over it again after the class. Just try to understand it, to learn about it again, and we will know it better. Like we can find more information from YouTube, Google, or something like that to know more a lot of information more than our class. And then when we have a test, we also can do it.
Or maybe you can also teach someone else. You know, when you
Yeah.
teach someone else, you actually learn better, because if you're able to explain it to someone else, that means you know the stuff. Did you do that, Soraya? Like, did you
Yes,
try
yes.
teaching your other friends, and how did you find it effective?
Yes, sure.
Any other tips you would like to add, Soraya?
Yes.
Any
Oh,
other
another
tips?
tip. Okay. Yeah. That for me, I just note. I just note when my teacher teach me, and then I find more a lot of information from YouTube, from Google, something like that. And then, that you told me, we have a small class with my group, around 15, 14, like that. We talk about the topic that we have. So maybe some topic my friends know well than me, and they can tell me a lot of information too in their opinion. So it's great for me. It's a tip.
Thank
Maybe
you.
we work together and it's better. Just work together.
So that's called collaborative learning.
Yeah, yeah.
So that means few heads are better than one head. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Soraya. So and Aflin, how about you? What's your answer to that question?
My answer is that it's best for you to identify your strengths and weaknesses, because for me, I'm distracted. So just similar self-discipline to not the outside the virtual world during online learning or face-to-face learning.
Thank you, Aflin. And finally, Rian, what is your perspective for that question just now? Rian, I think you're muted, Rian. It's okay. That happens. That happens. It's okay.
I'm sorry. I think if we want to learn about something, we have to find it with more carefully and more precisely, because if we want to looking for something that in internet, we have to have a better results, better source that we want to get. And I think, like Sarah said, that we have to ask our friends about it, because our friend is no more, or our parents or any other person that have a specialty in that things that we want to ask, something like that.
Thank you so much for sharing. So yes, when you're looking for resources on the internet, make sure you use, so some tips from me is, make sure you use credible sources, okay? In Malay, we say yang sahih, all right? So credible resources. So if you're looking for something in the tourism industry, so make sure you look for something, credible sources. Yeah, make sure it's someone who, it's associated with a famous body or a famous council. Yeah, not someone who just, not someone just random. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much for that. All right. So I believe there's one more question coming from Dewan Tuba. Can we have the second question, please? Please introduce yourself, which course you're taking, and to whom the question goes to. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Kausingi from Certificate Food and Beverage Service in Langkawi Tourism Academy. Sometimes I feel it hard to concentrate in class, especially in an online class. Do you have any suggestion on ways to help my concentration in class?
Okay, so your question is suggestions to increase your concentration in class. Okay,
Yes.
all right. Rianne, do you have suggestions for her?
My answer is, first of all, we need to get rid of distraction. Many distractions is we are mostly at home. We usually have so many distractions like family members, television, environments, and many more. So we need to learn to avoid all those distractions. Maybe try to get away from other people or find a quiet place to study. We also need to be disciplined enough to not turn anything else on our phones or device like TikTok or Facebook video, something like that. That is another way we usually get distracted from it.
Okay. All right. So, Soraya, do you have any suggestions for her to avoid distractions? What are your suggestions?
Uh, for me, I just told my member of family. I just told my mom that, Mom, I have a class, or Mom, I have a test. To don't call me in this hour. So, but yeah, Mom understand. But my cats, they don't understand. They just try to 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 sit with me, to talk with me, meow meow meow, every day. So just leave me alone in my room. So okay, cat, please be distancing for me. Okay, so I just study in my room, my own room, like this.
Soraya, you have made everyone around me laugh. Okay, because I think many of them here can relate to that. You know, cats that time lah want to, come near you and get your attention. Okay.
Yeah.
But you did communicate with your cat. Okay, thank you for
Yeah.
sharing, Soraya.
Thank you.
Okay. How about you, Aflin? What are your tips to increase, concentration and to remove, reduce distractions?
Uh, for me, some experience on how to improve my concentration is to isolate myself. Whenever I'm in my room, I like to isolate myself, and I always wear headphones or earphones so that I will not be distracted by any sounds coming outside my learning environment.
Maybe whenever you all are free, I think this question, maybe when you all are free, try to look out. There are certain apps that can help you all actually to focus more. Um, there are apps that can help you to schedule timing, like, okay, 20 minutes and there's no distractions from your Facebook and your TikTok and your Instagram. So maybe you can use those kind of apps. Also, maybe you can try listening to music that can increase your focus. Yeah, you can also try that. Distractions are inevitable, especially now when we have our mobile devices here. When I was doing my PhD, I went through the same thing. I had to ask my friend to keep my phone away from me for 1 hour, for example, so that I could do my writing. Because because there are just so many distractions. So I think there's a lot of what Noreen mentioned. It's like your self discipline, and at the end of the day, you write down, what you want to achieve, your to-do list. It may seem so simple. Oh, it's just a to-do list, but if you really are able to write it down, and the satisfaction you get when you get to slash out something from your to-do list is indescribable, actually. All right, so thank you for sharing. So I guess, are there any more questions from Dewan Tuba? Just 2 questions. All right, thank you so much. Hi, Dewan Tuba. Thank you so much for being so actively participating. Okay, are there any questions from YouTube Live? If you have any questions for our panels, please make sure you type your questions into the question box in your YouTube Live channel live chat panel. Sorry. Are there any questions? Okay, let me see. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. So there's a question here on from Ku Adriana. So this question is for learning practical courses. How did y'all handle learning practical aspects of your courses when y'all were given the opportunity to study online? Any tips? Is it YouTube? Is YouTube the answer? Yes, Soraya's like, yes, definitely. YouTube is the answer. Okay, of course, now when y'all are getting to see, but I believe there were many lecturers in Malaysian polytechnics and community colleges where they came up with developing their own resources, their own video resources. They recorded themselves. They would come to campus and they would record and they would share it out to their students. I also know lecturers who imagine teaching fruit carving. So I have a lecturer in College Community Beaufort where he shared with us how he actually did the fruit carving live on Facebook Live for his students. The students were at home and he was in campus and he did those live carving sessions. I also know a few lecturers who actually recorded materials and sent it on Telegram or on WhatsApp, where they reduce the file size of their videos. So that's how important hands-on demonstration is. And students had to record them and send it back on YouTube, send it back on Telegram or WhatsApp. I also have lecturer friends who actually use TikTok, where students had to create short videos on TikToks on how did they do those practical exercises. So those are some of the ways the problems were actually solved. Okay, so I think just one, it's already 10:30. So there's this one last question here. This is a question that I'll give you all some time to think about, okay? If you could change one thing based on your experience learning online during the pandemic, what would it be? I'll give you all 1 minute to think about it, and then we will go around and we'll ask. If you could change one thing, what would it be? Ini macam soalan Miss World, right? It's like a Miss World question, Miss Universe level question, okay? But do think about it. If you could change one thing, during your experience learning online, what would it be? 1 minute from now.
That's
Okay, Soraya, would you like to share? Soraya's like, why am I always the first one? Why am I always the first one? Over to you,
okay.
Soraya.
For my answer, I will change nothing because
That's still an answer. That's still an answer.
yeah, I will change nothing because I told you guys I already did my best and my rector already did their best, so nothing to change.
Wonderful. That's a very good answer. Nothing to change. Thank you,
Thank
Soraya.
you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Aflin, what would you like to change?
For me, my answer is the same as Soraya. I would trade nothing to change this moment, like the online learning that I had, because it made me who I am. Everybody did their best, and salute to everybody. Big respect to everybody, and yeah, I would change nothing.
Thank you, Aflin. All right. Okay, Rian, you have to tell me something different.
We have to change our attitude towards the online learning, more serious, better time management for us to do it. So I want to make a change for my friends to change their attitude and also my attitude too towards the any lecturer or any other friends to be better human.
All right. Noreen, how about you?
As a student, in every morning when I wake up, I need to clarify what the most important thing I had to do first. Then automatic, I can manage my time to divide my routine online class and all the assessment. and you need to follow the schedule. It helps to balance your mind for study and also for runs.
Right. So just before, as a wrap up for this whole session, I just want to say thank you so much, everyone, for sharing with me your experiences. So maybe, we have audience listening to us from YouTube Live and also from Day One Tuba at Kolej Komuniti Langkawi. What would now since you all have actually moved on to face learning, to your hybrid classroom, what is you all are the student representatives from your countries. What, if you have one advice for the audience out there, in terms of facing this pandemic, learning during this pandemic, and going and joining the workforce later, probably in 1 or 2 years, what would be the best advice you would want to give those listening to you and who are looking at you as role models from your respective countries? Okay, so we'll start with Rian first to give Soraya time.
Okay,
Rian?
yes. For me, my advice is we have to stick together, uh, bahu membahu seperti in Indonesian, stick together to fight this pandemic, and we hope this pandemic will be over, all of them, and not coming back again. So I hope people can be sharing their thoughts and not just maybe silent to in their mouth, and they can say something, just say hi, say hello. So for that, we have to make a good communication around us.
Okay, Aflin? To give more time to Soraya, so we give Aflin.
For me, it's time is golden. Time management is key to everything. If you're always on time, you can learn more than others, and also I guess you can say respect each other. Because when we're giving out presentations or when the lecturer is teaching, you should respect the lecturer. You should respect your friends, your peers, and when you respect everyone, everyone will respect you.
Well said. Thank you so much, Aflin. And Noreen, to give more time to Soraya. So Noreen.
Yes.
So what would your best advice be? Apakah nasihat anda kepada pelajar-pelajar yang sedang menonton rancangan ini? Sebab anda role model ya kepada pelajar-pelajar lain. Anda semua, everyone here is a role model here. So what would your advice be?
Better preparation in terms of device. Think good device help us a lot. For example, good device and good internet connection help us to be in class properly.
Right. And finally, Soraya, who always gets to be the first, and she's the last speaker to wrap up the session. Over to you, Soraya.
Okay. In our life, we find a lot of people. So that my friend told you, we just need to show respect to other people. Then other people will show respect to you too. And please be kind people. Then people around you be kind to you too. I think I met I met a great teacher and a wonderful classmate. They all kind to me and they help me a lot because I live in Songkla alone. This is not my hometown. So I think people around us very important. So the first thing you have to be a good person, then a good person will come to you too. Like this.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, having good people around you is a blessing itself. So thank you so much, everyone. So just to wrap up, I'll wrap up in Bahasa Melayu and in English. So allow me to say in Bahasa Melayu first. So dalam sesi ini kita telah melihat bagaimana pelajar-pelajar ya dari tiga negara yang berbeza, Thailand, Indonesia dan Singapura telah berkongsi pengalaman mereka dalam menjalankan PDP ya, pembelajaran dan pengajaran di institusi masing-masing sewaktu pandemik ya. So of course challenges yang mereka, cabaran yang dihadapi mereka hampir sama ya, cabaran dari segi devices, cabaran dari segi menguruskan masa ya, tapi kita boleh lihat kesungguhan mereka, their resilience ya dalam mengatasi cabaran tersebut. Dan harapan mereka ialah supaya kita semua boleh adjust kepada norma baharu, dan as what Soraya mentioned, just be nice and kind to everyone and blessings will come your way. So in English, just to wrap up, this session we have had representatives from 3 countries, student representatives who are seen as role models in their respective institutions, and they have shared with us their challenges. And you can see the challenges are very, they had a common challenge in terms of the time management, in terms of device ownership, yeah, in terms of internet things. Then they learn there are things just beyond your control, but you can see and value their resilience towards facing the adversity. So kudos to all of you who have survived. As what Soraya said, you are still here despite a lot of things happening around us. That's already a blessing itself. So itu sahaja dari saya before I pass it on to the MCs. Thank you everyone. Thank you for those who are listening. Thank you for your questions. Thank you for being very responsive. And if you come down to Langkawi, you have your fan base here, all right? And you can have nasi lemak. Remember, it's nasi lemak and more at Langkawi. All right. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Take care. Bye bye. So over to Halim and Farah. Bye bye.
Terima kasih Dr. Umar dan kesemua panel kita pada sesi pertama ini kerana telah memberikan satu pembentangan yang cukup menarik dan bermaklumat. Baiklah, sebagai peringatan, anda semua dijemput untuk mengisi link kehadiran seperti yang dilampirkan dalam ruangan live chat YouTube dan ruangan chat Webex. Sila pastikan segala maklumat adalah tepat bagi tujuan rekod dan penyediaan sijil oleh pihak penganjur. Hadirin sekalian, sebelum kita memulakan sesi kedua, program akan berehat sebentar selama 4 minit dan kami akan sajikan anda dengan tayangan video. Sama-sama kita saksikan.
Thank you, Dr. Umar, and all panelists for giving such an informative, comprehensive, and very interesting discussion for the first part. Ladies and gentlemen, as a reminder, you are invited to fill out the registration form as attached at the link shown on the screen in the chat box as well as in the live chat section. Please ensure that all information is accurate for record purposes and the preparation of certificate by the organizer. Before beginning the second session, we'll have a 4-minute break to watch a multimedia presentations. I hope you enjoy the video.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the International Tourism and Hospitality Network ITHN 2022 Symposium themed Embracing Digitalization of TVET in Higher Education. Firstly, let me introduce myself. I'm Dr. Umawati Tachnamurthy, Senior Assistant Director from the Instructional and Digital Learning Division, Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education, DPCCE, Ministry of Higher Education of Malaysia. As an educational technologist myself, I'm passionate about using technology in classroom meaningfully to increase student motivation and student engagement. I'm speaking to you live from our studio here at Langkawi Tourism Academy at Kolej Komuniti Langkawi, Malaysia. It's an honor for me to be part of this incredible initiative by LTA to provide a knowledge sharing platform to discuss the challenges, initiatives, and innovations and way forward embarked in embracing digitalization of TVET in higher education. Distinguished symposium participants, it has been more than 2 years since the coronavirus overtook the world in an overwhelming wave that saw infections rate rise, resulting in 80% of international borders closing. Border closures were seen as the first line of defense to curb imported cases. This soon had grave repercussions on economies around the world. The hardest hit was the hospitality industry, which saw widespread retrenchment, salary deductions, and the closure of nearly 120 hotels in Malaysia. Nevertheless, things are looking a bit better. The Malaysian Association of Hotels, MAH, estimate the hotel occupancy will exceed 60% in the third quarter of 2022. Similarly, education has also been profoundly challenged by the ongoing pandemic. According to UNESCO 2020, 8.3% of the student population was affected globally by school closures, with more than 1.4 billion students from over 26 countries being out of school. Higher education seemed to be more able to address the needs of students through online classes, notwithstanding the digital teaching and learning led to disruptions for both teachers and students. Moreover, certain domains of higher education dependent on practical sessions such as medical, arts, tourism, and hospitality were negatively affected. Adaptation and change are the coping mechanisms called to empower both tourism and hospitality industry and education to find alternatives for survival amidst the pandemic and subsequent revival. Distinguished symposium participants, for those of you who have just joined us, earlier we had a session with 4 wonderful students and they shared their experiences in terms of the challenges and expectations of TVET in higher education digitalization. This second session will focus on the best practices of digitalization of TVET in higher education and its impact on classroom instruction. Together with us today, we have our first panelist, Mr. Jirayu Songkro, Assistant Dean for International Affairs, Rajamangala University of Technology Srivijaya, Roots, Thailand. Our second panelist is Dr. Yusrizal Sufardi bin Muhammad Yunan, Senior Lecturer, Polytechnic Tuanku Said Sirajuddin, Perlis, Malaysia. Our third panelist, Mr. Wan Ruhaifi Wanyub Ibrahim, Head of the Certificate in Culinary Arts Program at Langkawi Tourism Academy at Kolej Komuniti Langkawi. Our fourth panelist, Madam Eileen Maramento, Program Head, Tourism and Hospitality Management Coordinator, GSU, Study PH Edutourism from Gimaras State University, Philippines. And finally, Ms. Noor Asri Fatiha, Head Coordinator of Diploma Program in Tourism Business Management from Polytechnic Negeri Sambas. Now, just a little housekeeping before we get started. This is going to be a presentation style format where you as the chosen speakers will get 10 to 12 minutes to present. And if we have time, we can squeeze in one question from those watching us from YouTube before we go to the next presenter. So if the audience have any questions, please type them into the live chat panel on YouTube and I'll bring them up during the session and we'll also have time for questions at the end. Ladies and gentlemen, our first speaker today will be sharing on the digitalization of TVET in Roots and its impact on classroom instruction. Mr. Jirayu Songkro obtained his Bachelor of Arts in English for International Communication from Roots in 2012 and a Masters of Arts in Teaching English as an International Language from Prince of Songkla University, Thailand. Mr. Jirayu tells me that he loves to sing, especially folk and country music. Impressive. Over to you, Mr. Jirayu.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So it's my time now to share, right? Okay.
Yes, over to you.
Okay, so can anyone help me sharing the screen, please? Or okay, just wait for a second. So can you see my screen right now?
Mr. Jirayu, could you speak a bit louder because we feel the voice is a bit soft for the audience.
So can you hear my voice clearly? It is clear? Sorry?
It's a bit muffled. It's a bit muffled.
It's a bit muffled, right?
Mm.
All right. So I will move a bit
Closer, yes. Please move closer.
Okay.
Better.
Is it better? Okay, thank you. So can you now see my slide on the screen?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. All right, so good morning. Assalamualaikum, Sawadee krab. Good morning to the host, LTA, all administrators and audience. I'm Jirayu Songkla, Assistant Dean for International Affairs from Faculty of Liberal Arts, Rajamangala University of Technology, Sriwijaya, Thailand. First of all, I would like to say thank you so much for having me as a panelist in this session. It's my great honor to share my experience and talk in the topic of digitalization of TWET in higher education and its impact on classroom instruction. Okay, so what have you seen from these pictures? It's kind of various ways of teaching methodology or technology, right? So it is obvious that our teaching methodologies have been changed a lot from the past decade. In the previous time, teacher center was the main model that had been applied in schools or in the universities. However, since technology has been popular and widely used among people, for example, computer, iPad, or mobile phone. So this play a great role in changing our way of life. People are more extracted with the things or the app or the stuff on the screen rather than the backboard, right? So from this phenomenon, as a teacher, we should open our mind in order to get ready for the change and find something interesting for our students. Of course, during the COVID pandemic, is it undeniable that we need to adjust both ourselves and teaching methods since we had been required to keep social distancing, right? Of course, we need to find the apps or the channels to teach our students because they cannot stop learning. This is our big challenge as a teacher to handle the situation and learn how to use the new technology. The most important is that we have to make the class more active all the time. So this is my class during the COVID pandemic. So everything has been done via online channel like Google Meet or the Zoom, right? So in the digital age, it is given both pros and cons. And I have read through the article written by Anushai and Kuntida in 2021 about the disruptive technology and its impact on the management of higher education in Thailand. I found it very interesting and I want to share with you today. They claim that the personally immersed technology had, brought a great impact on the management of higher education in Thailand. It is caused by several environmental changes, both internally and externally. So the first one, the total share of employment in the government and the private sectors due to the need for the digital transformation leads to decreasing job position and employment rates, requiring knowledge as well as skills of applicants to the job change. Meanwhile, universities so far have not been able to prepare manpower who possess the competency required by the job market. So the competency of IT, of the ability in monitoring the machine or technology items should be taught in the university as it is required by the workplace or the organization. This is what we need to adjust or we need to adapt our curriculum in order to be suited with the labor market need. The second, they claim that under the digital university policy, university receive impact from the disruptive technology, and adjustment become a must by applying technologies into the administration, operation, service, and instruction. So for the instruction way, it's meaning that the teacher need to apply the technology or the app as one of the teaching method into the classroom, rather than like just stand in front of the class, just talk to the student and writing stuff on the backboard. So technology should be integrated in the classroom right now. And the last one, this is the highlight of the core topic here. The attitudes toward higher education has changed because the recruitment of people in the industrial sector no longer emphasize degree certificates, but working competency. In addition, the population age between 18 to 22 years, or the Gen Z, have unlimited channels to acquire knowledge and develop themselves in the digital world, and have more chances to build incomes from online business from their independent jobs without having to rely on mainline higher education programs, right? Is this correct? So it can be pointed out that providing short course, online course, or adjusting the curriculum in order to be fitted with the student needs is very needed in the present time. So our curriculum should be related with the business, or we should have like the short course for them in order to take the course and get some certificate, and they can run their own business. So the impact of disruptive technology result in a lot of transformation of education and instructional operation in Thailand universities. So many universities in Thailand have turned to rely on education transformation strategies in order to expedite the changes. For example, Kolej University set the strategic educational transformation by enhancing outcome-based curriculum instead of the former content-based curricula, and by changing from teaching to learning in the instruction system. In IUTS as well, we attempt to use online instructional media called IUTS Move, which provide the student opportunities to study anywhere at any time. So here we come to the teacher role right now. I got this from Harry. He said that a teacher role has changed from being a sage on the stage to becoming a facilitator of learning process. I think this statement is very correct, and I can relate to this because we are not a teacher at all. I think we are the facilitator, we are the mentor, or we are designer. Designer is meaning that you have to design what course to be more interesting, right? Not just only teaching or give them just a knowledge. So we have to design something for them as well. So teacher need to know and learn more technology and apply or integrate the applications into the classroom setting in order to attract the student interest. Here are the suggested applications that I have used throughout my classes. All these applications that I have used in my English classes, like Go Everywhere, Quizzes Here, Mentimeter, Padlet, Nearport, ThinkLink, or Kahoot, I think all of you like make familiar with this kind of application. And this is my activity in the classroom. I ask them to do the quizzes after learning something in my lesson. So they had a lot of fun in this activity. Also, I asked them to make video and send me to the Facebook group. Okay, so they meaning that they can learn anywhere at any time. And I asked them to interview the foreigners who traveling into the Songkhla city. This gives them an opportunity to talk with the foreigners, and yeah, they just like make a video and send me so I can evaluate their performance here. But it is clear that the technology is helping students to learn, and it is essential in the field of education, right? However, the technology itself lacks of the ability to replace the teacher, because computer cannot teach human skills, and human connection cannot be replaced by technology. So I still believe in the, on-site class, on-site activity here. So I asked them to do the drama here. After learning something in my lesson, this is also drama. They can like act as an actor, actress with the specific topic that I give them to write the conversation and show their friends in front of the class. Brainstorming activity here, also important. Pitching here, and ask them to be like my co-TA to teach the primary students in the school. Also, I ask them to learn about Thai massage here, and I take them to the local area to meet the leader of the Thai massage and to talk about the things or the stuff around, and then go back to write some paper and submit it to the article. So as you can see from my previous slides, we try to involve the student into the class because we believe in the code of learning proposed by Gell in 1969 here. So the code of learning here uh, tell me something interesting. If we only ask them, I mean the student, to read the text, they will acquire only 10% of the knowledge. 20, 40 here, 30 for seeing, 50% for watching the movie, 70% for the discussion or giving a talk, but 90% of say and do. So we need to involve our students into the class together. So I would like to end my talk with this quote by the Benjamin Franklin here. Tell me is mean student as well. Tell me, I forget. Teach me, I remember. Involve me, and I learn. No matter how the digital or technology impact us a lot in the classroom, if we are always ready to learn new things and involve our students into both class activity, say and do, and give them a chance to work with the community, the digital transformation or technology can't impact their learning process, but it can turn into the great impact that can be beneficial to the student in being proficient in IT, which is one of the needed skills in today's labor market. So that's all of my presentation. Thank you so much. So questions are welcome here.
Thank you so much for sharing, Mr. Jirayu. It's impressive to see how you have, how Roots are using MOOC, quizzes, students generate content, I saw, and then also how you use drama and brainstorming during class. Okay, are there any questions from the audience? So far, nothing. So I would like to ask the question from me. Which one was the activity that the students really, really enjoyed? Which one? Was it the one that, they had a real, field trip? Which one was the one that they really enjoyed?
Actually, they enjoy learning outside the classroom. Honestly, if I have a chance to take them outside the classroom, they can learn a lot from the people around them. Like last month, I took them to the community called the community to do the activity together with the international students from Hadja University, and they had a great fun and great chance there because they have to speak English with their friends in order to create the promotional video for the community. So it's kind of the integration, like from language and IT. So both of them are very needed in our today's competitive world, right? So they get a lot from this activity. I still insisted that learning outside the classroom can provide them a great chance rather than like only sitting into the classroom.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, so without further ado, let's go to the next presenter. Okay, so we have with us Dr. Yusrizal Sufardi bin Muhammad Yunan. Yeah, he obtained his PhD in supply chain management from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. So over to you, Dr. Yusrizal.
Okay, thank you very much to our moderator, Dr. Umar, and Assalamualaikum and very good morning to our Director General, Director Polytechnic and College Committee, Dr. Umar as a moderator, member of panelists and all audience. Can you hear my voice, Dr. Umar and panelists? Can I? Okay, so let me share my PowerPoint. Can I allow to share my PowerPoint, please?
Just give us 1 minute. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have passed the privileges to you, Dr. Yus.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can you see my wait, I want to make sure that this the latest one. Okay, can you see my PowerPoint? Okay, so let me start with the thank you to the organizer to invite me as a panelist. So in this session, in this time limit they giving to me, I try to share my thought on what is the called is best practice, what's the key element on the best practice, and what the motivation factor for the best practice on digitalized classroom in TV education in Malaysia. But before we go further, let's see. Maybe we can look what Malaysia say about Malaysia Digital Classroom
Yeah,
National
ma'am.
Overview.
Sorry to interrupt you, Dr. Yus, but is it possible for you to put the PowerPoint slide into a slide?
Oh, it's
Into
like
a
okay.
presentation, yeah. So it becomes bigger. It's easier for our audience to have a look at it.
Is that like this? It's more
Yes, a
better.
slideshow, better.
Okay. Because as a presenter, I cannot see the view from the audience. Okay, so thank you to help me to arrange back my PowerPoint. So let's see. In national overview about Malaysia Digital Classroom, our Minister Nuri Ahmad has been said that both conventional and contemporary teaching and learning need to be combined to get the best result for teaching and learning activities. The concept of teaching and learning activity need to combine, and the competency of lecture should increase to ensure the goal of digitize the country higher education is fully achieved. And empowering education digitization agenda is can become the agenda for Ministry of Higher Education. So that means we are taking serious about how to digitalize our classroom activities to ensure that our people, our students get the best effort to deliver the education to them. Why I can't? Okay, so let me share the element. There are several key elements that I want to share with participant and audience about what the key element on digital classroom best practice. So to get the best practice, we should have the best technology. What do you mean of the best technology? The best technology means the technology is still that we use must be to up to date and easy to up to date. Okay, first of all, when we want to use the technology must be not the old one, not the old version, but the up to date version, and also can easy to up to date. If not, we have a problem when the new application will come to our digital worlds, and it's recommended to use the technology that familiar with our potential user. Means, we as a lecturer should choose the technology that familiar with us to use, and also ensure that our student, the potential user, also familiar with that technology. If not, then we will have a mismatch technology between deliver honor as a lecturer and the receiver as a student. and try to use the trendy technology as a digital tools to make teaching and learning more attractive, such as using Kahoot, TikTok video or YouTube video in the classroom. So when we use the trending technology, will help student to feel comfortable, to feel enjoy to join the digital classroom activities. And the technology that we choose to use should be easy to operate, easy to manage. Because we don't want to have a lot of effort to learn about the technology, must ensure that the technology that we use is easy to operate by us as a lecturer and also by the student. We cannot simply, you must know about that technology, but we must ensure and help them to understand how to manage that technology that they want to use with us in our digital classroom activities. And of course, like many point of in the session 1 is about data. So the technology that we use should be I like to recommend that use the technology that have an offline and online function. So it help students to minimize their data usage, and it's more convenient for them to use that technology. Uh, and also, please, the best technology that I mean is no need to have a very complex equipment. Just simple equipment needed. Means that technology can compatible with the very low spec of the handphone or laptop or personal computer. No need a big RAM, no need a big storage and so on. Okay, that's for the first element on the how to go to best practice. Okay, so the second one is the best facilities. After we have the best technology, we also need to ensure that our lecturer and our student get the best facilities for them to join and to do the digital classroom activities. So like this photo show, are we ready? Are we have this kind of facilities to help our student to enjoy the digital classroom activities? And the facility should have a very good internet speed. Okay, no lagging problem and issue. Okay, have a cyber or computer center for them to access the internet, to use the application that may be not affordable for them to buy by their own. This is the challenge for institution to provide these facilities, the stability of the Wi-Fi and accessibility 24 hours for the facilities, or maybe not in the 8 to 9, another 8 to 5, maybe 8 to 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. because they want to go to that center to learn to use all the application, all the equipment that have provided in the facility. So we need the best facility to ensure that we can perform the best practice for digital classroom activities. Okay. Okay. And then the third element is about the best knowledge. Okay. So to get the best practice to implement in digital classroom, we need the best knowledge on on the aspect of the content knowledge. Lecturer should know what the content that's suitable with that digital technology that they use. Okay, because in TVET we have a combination and theoretical and also hands-on. So we must choose wisely the content of the knowledge, then how we want to deliver the content in that application. That's why we also need the digital knowledge, because lecturer and also student need to know, need to have a knowledge on how to use the application, how to enjoy, how to discover and explore all the application that all the benefit the application can giving to them. Okay, without the knowledge, then this We have a best technology, we have the best facilities, but we don't have a knowledge to use that. Since it is a waste, this is something that we can call is a waste resource for that. So lecturer and student have a duty to upgrade their knowledge to deliver the content, and also they have also for the student they also have need a skill to absorb the knowledge in digital pattern, okay, in the digital form. Okay, as usual, they go to the class in the traditional way. They go to class, so they have a training a lot to get to transfer the knowledge from the lecturer in front of them. But when they go to digital classroom activities, they also need a specific skill to how to absorb, okay, to get, okay, to receive well the knowledge that deliver from the lecturer to the student. Okay. And the fourth one, for the key element in digital classroom best practice is the best digital pedagogy practice. Okay, so lecturer, okay, as a practitioner should up to date the content of teaching and learning material. Okay, because they are the fast changing of the content of the knowledge. So we must, and this is the beautiful of digital classroom activities, because we can easily update the content of teaching and learning material. This is a beautiful advantage when we go to digital classroom tools. And relate the teaching and learning content with the practice. Okay, so when we use the digital tools, the skill of pedagogy must be very efficient. Then we can relate the teaching and learning content with the practice. Whatever the content in the digital tools must be delivered very correctly and can align with the actual practical that they should do in outside there. And also, don't forget to involve the student in teaching and learning activities. No one-way communication when we do in a classroom, Google Classroom or Google Meet, or sometimes we go to WebEx and so on. We must ensure that students also involved in teaching and learning activities. And reduce the length of video, because this is about the psychology of the student. When the video is too long, they will lost the focus to see the video. And also we should in the pedagogy practice, we should monitor and review the process of pedagogy to enhance and update, and also to improve the delivering process in the pedagogy practice. And apply 4C communication. Communicate with your student. Student also need to communicate with the lecturer. Don't silent. Don't off your video, off your microphone. You have anything, you ask it. Make it have a two-way communication. Collaborate with your student. Collaborate with your lecturer to giving the idea, to asking. Participate in the classroom, even though the classroom is individual classroom. And critical thinking when we deliver the content of the teaching and learning. We must see how our student, the demographic of the student, how far they can absorb and get enjoy the session of teaching and learning, and creative to build up and to make the content of the video or whatever is tools, digital tools that we use. So after we discussing about the key element on digital classroom best practice, let's see the motivation factor to implement the digital classroom best practice. So after we have provide the best technology, the best facilities, the best content knowledge, the best pedagogy skills. So what the factor that can motivate student and lecturer to implement virtual classroom best digital classroom best practice? First of all, they should know that when we doing, first of all, it's a relative advantage. So we can, by using the digital classroom best practice, we can accomplish class tasks more quickly, improve the quality of the class tasks. Okay, make easier to do the class tasks because we can see again and again and again the content of the class of the teaching and learning, and improve the classwork performance since they can easy to understand and repeat back the practical or whatever is the demonstrasi that we can look at the tools. Okay, increase the effectiveness of the class activities, enhance the understanding of the topic, make the teaching and learning fun and attractive. So can study anytime, anywhere. When we this some of the advantage that has been shown when they join the digital classroom based activities, and easy to update material content. So there's a lot of related advantage that can be offered and enjoyed by lecturer and also by student. Then the problem is if they don't aware about this related advantage. So student and lecturer should be imposed, should be told about this related advantage when they do the digital classroom activities. Okay, second one, motivation factor is ease of use. The tools, okay, the digital classroom tools that you use must be easy to use, easy to learn the application. So you see the picture head-headed, because the error when the application is not very simple to use, very simple to understand, then will be error, there will be stress, and the digital classroom activity will be not enjoyable. Okay. So when we talk about the characteristic of ease of use, it's about easy to learn the application that we want to use, easy to easy to access online and offline, easy to operate and manage, and also affordable to use it. Okay, so lecturer, institution should be aware about this issue on affordable. Okay, we must see the demography of our student, how far they can afford to access the application. And alhamdulillah for our system, we try to give in the free free one, or something that we buy to them and they are using that, such as WebEx and so on. And there are a lot of free applications such as Google Classroom and Google Meet for student and also lecturer use when they want to go to digital classroom activities. Okay, so compatibility. So we try to compatible the traditional way and online way to run the classroom. So we must make sure that when we go to digital classroom, the technology or the application that you use is fit with the current digital life. Means if in that current digital life they are go to video. Okay, our students go to video. They are very love about video, TikTok and YouTube, and they learn a lot of them from that YouTuber and from the TikToker. So we must try to fit. Don't go to a very boring bored video, but we go to the attractive video for them to go, for them to enjoy the digital classroom activities. And digital 2 is familiar with lecturer and student. So I want to recommend that the lecturer is focusing on one application for teaching online. For example, if you go to Google Meet, so concentrate to Google Meet so student can be learn and familiar with the Google Meet platform, and slowly they will be mastering on the Google Meet platform. If you don't go to WebEx or something else, okay, Microsoft Teams and so on, so concentrate only with the one application that can be sustained to use for them every time they want to go to digital classroom class or virtual classroom. And application fit with the current equipment and tools. So like we have see that sometimes they go to Facebook Live because they found that the Facebook Live use only a minimum data for them, for students to access the virtual classroom. So we must make sure that the application that we use is fit with the current equipment that provided by institution in the lab, in the cyber computer and so on. Okay, and another motivational factor that I want to share is about readiness. Okay, when we say about readiness, there are three party that involved in the readiness. It's about institution, lecturer, and student. How about institution? So institution is that they are ready in the financial form to spend some money to update their system, to update their lab and so on. And also human resource, how the technical part to maintain the lab, to maintain the Wi-Fi, the internet speed and so on in the institution for lecturer and for student to use it. And maintain the maintenance of facilities, to update the facilities to ensure that we are suitable and compatible with IR 4.0. Okay, and also Internet of Things. And also, how about lecturer and student? Lecturer and student should be ready to join, to go and join the digital classroom activities. Okay, training need to give into the lecturer and student. How about training? It's not about how to use the application. It's also about the training, about out of the attitude. Student need to train how to be act as student in the virtual classroom, how the discipline on the virtual classroom. They should be trained about that, and they should be aware about that. And also lecturer should have a training on psychology on digital classroom, because we cannot we need to um, to see and watch the emotion quality of the student when they go to the virtual classroom. We must be aware about the emotional quality when we run the classroom activities in digital way. Okay, so let me share example of digital classroom to use at Polytechnic Sheikh Salahuddin. So my friend Madam Junaidah has been produced one application we call Easy Chef application. So this Easy Chat application is an application that can help students that learn several courses such as basic Western cookery, theory of food, baking and pastry. It's about recipe and how they want to match the ingredient and the recipe in the graphic and video that put in that application. And number two, also my friend from hospitality department, Madam Hafidah binti Awang, they have been produce TikTok video for food and beverage service cutleries. Okay, because we see that like I say, we choose the application that trending to the student. So student want to learn about cutlery by video TikTok. Then she came out with these tools. And for OSHA, Mr. Azwan Binawi also has been published the OSH Easy Book. So targeted user is student that learn occupational safety and health course. Okay, this is an example of the digital classroom tool that has been used and produced itself by our lecturer, our academia and Polytechnic Sheikh Salahuddin to help students to learn. And the beautiful of this thing I want to highlight is they don't simply produce this application without any research. They ask the student what the characteristic of the easy application that student want. When they go to TikTok, they ask the student, the potential user, what the kind of the graphic, the music, and the concept that they want to know to have in that TikTok video. And also the easy book, also the same concept. We ask the potential user what they want, what the characteristic of the digital classroom tool that they want, and after that they came out with this tool. And I also want to invite you. Yeah, one of the tools that I have using is a YouTube channel. Okay, so we have asked students to involve the collaboration with us to come up with 50 video on their class, on their course. Okay, we have at least we have 40 video for this time. So student will have giving back. Okay, this is the video that we need, sir, and we giving to back to the society. Then I share back to my YouTube. Okay, so let I say is when the key element combined with the motivation, the right motivation factor, then we can get the implementation of the best practice digital classroom, and also it will be affected positively with the digital classroom performance. So that's all. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yusrizal, for sharing. There are a few questions. However, there's one question that I want to squeeze in now. So you shared about the key elements to make digital classroom work and the motivational factors needed to implement digital classroom. So do you have an orientation session to the students where you familiarize them to a new tool? Example, a session to explain that benefit of the app. How will it be used in your class? What are the do's and the don'ts? Or what are some rules to make learning more meaningful? Do you do that orientation session for
Yes.
your students?
Yes, we have the orientation session. Usually in the first class, okay, we will say what the potential application that we want to use, and we ask them if that any problem for them to get the application. Okay, if sometime they say no, so we have a problem because the big data and so on. Okay, we try to find the alternative way. So I always try to find the application that can both this in the both way, offline and also online, because when they lost the data, they also can access all the notes, all the content in that application. And I also, after we explain about the application, the ethic of the application, the ethic in the virtual classroom also will be started, because whatever is, without the good ethic, we can achieve the best practice. Thank you.
And I believe this should be replicated by other lecturers also. So it's not just introducing a new tool, but also explaining, how to behave. Or how to maximize the use of the tool. All right. So thank you so much, Dr. Yus, for sharing. And later on, we have questions for you, and we will ask that later on after everyone has finished presenting. So thank you so much, Dr. Yus. So without further ado, it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Wan Ruhaifi Wan Yub Ibrahim. He is the head of the Certificate in Culinary Arts program at Langkawi Tourism Academy at Kolej Komuniti Langkawi. Mr. Ruhaifi, who hails from the state known as the Pearl of the Orient, which is Penang, enjoys outdoor activities such as fishing and camping. He has been with LTA since the year 2007, and he'll be sharing with us on how LTA at Kolej Komuniti Langkawi, the best practices when applying digital learning during classroom instruction. How are you, Mr. Ruhaifi?
I'm fine. Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you for having me here. All right. Thank you very much. So just give me a moment for me to present my slides. Okay, Assalamualaikum and very good morning to the moderator, Dr. Umar, my fellow panelists, and to the audience online and offline. And I'm Wan Rafi bin Wayu Ibrahim. I'm a senior lecturer in LTA, Langkawi Tourism Academy. I'm in a certificate in culinary arts units. And today I will be presenting to you guys about digitalization of TVET in higher educations and its impact on classroom instructions. So how Langkawi Tourism Academy and Kolej Komuniti Langkawi, or also known as LTA at KLK, applies digital learning best practice. So basically, it's the same as the previous presenters, Mr. Jirayu and Dr. Yusrizal have presented before. So we also do use those types of application and softwares such as YouTube, Kahoot, WhatsApp, Wix, website, Telegrams, and Zooms. Also WordPress, Cisco WebEx, Microsoft Teams, Facebooks, and Instagram, and also Google Drive. So basically, for video, we usually do the student will do videos and send it to the lecturers, or the lecturers recorded the video and as an assignment or a task, and then they will post it or upload it in the website or class group WhatsApp or Telegrams, and then for Google Classroom, we usually do quizzes, assignment, and also sending out notes and slides. Okay, so for Telegram and WhatsApp, usually we create group classes to make sure that the communication between the lecturers and the students are always online. Okay, they are easy to communicate and they know what the lecturers want them to do and at timely basis. And then the lecturers also do online quiz via Google Form and with control time frames or control environment. And then the students are exposed with the use of Canva, so a software of Canva where they learn how to make the slides, presentations, and also the Canva is easier to get with the access of internet. Okay, and they have more variety of design to make the learning more interesting for the students. Okay, so this is the best practice video for LTA. One of the lecturers in LTA, Puan Nur Azina binti Muhammad Mizwan, for the course of safety practices in tourism. So this video is about, a short video is about the steps in doing CPR. It is used to help students remember the steps in CPR. Okay. Okay. Sorry for the slight disturbance. I will start again. Okay, so for the next lecturer that I want to highlight is Mr. Nur Asfarul Azwan bin Haris. He's a culinary lecturer and is teaching pastry and confectionery courses. For about this video is about how to make a pastry product for teaching and learning, for community and also for students.
Hai, Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera daripada Langkawi Tourism Academy. Di musim-musim perayaan ini, semua orang sibuk untuk buat biskut raya. Ya, ada yang cuba untuk membuat biskut raya dan ada yang dah buat biskut raya tapi hasil yang tidak begitu menarik. Okey, untuk hari ini saya nak sharekan dengan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan semua. Ini saya gunakan barrel yang coin. Okey. Kemudian teknik untuk kita coin, ya. Okey, di pasaran kita ada coklat yang berbentuk coin dan juga berbentuk blok. Kita punya coklat.
So this is how to melt chocolate.
Okey, bagi proses untuk sentiasa kacau dia. Okey, untuk yang ini tengok saya biarkan dia cair.
So for the next one, it's also from Puan Nur Azina binti Muhammad Mizwan, course of safety practices in tourism. For this video, one of the videos submitted by the students during the pandemic for their assignment. So it is about how to transfer victim to safety without equipment. In this video, the students are also helped by one of their family members as actors. So. Nah. Okay. Okay. So these are all done at the home. So for the next one is we have two lecturers from culinary department. That is Madam Nurul Syazwani binti Khuzari and also Miss Nur Faradiana binti Tajuddin Sahib. So the course for this video is patisserie and baking one. Then this video is about this is not a video, this is a website. So the website is developed for the student to learn and get easy access to recipes, menus, tips and tricks, and videos about the subject. So this website is contains slides for the notes and in presentation forms, and also notes in notes form, and also they have recipes for the student to review and to take as notes. And lastly, they also have the video for student to see how the recipes is done, and also a section where they can upload their video or the task that they are given to do at home or in class. So these are the website when using WordPress from the two lecturers. So now we have social media. So the LTA also uses social media for the teaching and learning. So Mr. Daing Hatif Darussalam bin Zuhud is the tourism lecturer. The course is digital entrepreneurship for the subject, and the digital entrepreneurship project managed and supervised by the lecturer and run by the student. Okay, so these are the three some of the products that the student do, which generate income for them, and they use the social media as their platform for selling the products. So one of it is a tree hustler, which is a types of dessert. Okay, it's like a kebab, and then they generate income for 2,668 ringgit, and the quantity of the order is 426. So the Facebook like is 123 and Instagram followers is 61. So those are the impact of social media in entrepreneurship and to selling. And then also the one more product is Trusted Kitchen, where this product is it's like a beverage or dessert product, and the sale for this is 934 ringgit, with the quantity of 226. With Facebook like is 31 and Instagram followers is 127. So and then we have LTA Nyok. LTA Nyok is a beverage from coconut, and for this particular product, the sales are 830. The quantity is 280, and Facebook like is 18, and Instagram followers is 140. We also have other honorable mention. We have Popiah Crispy. It's like a cookies during festive season, and also we have beverage from corn, okay, corn juice. Okay, these are the few example of food product developed by the student. They promote and sell the product using the social media platform.
Raifi, you're making all of us hungry.
uh, Me too. Right. So next we have from Mr. Daeng side, we have also 3D posters in Facebook. This during the pandemic. Okay, and then to kickstart the tourism industry back in Langkawi, especially in Langkawi. So we
So
encourage
this was created by the students themselves?
yes, doctor. They are created by the students. Okay. So the last one lecturer I want to highlight is Puan Nur Zairina binti Zainal Abidin. She's teaching in food and beverage service. She's developed a website from Wix. This website it's not a video, it's a website. This website was developed during the pandemic MCO time to give information to the students about the basic about equipment, utensil, cutleries, glassware, chinaware, and also napkin folding. So the website is created using Wings, software, and the website contains notes, pictures, videos, and on food and beverage service. So, for example, the types of equipment for glassware, tablecloth, the silverware, and also napkin folding. They also have videos on how to do the napkin folding, because these things need to be shown by movement of video. If it's just a pictures, still pictures, we are afraid the student might not get the gist of it.
So meaning it's a demonstration
Yes, the
thing.
demonstration. Yep, so thank you very much for your attention. That's all from me. If you have any question, I will give it back to Dr. Umar.
Okay, so Ruhaiti, we do not have questions yet from the
Okay.
audience, but
Right.
maybe I have a question. So are these materials still being used? You know, now you all have already moved to seeing students face to face. Are these resources still being used?
Yes, these methods and apps and website are still being used for the teaching and learning in LTA. Sure that we have already can be teaching in face-to-face format, but we are still mixing it up with face-to-face and online learning, because we need to catch up to the digitalization of the education industry, whom are extremely fast growing at this rate. So as a TVET or practical lecturers, we need to sooner or later get on board or get left behind. So it's essential for us, the practical or the skills lecturers, to improve ourselves with digitized information or skills also. Yep.
So thank you so much, Wan Ruhaifi, for sharing. So
Thank
we
you,
will see you
Ashwata.
later when we go around the table. So without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Ellen Maramento, Program Head Tourism and Hospitality Management Coordinator, GSU from Guimaras State University. She's also the leader for Student PH Education Tourism from Guimaras State University, Philippines. Over to you, Professor Ellen.
Hi, good morning. Am I audible?
Audible, but it will be better if you could speak a bit more louder.
Is this good now? Am I speaking clearly, ma'am?
Yes, yes, you are. We can hear you, Prof.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to ask if you could please share my screen, or I mean my presentation that was sent to you.
So can you give us a couple of minutes? Because we
Okay, no
just got the
problem.
slide
Thank
updated.
you.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
So maybe, while waiting for your slides to be shared, so maybe you can share with us something unique about yourself, Prof. Ellen. I did not get that information from you earlier. Okay, Ellen, can you hear us? I think we lost you for a while.
Okay, my apologies. I am trying to unmute myself. So, as what I said, aside from being a lecturer here at Guimaras State University, I am at the same time the film education tourism. So this project is in collaboration with the Commission on Higher Education and the Department of Tourism here in the Philippines. So we just launched this project last year, and we are still on the finalization of our phase 2 for this project. So our target for this, for the Study PH Editourism, are foreign students. So this is to entice them to come here in the Philippines study. So Guimaras State University is one of the pilot universities and colleges have this project all over the Philippines. So maybe in the future, for those who are present right now, if you are planning to link with us virtually, or as the borders are gradually opening for foreign travelers, so maybe you can come here to visit us, specifically here in our island province of Guimaras. Actually, to give you a trivia, our island province is known to have the sweetest mango in the world. So hopefully in the future you can come here so that I can let you try our famous mangoes as well. Aside from offering our different unique tourist destinations as well.
I've tasted the mangoes, but the dried ones from Philippines. They're very sweet. Yeah, definitely. So I could not get the fresh ones, but yeah, I got the dried ones. Okay, I think your
Oh,
slides are
nice
already
to
up,
hear that.
Ellen. So over to you, Ellen.
Okay. So again, good morning, everyone, especially those who are present in the institution, and of course on the other side of the screen. Um, my topic mostly focuses on the best practices that we have at Guimaras State University beyond the usual classroom management. So as digital revolution has become a prominent driver of society that incorporates both advantage and disadvantages, especially to us in the higher education institution, as well, or especially with the different tourism organizations today. So COVID-19 as of 19, it revolutionized the training system and contributed to the online transformation process of higher education institution. So digitalization is being harnessed to restart and reinvigorate the Philippines travel and tourism industry. So which has been almost in a total lockdown as well as with other countries because of the current pandemic. So more so in the education sector, there is no other way but to adapt to these changes and to be technological and digital ready. That's one also of the reason why we are having this session right now. And I am thankful for the organizer for having this and inviting also different lecturers from different institutions. So next slide, please. As for the next slide, so as what I've said, we have an ongoing project, which is the Study PH. So this goal or aims to position the Philippines as a higher education hub. I think that's before this slide, ma'am. So Philippines' goal to position the different higher education institution to be a hub that offers full degree and short-term immersive programs and a study destination at the same time, especially to foreign students. So future employers in the tourism industry are continually looking for well-trained and competent workers who are enriched by knowledge for modern technologies and above all by brand new ideas. Hence the reason why we are adapting this digitalization in our academic platform. Next slide, please. So in order to respond with this digital aspect in how in our higher education institution, since one of the impact is that the challenge that we are encountering, the sudden transition to online education, especially us here since we are located in an island. province of Guimaras. So one of the challenges that we encountered is that we don't have enough network facilities here. There are still some places in the locality that don't have very good signals. So that's one of our challenges that we encountered. But in order to adapt with that, we gathered our editors, academicians, and at the same time, our administrators to determine and instantly innovate about how students will continue to learn through online courses, especially with those subjects that involves laboratory. So we started our initiative through virtual lecture series with our partner, EU School in Europe. So we exchange ideas on how we can still deliver our instruction in the midst of this pandemic. So Guimaras State University is in collaboration with the Czech Republic or the Mendel University to have this webinar on sustainable ecotourism as a tool of the regional policy in our island province of Guimaras, where we shared plenty of the ideas on how to cope up with the challenges or with the challenge that we have encountered in the midst of pandemic. Next slide, please. So as tourism, we all know that tourism and hospitality industry is a service-oriented sector that continually adapts to the needs and demands of customers and markets. More specialized skills, especially in digital tools in terms of marketing, planning, promotional activities are also needed. So these should apply to all enterprises, businesses in the tourism sector and incorporate still in our teaching method. So that's why also why we have the sustainable and innovative knowledge application for tourism. So this is in partnership with the Philippine Lyceum of the Philippines University in Batangas and the Universidad de Alicante in Spain also. So we engage different educators from different higher education institutions to exchange ideas in order for us to adopt with the pandemic and expand our horizon with foreign institutions, which are actually impossible before the pandemic. Next slide, please. So aside from that, we also adopt digitalization. So this is in collaboration with our students, especially in the College of Science and Technology, to become more immersive with the accredited private entities to help them strengthen their online presence. So universities, especially us, in the academic should be getting ready to successfully adjust digital tools into our curriculum. So this will help us to promote contextual learning and at the same time interaction with the real circumstances, especially what is happening right now in the tourism and hospitality industry. So learners need to be aware of not merely the aspects and potential of digital technologies, they also need to use them to get better prepared for their future careers. That's why we have this collaboration between our institution and the different tourism and the hospitality business sectors. So we help them promote their businesses online. We help them make a Facebook page, promote their products so that we can reach, so that we can help them reach their potential markets. Because during the pandemic, we have limited resources in order to sell their products, and we don't want our tourism and hospitality industry to die with that. That's why one of our intervention is that we partnered with them in order to help them to strengthen their digital presence.
So,
Next
Prof.
slide,
Alin,
please.
sorry to
Yes,
interrupt. So
ma'am.
that means
Ay,
your
okay, it's okay.
students, so your students were given an opportunity to work closely with the locals.
Yes.
All right. So they
Yes,
conducted
ma'am.
like a
That's it.
case. They conducted like a case study, and then they solved a real world problem. And
Yes.
yeah, did you get so and were these products used by the locals after that?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, they are continuing with what we have started, especially as what I've said, making them or strengthening their digital presence. So they keep on utilizing it, and at the same time, we keep on monitoring those beneficiaries of us if they still need further help from our institution. So in our own little way, we get to help them to bounce back and recover and adapt to these changes that we are encountering right now.
That's truly a wonderful initiative because they are all gems. They're all these hidden gems, and through social media, you can actually bring up these hidden gems and actually increase the promotion and make them more successful. Yeah, if they don't jump into the bandwagon, how are they going to sustain themselves? So good job, guys. Okay, please continue.
Thank you. And actually, it's also our way to, since it's our way to help them boost because we are always taking notes that if we don't help this business entities in tourism and hospitality sector, after our students will graduate, where will they go? So while we are still on this pandemic, we really need to help these different private sectors to bounce back and have their business regularly operated so that our graduates can still have opportunities, especially on employment aspect.
So it becomes like a win-win situation.
Yes,
Yeah. So
yes.
both parties benefit from each other. Wonderful. All right.
Okay. For the next slide, please. We also conducted last year our first international virtual conference, which is titled as Gimaras 4.0, Tourism Resilience in COVID-19 and Digital Transformation. So this is a gathering of students, professionals all over the world, and discuss different topics that are going on in the tourism industry. So this is also our way to strengthen the collaboration and internationalization initiative of Guimaras State University to make the education and tourism sector work together as one. So we invited different representatives from different sectors to be our resource speaker and share their movements adopting with the current challenge. So we are overwhelmed with the participants that we had gathered on that day. So we use Zoom platform, and at the same time we went also FB Live so that we can reach as many audience as possible. Next slide, please. So after our international virtual conference, we also made a webinar series on a resilient Guimaras agritourism because the main vision of our province is to become an agri-ecotourism destination here in our region. So we bank with our strengths and tap our different educators to gather in a virtual forum through this webinar series attended by our students and the different farm operators here in the province of Guimaras so that they could also share their best practices in coping up in the midst of this pandemic. Another, on the next slide, we also strengthen our collaboration to conduct specific activities rooted to our core values and mandated functions. Here in the Philippines, as an academic institution, we have four mandated functions, which is in, instruction, research, extension, and production. So we partnered with University of the Philippines Visayas to conduct series of co-mentoring activities together with our faculty and students. Next slide, please. So this one is the first co-mentoring activity that we had, which is an introduction to qualitative research for tourism market and research. As what I've said a while ago, research is part of our curriculum in tourism and hospitality management. So we need to involve or update our research on how it will be done online, especially data gathering and making sure that it is reliable and valid. So the participants were grouped during the workshop for thematic analysis. So the conduct of research activities since the onslaught of the pandemic was halted because of the worry in spreading the virus. That's why we utilize the digital platform to deliver this kind of lectures for them. But then it is also our way in teaching us to, being digital ready is good, but then in research we need facts. So how will we know that what we are gathering are facts and not, fake data? So we had this lecture series with our students also. And then we have on the next slide, we have our second co-mentoring activity also in that institution. So this is a marketing communications for tourism recovery with the different personnel, and we invited also different tourism stakeholders coming from different sectors of the tourism industry. So this will help the stakeholders in strengthening their multimedia presence and adopting the digitalization aspect. So tourism education meets the needs of the expanding and diversifying global industry. And it is necessary to have an educational program that enables our graduates to perform excellent management skills as an added value to the organization's operation in the tourism industry. So courses related to the use of digital programs and software in tourism and other sectors provide students with necessary and updated knowledge about practical and real working conditions in our sector. So by learning the basics of these digital tools, students can learn how to solve some of the everyday operational tasks, while at the same time promoting and targeting their right market.
So
Next
Aline,
one, please. Yes,
just
ma'am.
to I have a quick question. So when this co-mentoring activity happens, so it's actually part of the curriculum. I mean, when is it conducted? Is it during class hours or is it outside class hours when you're doing this co-mentoring between UPV and GSC?
Actually, it is done during class hours. So first, we ask permission from the office of the university president that we will be having this lecture series because there will be subjects that will be affected with our schedule. And when we are granted to conduct this lecture series, then we had students onboarded during class hours. And actually, it's part also of our curriculum because we are offering subjects such as tourism and hospitality marketing as our core subject here at Guimaras State University.
So the co-mentoring projects actually carry weight for their assessments for the
Sorry?
students. The
Yes.
the co-mentoring projects, you see. So is it like, do the students get assessed on that? I mean the product, because usually students are, it's like the carrot and the stick, so okay, so if you tell them to do this, but do they get, assessed? Is it part of the assessment?
Yes, actually, we have, and at the same time, we also have this adapt a tourism business entity. So they need to adopt a specific Department of Tourism accredited tourism entity here in the Philippines, and then they will help them to market their products and services that are being offered. So after that, the faculty will assess whether the student incorporated the lectures that they have given to the business entities or owners.
That gives them a very good real world view of
Yes.
what's happening in the real world, because if not, they were to just do market research for just something, a dummy thing, it may not make that much impact, comparing to really helping out real people, real businesses, and as you mentioned, this helps them, it's to sustain their business, and also gives them this future employment. So this is a wonderful model that we can actually emulate in future. Yeah. Okay. Please continue, Prof.
Thank you very much. Actually, before the pandemic, what we are doing is that yes, we are doing dummy business that they need to take over with. But we realized during the pandemic na it would be much applicable to have the real businesses involved in our subject curriculum. And at the same time, aside from helping them, the students get to see, as what you've said, the real world in the tourism and hospitality sector. And lastly, we had this third co-mentoring activity, which is an introduction to research publication on Philippine higher education, because the four mandated function is what I've said, one of which is a publication. So we encourage our students that if they have materials, they could have it produced either online or offline, and we are also assisting them in getting their copyrights for their outputs. So we have an office for that, for the intellectual property rights. And then, aside from that, here in the province of Guimaras, annually we are celebrating our Manggahan Festival, or our mangoes here, because that's what we are known for. So last year, since actually just this year, this last May 2022, since there are still limitations in gathering groups of people in one venue, so we decided to have, that's on the next slide, the Manggahan 2022 Cultural Showcase audiovisual presentation. So we titled is Panakayon, or Traveling. So padayon nga pagtukib sa matamis kag matahong nga kulturang Gimarasnon. So this is our way of showcasing, of going back our roots, our culture, our heritage here in the island province of Guimaras. So since events were barred until now, so we showcase this through presentation via Facebook live to reach a lot of people, and at the same time giving them a view of what we can offer here in the island province, rooted on our very own culture and heritage. And then recently also, just on the next slide, please. Pre-pandemic, the institution has plenty of plans actually for an exchange students program, especially with TVET. The downside of that is the limited slots, because we still need to consider a lot of expenses. This is pre-pandemic, but during pandemic, we started collaborating with different institutions to exchange our students with different lecturers. Good thing about it is that we became closer, even if we are communicating on the other side of the screen. It gave us the opportunity to top other institutions who are impossible to reach before. So that is the beauty of having this digital aspect incorporated right now on our academic. So we had our first batch. This is Guimaras State University together with Polytechnic Metro Batong, Sarawak, Malaysia, with our tourism and hospitality management students. And then we also had our collaboration. That's on the next slide, please. We also started, aside from collaborations virtually, we also started accepting foreign students to study and immerse with us through Erasmus Mundus program, which aims to enhance quality in higher education through scholarships and academic cooperation between European and country and the rest of the world. So we had our first batch from Mendel University in Czech Republic. So they went 2 months ago to have a collaboration with us here face to face. So that's also our way, although we are still adapting in this technological advancement, but we need to accept that tourism and hospitality management sector is a service industry. So we really need, aside from having high technology, we also need to incorporate high touch, because Filipinos are very known for being hospitable, and we are everywhere around the world. So Before I end my presentation, that's on the last slide. So I submitted, just a few days ago, I submitted a learning continuity plan for tourism and hospitality management program to adopt the limited face-to-face, especially on our laboratory subjects and major exams, while purely lecture subjects will remain flexible, which is a combination of asynchronous or real-time and asynchronous and synchronous modality. So indeed, digital technology, especially in tourism, is indisputable and is generally seen as a driving force of innovations in the sector. But let us not forget again that what we are offering in the industry is service. So we should incorporate properly both being a high-tech institution and at the same time being a high-touch institution. I think that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. Madamo gid nga salamat.
Thank you so much, Aline. And I just realized, your mango festival, what is it called again?
Manggahan,
Ah,
Manggahan
and in
Festival.
Malaysia, we call it buah mangga. It is the same. And in Tamil, it's called manga, so it's like, oh, it's the same. Okay. So thank you so much, Aline, for the question, for your presentation. Thank you for showing us that it's possible. I mean, with the pandemic, we realized that, you can collaborate. The world has become smaller, and all you need is probably send an email, and, you can actually start research collaboration. And that's something that I would probably contact you with, because I'm also interested in food security, research in food security and agro-technology. So we'll probably work together. Okay, so we'll keep some questions for the end. So we have Asri waiting for us so patiently. And Asri, I would like to invite Ms. Nur Asri Fatiha, Head Coordinator of Diploma Program in Tourism Business Management from Polytechnic Negeri Sambas. She has more than 10 years of experience as an urban planner and 3+ years as a lecturer and coordinator of Diploma Program in Tourism Business Management. She's passionate about utilizing advanced training methods such as e-learning, project-based and problem-based learning to create an effective learning environment. Astri also tells me that she's a K-pop fan, just like many of you out there, I know, and also loves cats, just like many of you out there. So over to you, Astri.
Okay, hello, good morning, Dr. Uma. Thank you for very nice descriptions of me. Thank you very much. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, good morning, everyone. It's an honor for me to be here in International Tourism and Hospitality Network as a last panelist. While listening to four panelists, I think we share some similar experience from each panelist. And at some point, I thought it feels like I'm wrapping up all the experiences. Okay, let me share my slides. Okay, is it my slides visible?
It's
Can
not
you see my
visible yet.
slides? Okay.
Not yet, Asri. We
Not
cannot.
yet?
We are not able to see your slides yet.
Share. Okay, is it okay now?
Yes, we can see it now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm here to present, probably to share about how digitalizations of Tibet in tourism and hospitality in State Polytechnic of Sambas or Polytechnic Negeri Sambas, especially in tourism. So this kind of situations, pre-COVID and COVID-19 situations, the COVID-19 situations make us realize that while online learning is the main classroom, we have no choice but only online with digital platform. But before pre-COVID, we have this policy to develop student skills in ICT, but to face the community or industry 4.0 or industry 5.0. But after the COVID-19 situations, with the tourism, the new normal situations, we face challenge. I can say that there is no choice but to learn digitally or to learn online. So this is my own experience. I use many applications and it's a trial and error experience because from these slides you can see I use different apps for different purposes. For example, for learning material repository, I'm using a learning management system that provided by the institutions. We have BEDAR, which means belajar daring, or literally in English is online learning applications developed by the institutions. And we also use the ACADLOT, system, academic system, information system. And I also use Google Drive, which for me, it's more convenience this time to use Google Drive. And sometimes I have theory classes using YouTube or tutorial or assignment, even assignment in YouTube. And for interactive classes, I prefer Zoom. Sometimes I use Google Meet, but there are some points that I can't use Google Meet because of device problems. So it's still convenient to use Zoom. And for fun in engagement, in the online learning, sometimes I feel like I'm talking to the wall. So to make the learning more fun, both for me and my students, I'm using applications, and two applications that I use the most is Mentimeter and Menti.com, and quizzes for a quiz. Assignments, some of the panels using TikTok and other social media, Facebook, Instagram, and Classroom. And still, I'm using WhatsApp as information board for my students, like written as instructions or reminder for my students. So this is on platforms that me and my friends and other lecturers in Polytechnic Negeri Sambas use, but this one is what I choose for me, for myself. What are the challenges that we face? First, well, it's similar for others, like internet connections, and then not supported device. For example, I want to use Google Meet for our interactive class, but my student will say, Miss, my handphone is not able to install another application. I only can use WhatsApp call or video call from WhatsApp. I cannot use Zoom. So one of the challenges. And then different level of ICT skills. At the earlier time of pandemic, most of the students will ask me, Miss, how to use this, Miss, how to use that. And sometimes I just say, Google it. And then interruptions. From the panel one, session one, Soraya said, C, get interruptions often from the cats. Me too. And when teaching and learning from home, and there's one episode that I have to pause my class because a snake come to my house, enter my house, and I said to my students, okay, I'll be back after 10 minutes after I take the snakes out from besides my room. And another challenge in students' motivations. Even though my students, Ryan says that he almost have no problem, but most of my students come to me because I'm the head program, comes to me and even have to stop out or to drop out from school because it's just too overwhelmed for them. It's just a frustrating experience to them to have online class every day and with the amount of assignments, that never-ending assignments. So it's challenge for us, not just for students, but also for lecturers to encourage students to continue their educations. And then communications. Sometimes text communication may take us to misleading communication. So I give instructions, for example, the long instructions, my students only understand short amount of it. So communications, time and task management, and ensure students the theory and concept, they understand the theory and concept before the practical learning. And the last one, for tourism and hospitality, as we are the most sector that heavily impacted by the COVID-19, I think extra research and stay updated is a must because in Indonesia as well, there are so many policy as a response to pandemic, and the impact of the policy is new skills are needed. Because new skills are needed, we as a lecturers have to respond. Oh, this is the skills that needed by the industry right now as a response to pandemic. Oh, this is a I want to show you how distractions happens every time I teach.
Actually, Asri, when Soraya shared how her cats, were distracting her, I did think of you, Asri. I was like, Asri is probably having this. I know she loves her cats very much, so you must be having more than one cat, I assumed. But now you're
Yes.
sharing this, I was like, okay. So correct lah, what I guess.
I have 9 cats and all of them
I
are
knew it.
curious.
I knew it.
Curious about the ring light, about the video call, and why I'm talking to my gadget. They always curious about it. So it's a common view for my students to see my cats. And this is how Indonesia responds to pandemic. So all of the tourism sector have to certify CHSE, which means certified in clean, healthy, safe, and environmentally sustainable by the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy. The impact of this, we need auditor for CHSE. And the other one is as traveling is limited, so people still need to spend their time in recreational and tourism. So where is the destinations, the other destinations that you want to travel? The closest destination is there, a village. So in Indonesia right now, there are the emerge of tourism village and the emerge of the new trend in tourism, which is edu-tourism, wellness tourism, and alternative tourism. So people travel in a small amount of group, 3 or 2, and going to a village, experience ecotourism, experience the nature and culture of a village. So,
So Asri,
yes,
Asri, so desa wisata means what does
tourism village.
ah
Desa means kampung.
yeah, correct. That's
Yeah,
same. But wisata is tourism.
tourism. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Tourism village, and the ministry also encouraged to make the desa wisata or tourism village certified clean, healthy, safe, and environmental sustainable. And this lasts for since the pandemic. And what is the impacts for us during the pandemics? The problems arise is how we effectively teach practical skills to our students, and the uncertainty. We have no idea when this pandemic will over. Will our learning will be full online or hybrid? We have uncertain about that. But as I experience, I tend to make it a digitalization pace in learning. So in pre-COVID, we developed ICT to support our learning. But we thought we are ready when the pandemic coming to us. But in reality, just like Aflin said, we're not ready. There are so many material or learning material which is designed to be face-to-face, and the ICT to support learning is just as a repository or to place our learning material. Not for interactive learning, online interactive learning, no. So in the 2020, in the first until first half of 2021, we experienced full online learning, and I and my friends as a lecturers learning by doing how to conduct our material in effective way. And then starting in the second half of 2021, we starting to use hybrid learning. So theory by online class and practical came to the practical with shift session. So not all the students come to the college, come to the class. They have session 1, this group, session 2, this group. And starting from this year, we're still using hybrid learning, but most of us already have face-to-face class. But my target is to be to make an environment that resilient learning. So whenever we semoga tidak ya, whenever we hit pandemic or any situations that makes us need to learn online, we're ready for it. But also we're ready for face-to-face learning. I want to borrow istilah from Miss Lin, high tech and high touch. This is example from the subjects that I teach in tourism planning. I'm using hybrid learning. So in the first term of semester, I giving them reading material and learning video provided online. And we have some interactive class by discussions or case study discussions. And before the midterm, I give them projects to determine which locations or which problem that you want to solve by tourism planning. And then after the half, until the final exam is there doing the projects. So last semester, I have 3 classes in tourism planning, and all of them have different locations for plan. And they are basically helping locals to develop the tourism. For this kind of learning, the innovations, a digital platform, using digital platform, not only for repository material, but also for active online learning. And then what I noticed is in online or digital learning, we have to make that the learning is happy. Student is happy and they're independent. By the independent learning, they will learn something that we never beyond that we want to them learn. So for this happy and independent learning, we collaborate with others, partnerships. Internal and external means partnership with internal. Even among the lecturers, we are having partnerships. So for our projects, usually there are 3 or 4 subjects doing same projects. The evaluations is we evaluate together. For example, in tourism planning, there are English, management, promotions management, and then another subjects, ecotourism. So we have one project that created by a class, and the evaluations of the project is done by 4 different subjects, for example. And then I also encourage my students to do online internship. And surprisingly, they did well.
But how does online internship work?
Oh, they have like 6 months online internships, and they have some goals. For example, they have to promote or make a tour package for tourism. And this example is Pigijo. Pigijo is one of the marketplace for tourism. So in the first month they have training. After the training, they have like a meeting for every weeks about the business development, and it works. And the last they have 6 months internships, and the last month they go to the village, they go to the destinations to experience the destination itself, so they can make a better tour package. And their target is to promote and market it in the marketplace. It's work. And then what is the important aspects that I experienced? First, we have to have learning plan. Without learning plan, it's almost impossible, hard to get the resilient learning, because in the learning plan, not only how the learning face to face, but also online material or online learning, or material that can be accessed online. And the second one that
just to
yes.
Sorry to interrupt, Asri, but that's true. Because if you're teaching them face to face, sometimes we can just you can just wing it, they say. But if you're doing it online, then you have to like plan. Okay, what happens next? What happens next? What happens next? Because you can't just wing it. Like you really have to go pre-planned. Okay, what happens this minute? Because if you're teaching face to face, you can say, let's say lah, we have like lots of ideas or something. Then we can say, okay, can you all just take a break, or I don't know, just give them a break, and then they can go and come back. But online, you can't do that.
You can't do that.
Yeah, so you have this lesson plans, and this is what I also tell my because when I conduct trainings and webinars for teaching and learning, so I always say you have to have that rancangan mengajar with you. What happens next? It's like sometimes you have to plan every minute, so that because you just can't wing it like those days. So definitely agree with this point, Asri. Yeah, please continue. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Uma. And the second one is an insight that I have last year after I participate in training pedagogic skills training. But in this training, we are trained not to face-to-face teaching skills, but also in online, how to engage our students online. And it's giving me such a big lessons, and make me revise my lesson plan, how to plan our learning process online. So I think this is important for lecturers to upgrade the skills, especially in online teaching.
So is it because what may work in a traditional classroom, may not work in an online classroom?
Yes, and there are so many resources that we can use in online class to engage the students, or to make sure that the goal of the class is achieved. And then the third one is suitable platform. The suitable platform means it's not always the advanced or high-end technology, but the technology that is easy to access, easy for cheap, and simple for students, even for the lowest specifications of their device. Some of my students have no PC, or some of the students have not the latest smartphone, but the smartphone from probably 5 or 6 years ago. So we have to find, and it's kind of challenge for me to find a suitable platform that is comfortable for my students and also for me, for myself. It's important to be comfort. The lecturer is lecturers have to be in a comfort zones too. And then self-products and short content. Mr. Rizal already said that my students doesn't like videos that's too long. So in 15 or 30 minutes, some my videos only 3 minutes. And then creativity and collaborations. I think some things works because we collaborate between lectures and other party like industry or like community or associations. And then the lectures role. I think I put myself as a coach, as a mentor, or as a facilitator, not someone who knows all the things, but I want to encourage them to learn and to find, well, we have some outcome or some planning to achieve, but I want them to have experience and to learn something during the process. So I put myself as a coach, mentor, and facilitator. Impact. There are just several of them. This is what they did and what they amazingly did, because these students are just in the second semester. They have no, we have no big expectations for them, just want them to learn. And amazingly, they did it well. They contribute to the locals. They launch, they launch desa wisata di tepi sungai, riverside, riverside tourism, and they prepare it themselves, they launch it, and one of my lecturers, college, asked them, giving them not giving them directions, but giving them more ideas, and they work by themselves. So we just support them to do this. And in this project, it's not only one subject, but several subjects and several lecturers, but only one lecturer in charge as a manager of the project. So it's sort of problem and or project-based learning. And then the last time, they make a festival of traditional games, because well, kids nowadays more likely to
They may have
use gadget.
forgotten.
Yes, they
They
may
may
have
have.
forgotten about the traditional games. So they held the traditional. It's originally for the project, but tomorrow they were called by the authority to help the same festival. So now they're arranging their own event, originally from as assignment, as a project for the class, but now they are holding their event and also book for next 2 months to help the same festival.
Oh, wonderful. That's
Yes, and
wonderful.
it's, for me, it's impeccable.
Yeah,
And
wonderful.
then another one is improve ICT skill and soft skills, and both for student and lecturer. I usually ask my students to send their assignment by social media, both for Reels or Instagram feed. So in Reels, we can see how many views that they get and how many likes they get. So it can be some evaluations for them too. And it's suitable for them too, because most of my students are Gen Z. They love to be accessed in social media. And then one thing is they have new mentality. Not only the students, but also the lecturers. Oh, these things, I can learn this online. Oh, we can unlock the skills online. So they have more time for practical learning. For example, this is a Zoom learning virtual tour, and then as they can come to college now, they coordinate themselves together in a group to watch, to participate in webinar together. Okay, and this is the another assignments or product from the students through the problem or the using ICT, and we are focusing on problem or project-based learning and how they can contribute to locals' needs, especially in destination development or the destination management. And the results are outstanding for me. They even create tari dance, creation dance for the village, and my students now have tend to publish anything in websites, publish anything in YouTube, and publish anything on social media because they already used to the way
I think
they learn.
I think the term here is the student generated content. You see, so
Yes.
before the pandemic, it was always the teacher, designing her content and then delivering it to the students. But now with the pandemic, we have shown that it's possible for students to generate their content and use that content, for learning. And when students actually see content made by the other friends, they will tend to because I have also conducted this research where the students actually used an app like Instagram and TikTok, but it was more for education. It's called Soccer. So this app is based in Singapore, and what we found that when they share videos, when they see others friends sharing, they tend to like there's a motivation to create better videos than your friend. Did that happen in
Yes.
your class, Asri?
Yeah.
Does that happen in your class?
Yeah. So they have social media right now, and it's so what can I say? Structured, and it's well made. It's a well made content, and it's a well made post. So I think it's because of the environment that they have experienced these past 3 years make them generate contents, learning contents for the class. Okay. Oh, this one is actually a teaser. That one is actually a teaser for their event in a village. And lesson. This is the last slides.
Okay.
My lesson, the lessons that I learned from all this experience. I learned that less is more. Less is more in terms of digitalizations. That it's not about the advanced technology that we use, but the most effective platforms that meet the needs of the students in learning. So, because the technology will be improved every year, will be improved, but the most effective platforms that meets the needs of our learning process, and this continuous improvement is not just happen like that, but it's happen through learning by doing. I'm as a lecturer learning. Oh, this is the well, I have a trial and error process, and the most important thing that I have to know what my student needs, because every students in every I believe that every students in every institutions have their own needs and their own character. And I also learned that students are the biggest inspirational resources. They are really a gem. They are really, I learned a lot from them. And then being a flexible and resilient lecturers helped me engage more with my students and knows how, about their potentials and opportunities to improve their skills. And the other one is, I think collaborations and partnerships give more impacts. I can't do this alone. My students can do it by themselves, but they have to collaborate and have another partner to make all the goals achieved or the goals true. All the dreams come true. And the pictures aside is how my students can do better beyond that I can imagine they do. And it makes me proud of them. Okay, and lastly, I will say that I'm taking a quiz from Bill Collins. In learning, you will teach, and in teaching, you will learn. And for closing my presentation is Dr. Uma. I have a pantun.
Oh, that's wonderful. Okay, I
I
didn't have
have a
time to make one.
pantun,
Okay.
but the pantun is mixed in Indonesia and Melayu and English. Is it
Okay,
okay?
wonderful.
Jalan-jalan ke Langkawi. Jangan lupa ke LTA beli nasi lemak. Everyone, thanks for having me. Hope to see you soon and sustain this network. Thank you, Dr. Uma.
Asri, wonderfully, you wrapped up the session very well. I loved your slides on lesson learned, and thank you for the wonderful pantun. Thank you for also joining us from the first session. I realized that you have been joining us from the student session, just like Dr. Jirayu and Mr. Jirayu Songkro, who joined us from the first session. Okay, so with the interest of time, we only have 4 minutes left. I I think based on everyone's your sharing just now, I could see that you all shared what worked for you all, betul? Correct? So maybe because we have 3 more minutes left, maybe I just want to ask, I think Asri, you have answered the question, because my magic question I wanted to ask everyone was, what is the lesson learned from the pandemic, the teaching and learning during the pandemic, and so what now? Okay, so Asri, you have answered me with your last slide. So that's like jawapan bocor already. Thanks for preparing that slide, really. But so we'll start with Mr. Jirayu Songkro. So thank you for sharing what worked, at Roots Thailand. It was very impressive. I saw the apps being used. But so what now? We have gone through the pandemic, and now we are seeing our students face to face. And what are the lessons that we have learned from the pandemic and that you can use now? And how will that help you in way forward? Over to you, Mr. Jirayu.
For me, only one word, that is adjustment. We have to adjust ourselves after the.
Jirayu, we are not able to hear you clearly, Jirayu. You have to speak a bit
Sorry.
louder.
Okay, so is this clear now? Is it better now? Okay, thank you. So just only one word from me is kind of adjustment, because before the COVID-19, right, we are not like get familiar with the application, the Google Meet or the Zoom. So as a human, I think the most important thing is adjustment. So I have learned that even me and my students, they can adjust themselves in order to be like in the environment that we cannot avoid, right? Because we were facing COVID-19 pandemic together. So the lesson from that circumstances is that adapted yourself, our adjustment is very important for me. So I learned how to adapt myself and adjust myself.
Correct. So the key word from Jirayu is adaptation. Just adapt to whatever happens. But I think deep inside we know, okay, I think the spirit, I remember clearly during the pandemic, the spirit was, we are in this together. Right? Correct. We had that spirit as educators. So yes, adaptability. Thank you so much, Jirayu. Dr. Yusrizal, thank you so much for sharing, what works and how to motivate the students. So the question is, what are the lessons learned, and so what, and how do we go way forward? Dr. Yusrizal?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ma. I just want to share that the keyword is collaboration.
Collaboration. Okay.
Okay. See our lecture not see our student not as a student but as our collaboration partner. When we want to face any challenge during teaching and learning activities. That's all. Thank you.
So when you collaborate with your students, then you'll be able to what do you call? You'll be able to achieve more. Correct. All right. Next, Wan Ruhaifi.
Thank you, Dr. Umar. For me, the keyword is balance. So we need to know the right balance between digital and practical practices for our students and our lecturers, and how to use the tools provided to us effectively and efficiently. We work with our own environment, our own style, and our own affordability. Affordability. So that's the keyword for me, the balance and how to use it.
Okay, thank you, Ruhaifi. Zai, can you just tell the food panda how to come in here? Ah, kan untuk anak. Okay, thank you, Wan Ruhaifi. All right, Aline, if you're there, Aline, I just want to say for
Yes.
your session, I want to thank you for showing us the potential of international collaboration. I remember the keywords was co-mentoring, and I'm not sure about the others whether you all are doing that, but I think that is a model that maybe we can adapt, in Indonesia and Malaysia, where we get lecturers from, okay, for example, in Malaysia, and then we help Asri's team, for example, on a common subject, and then and then we can get our students to virtually collaborate. Aline, so one question from you. So Aline, what are your lessons that you learned, and how are you going to way forward?
Okay, for us, it would be innovation. We really need to innovate from the traditional mode of classroom setting into going or moving forward into plan. I think that would be all.
Thank you so much. And Asri, your slides was, I think what I wanted to sum up is planning is key. Real world projects with locals, and I think this one is also what Ellen also mentioned. Real world projects with locals that has impact, however small it may be. You see, for example, Asri's team, it was just traditional games, long forgotten games, but because there was something meaningful to the community, they have been asked to do that project again. So it doesn't have to be something, a real world big problem solving thing. Something so relevant to the community. It can be a project. Sometimes we do not have to crack our head and think of a Nobel Prize winning kind of project. Betul? If you agree with me, yeah, something as simple as that. But you see, it has actually touched the local community, and also I can see about student generated content. Yeah, so it's not only content coming from us, but students generating their own content, and that gives them a change of mindset. That it's not that lecturers are being lazy to ask them to create their own content. No, it's actually when students generate their own content, they tend to actually learn better. All right. So I think that's all the time we have for today. I'll do a wrap up in Bahasa Melayu just before we end the session. So sesi ini telah membawa panel 5 panel dari Thailand, Indonesia dan Malaysia, dan mereka telah berkongsi dengan kita apakah amalan terbaik ya dalam menjalankan digitalization dalam PDP ya, dan kita nampak projek-projek yang berbentuk dunia sebenar ya, projek-projek yang berbentuk autentik bila dilaksanakan dengan dengan community ya, dapat membuahkan kejayaan yang besar. Satu lagi yang saya dapat dapat dari semua ialah dari segi adaptability, dari segi anda boleh menyesuaikan diri ya dengan perubahan yang dari masa ke masa, dan juga the power of collaboration ya. Itu sahaja dari saya. Kita akan lihat, kita akan jumpa, saya akan pass balik kepada MCs yang tengah sabar menunggu. So thank you everyone. Hope to see you all and work with you all in future. Thank you everyone.
Thank you so much.
Terima kasih sekali lagi kepada Dr. Umar dan kesemua panel yang telah menjayakan sesi kedua simposium tadi. Baiklah, sebagai peringatan, anda dijemput sekali lagi untuk mengisi link kehadiran bagi sesi kedua seperti yang dilampirkan dalam ruangan live chat YouTube dan ruangan chat Webex. Sila pastikan segala maklumat adalah tepat bagi tujuan rekod dan penyediaan sijil oleh pihak penganjur. Baiklah, program akan berehat untuk makan tengah hari. Suka ingin saya ingatkan, kita akan berjumpa lagi pada jam 2.15 petang, dan untuk sesi yang ketiga akan bermula pada 2.30 petang. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Dr. Uma, and all panelists. As a reminder, you are invited to fill out the registration form for session 2 as attached at the link shown on the screen in the chat box as well as in the live chat session. Please ensure that all information is accurate for record purposes and the preparation for certificate by the organizer. Ladies and gentlemen, the second session is already complete. Therefore, the program will end after a brief lunch break. I should remind everyone that we will be seeing you again at 2:15 p.m. Malaysia time, and the third session of the program will be started at 2:30 p.m. Malaysia time. So see you all later, and thank you very much.
Selamat datang ke Teratak Sabariah Abu Hassan.
Apakah cabaran yang dihadapi oleh awak sebagai perantis sepanjang mengikuti program IDKPT ini?
Cabaran yang saya hadapi sepanjang mengikuti program ini ialah peniaga ini tidak mempunyai brand sendiri seperti logo produk maupun stiker perniagaan. Hal ini menyukarkan orang setempat dan orang ramai untuk mengenal perniagaan beliau. Selain itu, peniaga ini juga tidak mempunyai rekod jualan. Hal ini menyukarkan beliau untuk mengenal pasti kewangan dan keuntungan beliau. Bukan sahaja tidak mempunyai rekod, beliau juga tidak mempunyai platform perniagaan online selain WhatsApp.
Apa produk yang masih jual sekarang?
Sekarang makcik jual produk yang diberi nama cakap ayam bihun. Nama makcik Sabariah Pintu Basan. Makcik berumur 51 tahun. Makcik berasal dari Sek, Kedah dan berhijrah ke Langkawi.
Boleh makcik cerita pengalaman makcik berniaga?
Dulu makcik jual nasi lemak. Dan sekarang ni makcik ambil tempat kuih semasa perayaan. Selain itu makcik mengambil tempat catering secara kecil-kecilan.
Boleh makcik cerita bagaimana proses pembuatan kuih ini berjalan?
Pertama, makcik masak bihun dengan gula dan bagi warna putih. Kedua, masak bihun dengan gula dan sirap untuk jadikan warna merah jambu. Ketiga, bihun yang telah dimasak dengan gula tadi bagi keringkan. Kemudian campurkan kedua-dua warna. Akhir sekali goreng bihun yang dicampurkan untuk dijadikan bentuknya.
Bagaimana makcik pasarkan produk makcik?
Selalunya makcik iklankan di WhatsApp. Makcik ada juga letak produk makcik di kedai runcit yang terletak di Ayat Hangat.
Pada awalnya, aplikasi WhatsApp merupakan medium yang digunakan oleh makcik Sabah untuk menjalankan perniagaan dan mengiklankan produk. Sebagai perantis kepada MSE, kami telah membantu makcik Sabah untuk membuka beberapa akaun media sosial seperti Facebook page dan Instagram bagi menjalankan perniagaan secara online. Apakah pembaharuan yang perantis ini beri pada perniagaan makcik?
Mereka telah membantu makcik dengan mewujudkan brand, logo, produk, stiker dan platform media sosial untuk makcik berniaga.
Apakah harapan awak untuk program IDKPT ini?
Sepanjang saya menjalani program ini, saya dapat mempelajari cara menggunakan platform atas talian bagi membantu peniaga mempromosikan perniagaan beliau dengan mudah. Harapan saya program ini dapat diteruskan pada tahun hadapan supaya dapat membantu generasi moden mahir menggunakan platform digital.
Sepanjang saya mengikuti program IDKPT, terdapat pelbagai perkara dan ilmu pengetahuan yang saya perolehi berkenaan dengan keusahawanan. Siapa tahu satu hari nanti saya akan menjadi entrepreneur? Saya berharap program IDKPT ini dapat dianjurkan lagi pada tahun yang seterusnya. Sudah terang lagi kamu suluh, program IDKPT memang terbaik.
Dalam program IDKPT ini, saya telah menerima pelbagai ilmu yang sangat bagus seperti cara pemasaran melalui online dan juga cara menggunakan Shopee dan Lazada. Saya berharap program seperti ini akan diadakan lagi pada masa akan datang supaya dapat melahirkan entrepreneur yang bijak.
Assalamualaikum, selamat pagi. Saya Saiful Patil daripada MCCA, Malaysia Challenge Course Association. Kita sedang menjalankan aktiviti excelling. Di belakang saya sedang kita introduce team delay untuk pastikan aktiviti excelling ni dijalankan dengan lebih selamat dengan cara yang baru dengan pelibatan ramai orang.
Saya kini berada di kem kawasan di dalam kursus CCIC. Itu anjuran di antara Kolej Komuniti Langkawi ataupun Langkawi Tourism Academy bersama dengan pihak MCCA. Kursus ini berlangsung selama 3 hari. Peserta didedahkan dengan asas keselamatan menjalankan aktiviti bertali, menepati peluang industri, yang mana di penghujung kursus ini peserta akan memperolehi yang mana boleh diguna pakai untuk terlibat secara langsung dalam industri tali tinggi ataupun industri yang melibatkan cabaran tali ini.
Hai, Assalamualaikum dan selamat kembali ke International Tourism and Hospitality Network 2022, ITHN 2022, Embracing Digitalization of TVET in Higher Education. Baiklah, sebagai peringatan, anda juga dijemput untuk mengisi link kehadiran bagi sesi ketiga seperti yang dilampirkan dalam ruangan live chat YouTube dan ruangan chat Webex. Sila pastikan segala maklumat adalah tepat bagi tujuan rekod dan penyediaan sijil oleh pihak penganjur. Hadirin sekalian, tanpa melengahkan masa lagi, saya serahkan kepada Dr. Umawati Tercanamurti dan Encik Muhammad Taswan untuk meneruskan program simposium bagi sesi yang ketiga. Dipersilakan.
Hi, Assalamualaikum and welcome back to the International Tourism and Hospitality Network 2022, ITHN 2022, Embracing Digitalization of TVET in Higher Education. As a reminder, you are invited to fill out the registration form for Session 3 as attached at the link shown on the screen in the chat box as well as in the live chat section. Please ensure that all information is accurate for record purposes and the preparation of certificate by the organizer. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we continue? We are now going to listen to the third session. Once again, let's welcome our moderator, Dr. Umawati Tercanamurti and Mr. Taswan.
Thank you, Halim and Farah. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the International Tourism and Hospitality Network ITHN 2022 Symposium, theme Embracing Digitalization of TVET in Higher Education. I am Tas, the Deputy Director of Langkawi Tourism Academy. I started lecturing in the hospitality field since 2022, had held various portfolios since then, including industry collaboration, entrepreneurship, volunteerism, corporate communication, and consultation. Dr. Uma, to you.
Thank you so much for co-moderating with me today. Hi everyone, welcome back. I'm Dr. Umawati Tachnamurthy, Senior Assistant Director from the Instructional and Digital Learning Division, Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education, DPCCE, Ministry of Higher Education of Malaysia. So today with me, I have for the third session, for a change, we have Encik Taswan here co-moderating with me. So as an educational technologist, myself, I am passionate about using technology in classroom meaningfully to increase student engagement. And the both of us are speaking to you live from our studio here at Langkawi Tourism Academy at Kolej Komuniti Langkawi. It's an honor for us to be part of this incredible initiative by LTA to provide a knowledge sharing platform to discuss the challenges, initiatives, and innovations and way forward embarked in embracing digitalization of TVET in higher education. Distinguished participants, for those of you who have just joined us, our first webinar session in the morning was graced by 4 wonderful students, and they shared their experiences in terms of the challenges and expectations of TVET in higher education digitalization. Whereas the second session focused on best practices of digitalization of TVET and its impact on classroom instruction. All 5 panelists shared their best practices in their respective institutions with us. Now, this final webinar session will focus on the readiness of TVET in higher institutions in going digital. Together with us today, we have our first panelist, Dr. Nushali Tipmonta, the Dean of Faculty of Liberal Arts from Rajamangala University of Technology, Sriwijaya, Thailand. Dr. Nushali, hi.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. All right.
Thanks.
Our second panelist is Madam Nurliana Khalid Khan, Head of Assistant Directors, Instructional and Digital Learning Division, Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education, Ministry of Higher Education of Malaysia. Hi Liana, how are you?
Hi, Dr. Uma, good.
Okay, awesome. And our third panelist is Director Adrian Forca from Guimaras State University. And Dr. Adrian has an impressive credential as one of the youngest key official of the university. At the age of 24, he was designated as the ICT Director up to present. And finally, we have Andi Yono, Vice Director of Human Resources, Financial and General Affairs from Polytechnic Negeri Sambas. Hi Andy, how are you?
Hi.
All right, over to you, Tas.
Thank you, Dr. Uma. Just a little housekeeping before we get started. This is going to be a presentation style format where you as the chosen speakers will get 10 to 20 minutes, 12 minutes to present. And if we have time, we can squeeze in one question from those watching us from YouTube. I'll bring them up during the session and we'll also have time for question at the end. Dr. Nushali is currently the Dean of Faculty of Liberal Arts at Rajamangala University of Technology Sriwijaya, Songkhla, Thailand. She is also a lecturer in the science. She has her English name, which is Natalie. Is that correct, Doctor? You have been here.
Yes, you are correct.
You have been here in LTA, right? Okay. Now let's hear from our first speaker, Dr. Nushali Tipmonta. Over to you, Doctor.
May I share my screen for now? Excuse me? Okay, it's coming. All right. Okay, for now, can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah. Just want to. I couldn't see anything, but it's okay. I will try my best. Okay.
Are you able to share it in a full screen mode, Dr. Nushali?
Full screen,
And
right?
in a slideshow, are you able to do that?
Yes. You can see the full screen for now.
Yes. So, is that convenient for you?
All right. It's okay. Okay. I try to greeting in many countries language, you know. Okay, the first of all, Sawadee ka is our Thai greeting. So Selamat datang. Mabuhay for Filipino. And yeah, Ni hao and Assalamualaikum. Yeah. We are close to many friends from Muslim in the three province in the south of Thailand. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me and giving me a great chance, great honor to share our experience during the COVID-19 pandemic and also post of COVID-19 as well. So we are. May I introduce myself again? Yeah, you can call me Natalie, or my full name is Dr. Nushali Tipmuncha. I'm currently the Dean of Faculty of Liberal Arts, RUTS, Rajamangala University of Technology, Sriwijaya. I'm in the southern Thailand, Songkhla province. So may I take a chance for invite all of you to our location here. So here is Rajamangala University. The main campus is in Songkhla, and now I'm here in office close to the beach and very long beach here. I would like to welcome all of you to my university. Yeah, my university. I mean, yeah, to do collaboration together or to visit us as of new friends here. So may I give you some information about university RUTS? Here is the map of Thailand, Bangkok here. We are in the south, Songkhla main campus, and we also have another campus at Trang province and Nakhon Si Thammarat campus. So there are many students here as well. I think quite similar to some university. And we start to be undergrad programs to be our university in 2005. In the past, in the previous, we are the technical and vocational college and institute. And we just been at university for 17 years. So, but we still like give education for the technical and vocational education training like you. And I think it's a good chance for our university to share our experience. So then I would like to show like something we have this quite similar, you know. Not only COVID-19 is happened on 2019, you know, but our ministry, the new ministry, in the past we are under Ministry of Education, but now we are under Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation, established on 2019. Easily to remember because it's come the same time with COVID-19. So RUTS stand for Responsibility, Unity, Technology and Innovation, and S is Shining Wisdom. And I'm still remember our new friend LTA. We like let's try with LTA. We have like a S stand for shy at the same time. This one I visit, I think first group after COVID-19 in LTA. Thank you so much for very warm welcome. Our team, yeah, many friends here. All right.
And all of them here, Dr. Nushali, are in this room. So it's like so proud to see themselves on the screen.
Yeah, say hi to everyone. Yeah.
Okay, hi
Even
everyone.
the
She said hi.
director, yeah, Linda. I miss you a lot. Okay. So in Thailand, if you can count 1, 2, 3, is that mean number of university in Thailand? The public university at 81, we are also public university, and there are 42 private, and now we are new university, and the ranking is 62, number 62. So I just give you just some information, like we also have the tourism and hospitality in Nakhon Si Thammarat campus as well, in the Khanom College. There are so beautiful places if you heard about Khanom. So in another campus, Trang campus also have the College of Hospitality and Tourism. Yeah, we are different faculty, but we also running the program similar. So in Trang faculty, in Trang province, we also have the student who are studying in hospitality and tourism. So the main campus, yes, there are 5 faculties. The third one, Faculty of Liberal Arts, and we also have engineering here, business administration, architecture, industrial education, and technology here. And our faculty, yeah, welcome to my faculty, Liberal Arts. And we have many programs in like for the tourism industry. So I try to bring some Thai version, English and Chinese, maybe for all of you, you can take a read. I have not many time to prepare PowerPoint, so this one it would be good information to you to know who am I. So we have 4 departments in our faculty. And we have like a lecturer, maybe similar to RTA, I'm not quite sure. 90 lecturer here, 35, and student, we have 1,600 students each year. So department and curriculum here, yes, not only the tourism and hospitality, we also have English for communication and Chinese for communication. Jirayu is from English for communication. And we accept the 4-year student and also credit transfer. The student from LTA will graduate certificate from LTA. I think you need 2 years more to get the bachelor degree in our faculty if you would like to. So for the Chinese communication, we have 2 choices because we have collaboration with the Chongqing University as well. You can choose to study in my university for 4 years, or you can choose 2+2 double degree here. So, and you will get 2 degrees from our university and Chongqing CQUPT as well. So then, hotel and tourism, yep, we have like a very strong skill or hands-on student here because we have many activities to support our student. And yeah, for the Department of Home Economics, Food and Nutrition, and Creative Home Economics is also in our faculty as well. As the MC told you, I'm background in science, I'm teaching in physics, but I have to know and integrate many knowledge, many experience and skill to arrange our faculty in terms of languages, in terms of tourism, and yeah, food and nutrition, home economics as well. So the last department, I'm from general education, the fundamental subject that we have to serve all students in our university. And yeah, I'm from science program. All right. This one is introduction for my faculty and my university. And in terms of if I have a question, how we changing our way of working during COVID-19 pandemics. It's not just only our university, or it's not just only Thailand that affected from the COVID-19 pandemic. And we have to adjust ourselves, to improve, to learn. And in case of the reader, in case of the dean, I have to listen to my students. I have to listen to my staff, my college. And yeah, many times I have to like set up and communicate with the clear goals of our faculty policy, because many things like we have to fix and we have to learn quickly. And sometimes it's a good chance for our faculty, our education in Thailand as well, that we have to thank you COVID-19 that can be like help my college learn really quickly for the e-learning or the distance learning, or they have to learn how to use the equipment or staff or application online. And also my boss, I think both of student and lecturer, and also myself as well, to learn a lot. And sometimes we have to give some project to educate the digital education tools for teachers quickly, because just only like a show PowerPoint is not enough for our student. And our university, our faculty, we focus on not only knowledge, we focus on skill. And sometimes they cannot get entrance to our university because the city lockdown, university lockdown, for example. And then we have to set up, we have to manage and arrange for the laboratory or academic service. It's normally like we went to the community and we brought our students to learn and share knowledge with the community. But and in case of internship student as well, sometimes we have to manage, arrange for the online internship student. That's better than we don't do anything for our student, you know. And yeah, this one is like for the online learning or application. We bought Zoom meeting for everyone, for our own faculty. That's really easy to use it. And yeah, the teacher not only like giving or teaching, they have been I kept from Chirayu Songkro. Yeah, the teacher's role would be facilitator, mentor, and designer. It's very important for the designer. You have to design how to improve our student in knowledge, skill, and experience. You know, for the administrators, we just support them and listen to them what you need for the project or something like that. And we can see many projects last 2 years, you know, many projects, because we cannot do anything by on site, but we have to do by online. So then many projects that can improve our student experience or knowledge with the people who very expert in their career, in their own study. And we accept and many projects by online we have to learn. If you can see QR code, every banners, yeah, we have QR code, and we learn a lot during COVID-19. Both of online and also hybrid as well, because in some cases we have to allow students to do some laboratory in case of they have to finish their degree the last semester, for example. So in this one is or we listen to our student like they love to be a streamer, they love to be a YouTuber or influencer or something like that. And we have many projects for them. Sometimes we mix like art with the, for example, this one is the day. Yeah, we have like you can draw the picture and then present in English for your picture in Easter Day. Yeah, we have to integrate many stuff. In this case, normally we have the English intensive course at USM, our collaboration. But in this situation, we have to design another activity for help them to learn English and practice English. There, we choose this project. We call Learn project. Learn is from play and learn English in community, but we need the people who can speak English. Yeah, I would like to invite all of your students, maybe your student from LTA to join us, but maybe next time. In this project, we just like play and learn. We do some activity together, and the international students from Hajj University, most of them, cannot speak Thai. Some can speak Thai, but we recommend them to speak English together to improve. This one is the teacher have make a decision or decide for this project for our student improvement in English. Yeah, very nice place. We have been there. We help people to be like a playground painting, ordination of the tree. This one is for protect the tree of the community tree. And also we support the economy in the community as well. I would like to show you, if you have a chance, maybe 100 pinto buffet. It's very nice because they come from 100 family. They prepare the food for our students. Yeah, the change, we need education post COVID-19. In terms of the reader, infrastructure, yes, we have done together with university for the design of the lesson. Yeah, our teacher, we help them a lot. But the most important, I think, like for the program, we have to develop and we have to like give them more experience, because now the situation is getting better. In the past, we focus on the work integrated learning, and we're very strong to allow students to get a real work, real experience, and real learning in the workplace. So, but we learn a lot, as I told you, for the partnership as well in Thailand, and also like when we have experience in Germany, we try to change the program. Normally, like we have just the workplace, like our student to be an intern student in the last year, but we try to change and give them more chance to have some the real experience in the workplace. See, if you can see hospitality management, they start working at the workplace the first year, second year, third year, and fourth year, 4 semesters. So another program quite similar. But after we learn a lot from the COVID-19, during COVID-19 pandemic, we think we can like manage for longer, because workplace we can do just only 2 months, maybe longest is 3 months. But we try to change, like in terms of the second semester, we can do like a block course for our student for the coursework. We finish only 2 months, and after that, they can go to the workplace to be intern student for 4 months each year. This one is we can manage because we learn how to online learning, or we can do hybrid. So then WordPress 4 months, it should be great for the hotel or for the industry. Even we went into Langkawi and we met the manager at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, and we talk about like if our student can be internship student for 6 months, that would be great. And yeah, we learn a lot for the online learning, and we can manage it for 6 months. But normally in Thailand, just 4 months is enough and better than 2 months or 3 months. That is the new manage for the program, for the curriculum change. And we call premium courses. It's like you just only study coursework and you have experience at the workplace for 3 years. And the first year you can apply to be a permanent job. You can apply a job at the first year. And at the beginning, the first semester, we can do like an online or hybrid studying for our student. And the second semester, they have to be a cooperative student or intern student, So then it's okay for the first year that we have to start this semester, because as a COVID-19 pandemic, like we don't care. Well, no, we don't have some problem about the classroom. Industry can be our classroom. So then we call this one is premium courses. And we talk about the association, Hat Yai Songkla Hotel here. They accept our student and they give our students salary for the same worker. And this one is like if they support our student as education, they can be discount for the tax as well. And this one is a win-win situation. So in terms of how do we maintain partnership during COVID-19? Yeah, we have many friends, many partnership, collaboration together, like at USM, yeah, in Malaysia. And now we like sometime we just maybe waiting for the situation, but in terms of we can do by online, even the CQUPT for now, our student, they have to go to China, but the border is not open yet. And we have to use Zoom for study, for online learning. So, and some meeting, yeah, we have some meeting together. This one is the previous one that we can meet each other side by side. Okay, this one is the Southwest University. We always have some internship from this university to come to our university, but this time they still internship student, but they do online together, like they teach from China. So UniMass, we also have a partnership with UniMass. And yeah, in
Dr. Nuchali,
yes,
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but because due to the interest of time, we may have to start with the next presenter.
Okay, I'm finished. Maybe like this one.
Okay, all right, sure.
Personally, like this one is like we also have online meeting together. We still have some friend, and I would like to thank you.
That's our Director General.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, the director and the general director from what we call Department of Polytechnic and Community College. Yes, and that's all for my presentation. Yes. Oh, the last one, this one. I captured for Selena presentation last time. We'll become the new collaboration together. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Dr. Nushali, for your sharing session. So due to the interest of time, we will have to go to the second presenter and then we will collect questions at the end of the session. Dr. Nushali, thank you so much. All right, so without further ado, I call upon the next presenter. We will have Madam Nurliana Khalid Khan, Head of Assistant Directors from the Instructional and Digital Learning Division, Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education. Liana, over to you.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. So thank you so much, our moderator today, Dr. Uma Wati, also my friend, for I think like more than 10 years, yeah, Dr. Uma.
Yeah,
So,
we went to undergraduate school together and even our masters together.
yeah.
So nice to see you, Liana.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much for the opportunity given to me for this webinar today. I would like to say hi to new friends I can call, the panel, the fellow panels, and also the co-moderator, Mr. Co-moderator, and thank you so much to LTA for this opportunity. So for today, I would like to share some of the, I cannot share content.
Just give us a minute, yeah? We will pass you the privileges.
Yeah, okay. So today we will.
Can you try, Liana?
Yeah, okay, try again. All right, okay. Okay. Are you able to see my slideshow? Okay. Okay, sure. Okay. So I'll share a bit about the readiness of TVET in higher institution in going digital. Why is it TVET? Let's see. Okay. So first of all, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Nurliana binti Khalid Khan, the head of assistant director in Instructional and Digital Learning Division, Polytechnic and Community College Education Department. Okay. In Ministry of Higher Education, we have the Jabatan Pendidikan Polytechnic and College Community, JPPKK, and our department, our division is Instructional and Digital Learning Division. What is the responsibility of this division? It is a huge responsibility given to us, even it is long before the pandemic hit us. Okay, this department, this division have been established in 2014, 2014, and our tagline is inspiring learning. Why is it inspiring learning? It is because we understand that going digital is something like you cannot imagine why it should happen, when it should happen, but I think everyone triggered when pandemic comes. We need to go digital, learn online, even we like it or not, is it? Okay, so look at our institution under GPPKK, under Polytechnic, we have 36 polytechnics scattered to all over Malaysia. And for college community, we have 105 college community all over Malaysia. And LTA, Kolej Komuniti Langkawi, will be in the Kedah state. Okay, so looking at the numbers of institutions under JPPKK, these are the institutions that we responsible to give them knowledge, to give them technology so that they are ready. The lecturers are ready so that the students are ready to hit the digital learning. Why TVET? TVET is the Technical and Vocational Education and Training, as understood as comprising education, training, and skill development. This is a key point: education, training, and also skill development, not only on the theory part, but also on the practical part. Okay, now these are some of the, like I said, pillars. These are some of the pillars that we have prepared for this 36 polytechnic and 105 college community in order for them to ready for the digital learning. Okay. The first one is on the theory part, on the classes part, on the tutorial part. The second one is the practical part, And the third one is the industrial guidance. Okay. If you see, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 pillars, which I will elaborate in, I think, in a very short elaboration. The first one is our TVET LMS, which is Learning Management System. The second one is TVET e-Contents. The third one is e-TVET GOGI. The fourth one is e-TVET e-Community. The fourth one is Learning Spaces. And the last one is e-DOLA. Okay, let us start with the LMS. This is our LMS, Learning Management System. This learning management system is being used by the lecturers since 2009, if I'm not mistaken, 2009. Way before pandemic started, way before Web 2.0 is being a usual use in our learning process. We've prepared this learning management system because we understand that one day lecturer and student will learn online. Okay. Now we are very lucky. Okay, we are very lucky that JPPKK, our LMS, we call CDOS. This LMS have been awarded. The first project had been awarded by Government of Malaysia to use the cloud computing for 3 years time of project. Okay, this is the first project that been awarded by Government of Malaysia under the project of Government Hybrid Cloud Project. So we are very lucky that during the pandemic hits, this LMS have been serve our lecturers without hiccups. They can use this LMS and they can use for their learning process and also for the examination process. For the record, by using cloud computing, we are lucky that we are able to do online examination, online exam with a concurrent user, 1,500 user on a concurrent user during the pandemic. We are so very lucky to use the latest technology for our LMS. Okay, so currently this LMS only for Polytechnic, but this year we are developing for the Kolej Komuniti too. So stay tuned, Kolej Komuniti, you will also use the DOS for your future learning. Okay, so for the second one is the e-content. Why is it important, the e-contents? Because if you have a platform, a learning management system, it must have content inside the platform. It cannot be like just a platform which you wouldn't put any good content inside. So these are the list of e-contents that have been developed by our division. Some of the traditional videos, you have that. You have 360 videos. You have the interactive 360 videos. You have the virtual reality videos. You have the interactive virtual reality videos and also interactive game virtual reality. But we do have various kind of contents, e-content, but it is depend on the content. So, for example, okay, for example, this is the e-content for 360 videos. It shows the warehouse operation, okay, because not everyone, not all students are able to go to site visit, especially on the pandemic. We stay at home, the warehouse is closed, classroom is closed, but this is the beauty of digital learning, where we bring, as like our last panel said, we bring the industrial to classroom. We bring our industry to the classroom. So students are able to see what is going on in the industry, and lecturer also have the advantage to explain more about the industry in a real situation. Okay, I think okay, this is our YouTube, okay, where we store some of our traditional videos about TVET. We call that Generation TVET, because there are lots kinds of video where we store in here for the teaching and learning process, so that the student can view the video all so many times. Okay, if they don't understand about the content, they can always refer to the video to get to the better information. Yeah. This is the immersive learning videos. Okay, these are the case study that we have been recorded for the VR. Right, these are some of the example like boiling operation, because TVET focus more on the industrial and hands-on program. So when pandemic hits, students are unable to do the hands-on application. So these are the e-contents that help the student to understand better on what they have learned. Okay, this is interesting. This is coral habitat. Okay, coral habitat. This is a 360 video, underwater video. From this underwater video, students are able to see what is going on in the underwater. Okay, they don't really need to dive in to know what is going on, but they can use this video as a reference to see what is going on in the underwater. Okay, these are the example. Okay, these are the tools of the contents for VR. Okay, this is another example which is interesting for the civil engineering student, where we replicate on how to develop a house. And it's like a game. It's like a game. For example, if you put a wall, what is the level of the wall, what is the height, and what is the width of the wall. If it is not suitable, your house will collapse. So this is like a game. This is an interaction games. Okay. So next, this is our ETVET Gogi. We call it as ETVET Gogi. This is our series of webinar, which we have been doing it since pandemic hits 2020. These are some of the panels. You can see Dr. Umawati also there as a moderator, as a panel. And this is 2020 webinar. We have how many?
This was the
panel.
first series. Yeah, this was the first series we did.
Yeah, this is our first series. The cumulative guest is 15,000. This is the platform where we share what are our initiative, what can we learn, what tools should we use to teach, why this tool is important. This tool is meant to be for what kind of activities. This kind of webinar is, I think, it's a success webinar where lecturers and students get much benefits from this webinar. This is the platform where they can learn. They can learn, they're ready themselves, they prepare themselves for the digital learning process. This is a very interesting webinar series, I think, this is. And 2022, our third years of the webinar series. Okay, this is very interesting. Okay, we have also the practical fundamental of good online TVET. There are so many kind of webinar, not only on the tools, not only on the how to teach online, and also I think on the mental care of learning and teaching online. Okay, because mental care is also very important in order to make sure our learning, teaching and learning process will be success. Okay, e-TVET community. These are our, we call them as TVET online heroes. These are our heroes. Why do we call them heroes? Because they innovate so many things in order to allow students to able to learn online with how do you call that, with the soul. Because learning online and learning face to face, there are two different environment happen by creating so many innovation. They bring the student close to them, even though the student is not in front of them. So these are the example, the lecturers that we collect, which have do so many innovation in their teaching and learning process. Okay, from Polytechnic Merlimau Melaka, from Polytechnic Sultan Haji Ahmad Shah Kuantan Pahang, from Kolej Komuniti Bandar Darul Aman, and so many of them. See Dr. Umawati again in my slideshow, because Dr. Umawati is very patient in teaching and learning. Okay, so The next one is, this is our learning spaces. Because we believe that in order to have the interactive teaching and learning process, some of the classroom must be prepared for this situation. But I understand that during the pandemic, this classroom is not occupied. But now and before the pandemic happened, this classroom had been occupied from our students. We have 4 types of learning spaces. We call that as TECC, Technology Enabled Collaborative Classroom. The most basic one is the TECC 1.0. The second one is TECC 2.0, which focus on the collaborative learning via technology. The third one is digital makerspace. Most college community have this makerspace, digital makerspace. And the fourth one, VR adventure, VR tech. This is still under development. I think end of this year or early next year will be award to the polytechnic which had been selected. And the last one is Tibet Idola. Idola is actually a competition. It is a CDOS Inspiring Learning Award competition. This Idola started back at 2013, which Idola is actually a platform where we recognize our student, our lecturer on what they have learned, what they have been doing in their PDP process, especially on e-learning. For example, we do a competition on creating e-content. So whoever wins the competition will get an award in Idola. So Idola for this year, 2022, is the 10 years of Idola, which will be happen just around the corner this next Monday, 29 August, will be held our Idola X. X stand for 10, Idola X 10 for Idola 10, the 10 years of Idola. Where it is interesting, where this year we will award 10 lecturers who we identify as online COVID heroes. We choose 10 lecturers who have been doing great initiative during pandemic time, and we will award them as Tibet Idola, Tibet online heroes in Idola. During pandemic also in 2020, we did the Idola. It's not face-to-face, but it is as online, as live streaming. Okay. So I can conclude my presentation to the 6 pillars: the LMS, the e-content, the Tibet Gogi, the e-community, the e-learning spaces, and also this Idola. These pillars is they cannot stand alone. We have our e-learning officers in each and every institution, 36 polytechnics and 105 college community to support us and give us feedback, give us hand. They are our right and left hand to support, to plan, to coordinate, to run all the activities that we have planned and come back to us for the better feedback so we can improve our readiness, we can improve the technology for better teaching and learning, especially in e-learning, in digital learning. So with that, I finish my presentation. Thank you so much with this quotation. Imagination is more important than knowledge, because without imagination, we cannot plan the future. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Liana. Thank you very much. Thank you for a very nice presentation. And I think your department has done tremendous effort in digitalization of the education. With that, I would like to call the next speaker. Our next speaker is Director Adrian Foka from Guimara State University. A little bit about Adrian. He is a bike enthusiast that roams around the beautiful island of Gumaras through cycling. I think you may want to come over to Langkawi and cycle here as well. He also plays musical instruments like piano, ukulele, and flute. Wow, that's very interesting. And we would like also to highlight that Adrian is the youngest key official of the university. At the age of 24, he was designated as the ICT director up to the present now. It is an honor to have you with us today, Adrian. And we will go ahead and take, I would like to call Adrian to do the presentation, yeah? Over to
Hello.
you, Adrian.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank
Good
you,
afternoon.
LTA, for inviting me for this learning platform, knowledge sharing platform, for us to share our practices from Guimaras State University. So, yeah, thank you also for giving me the opportunity to share my slide. Second. Okay. So, I'd like to confirm, can you see my slide? Okay, so I will be sharing to you this afternoon is our journey and roadmap of Guimaras State University in going digital. So I would like to introduce myself. I am Adrian Forcap, the presently designated as the ICT Director of the university. So for my slide, I would like to present to you a basic information about our institution, the current status, and our future plans in the context of digitalization. So Guimaras State University is situated in Guimaras Island. It has 5 municipalities, so you can roam around for half a day with the use of the motorcycle. And we have 5 municipalities. Out of 5 municipalities, we have 3 existing campuses, and the main campus is located in Buena Vista. Another campus is in Jordan, which is the Mosquera campus, and San Lorenzo, we have the Baterna campus. So beside the Guimaras Island is an Iloilo city, wherein you can ride a boat for 15 minutes and you can go to city, and then you can return back for 15 minutes when you want to go to a rural area. The present challenge during the pandemic of Guimaras State University is the 2 campuses, which is located in Jordan and San Lorenzo. These campuses face a challenge because these campuses are in a dead spot, meaning they have no access to internet service. So with regards to the current status, I would like to cluster this presentation into 3 main components. We have the hardware. So what the office deal with regards to the hardware, which includes the equipment, the network infrastructure, including the service. We also have the software, which includes the LMS, information system, and etc. And the people, this includes the students, the faculty, technical staff, and partners. When we talk about the digital component or going the TVET HEI into digital component, it is not only limited to the academic function, it will surround the overall operation of the institution. So what we did during the COVID-19, we have improved the internet service of the 3 campuses. So as of now, per inventory, for the main campus, we have 100 Mbps internet bandwidth, and we are using the fiber optic cable, and we are also offering free Wi-Fi for our students in preparation for the hybrid learning. For the Mosquera campus, we have 60 Mbps, and we are using fiber optic cable, and we are also giving free Wi-Fi to our students. And the challenge right now is within our Baterna campus because we have a lower bandwidth, and it has a different last mile, and we do not have free Wi-Fi for our students. In terms of the software, we have the following systems that we use. So for our learning platform, aside from the Google Workspace, going back before the pandemic, we started to roll out the Google Suite for Education. That is the first title of the Google Workspace. And we started that in 2013. I was still a student of the Guimaras State University when this learning platform was rolled out, it was used, but it is not maximized until 2020 comes in and we had the pandemic. So instead of investing into another elements, we just maximize our existing resources. And aside from Google Workspace, those other applications was also mentioned by other panel members. And aside from that, in terms of digitalization, we have also automated our enrollment. And in terms of technical aspect, we need to have a central point to address all the technical needs of the people, such as the faculty, the staff. So we have established this online help desk and documentation system. And also, because Guimaras is an island, there are still, as of today, there are still areas that do not have access to 4G and 5G internet service. So we have tapped with our partners, and we use the SMS broadcasting so that they can receive updates from the institution. And also, we have the online payment facility. Since we are a government institution, or yeah, we are public, we need to partner with the government bank, which is the Land Bank of the Philippines. So we have tied partnership with the LinkBiz portal for us to be able to process online payments. And aside from those, we have maximized the use of the social media for information dissemination. Now, for the people, we have organized a webinar to train our students and to strengthen partnership and gather feedbacks from them. What are their challenges with regards to the current teaching and learning process? What are their sentiments? So we have gathered them through a webinar. And also, if you'd like to see our webinar notice, we have given load credits. For you to know, our students are uh, given free tuition, meaning they do not pay for their tuition fees, and it is shouldered by the government. And aside from that, they were given financial assistance to 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 be used for their online learning. So aside from those, we also privileged that we have partnership with Globe and Smart. Those are the telecommunication companies in the Philippines giving additional load credits to our students for free. That is for the student. For the faculty and staff, my office also equipped them on how to engage in online teaching and learning modality. From the start of the pandemic in 2020, we have used the asynchronous learning because of the challenges of internet service. And as of now, it is happy to note that they were able to shift from asynchronous to synchronous one. And to maintain the sustainability, our partners are very active to provide us with our technical needs for technology to benefit our students as personnel and them as our partner. So it is continued, and by next week we will be having another activity with Smart Telecommunications Company for additional load credits to our students. So the powerhouse of the information and communications technology is structured in this organizational structure. Each of our personnel has its own assigned task to cater all the technical needs of the different people by general, such as the student, the faculty, and the staff. And on our way forward, with the centric to tourism and hospitality, we are now developing a system for the simulation of our students because we are now on hybrid learning. So we are establishing a newer version of a smart laboratory where they will be able to reserve and other technical needs, just like a copycat of modern hotels, reservation systems, etc. And to suffice this need, we have established a collaboration and partnership with Ms. Maramento, which was the speaker in the session 2, for the project EduTourism. And way forward, my assigned task in EduTourism is to digitalize everything. So aside from the EduTourism, we are looking forward for our future plans, which is to strengthen the campus area network by increasing the internet bandwidth. We are also looking forward to develop in-house systems for tourism and hospitality academic programs to be used for simulation and laboratory. That was presented. And also acquires more equipment for interactive digital components such as tablets, information kiosks to be bundled with display management system, and also continuous retooling for teaching forces to strengthen partnership with financial technologies, which is ongoing discussion right now for us to uplift and to gear towards a smarter university and to support digitalization goals of the university in general. So that will be my presentation for you. Thank you so much. You may contact me through my email as presented in this screen.
Thank you so much, Adrian, for sharing the innovative initiatives that your team at Gimaras, has been doing. All right. So, with the interest of time, I would like to call our last speaker for this session, Mr. Andiono, Vice Director of Human Resources, Financial and General Affairs of Polytechnic Negeri Sambas, Indonesia. He tells me that he has new hobbies, studying and gaining experience for farm grapes and koi fish. And just like some of us here, he secretly loves K movies and K dramas. All right. Okay, over to you, Mr. Andiono.
Yeah, thank you for your opening, Dr. Uma. Greetings, good afternoon, selamat petang, mabuhay, sawadikap. Thank you for all panelists, moderator and co-moderator. I'm Andiono from Polytechnic Negeri Sambas. I think I cannot share the content because you can share content unless the host or co-host.
Just give us a couple of minutes, yeah?
Thank you. As you know, Polytechnic Negeri Sambas, I think in Kalimantan, Indonesia, and we are in the west, north of the west Kalimantan, and you can see maybe Kalimantan, the island is like a chicken, and we are on the tail of the chickens, and we are so near with Polytechnic Kuching, I think. So it is almost 1.5 hours if we use a car. Have everyone see the presentation yet? Okay. Why we are going digital? Maybe we have to go to look back from the history of technology. The first industrial revolution was marked by a transition from hand production method to machine through the use of steam, power, and water power. The implementation of new technologies took a long time. And the second industry revolution, also known as the technological revolution, is the period that resulted from installations of extensive railroad and telegraph networks, which allow faster transfer of people and ideas as well as electricity. And then the third industrial revolution, also known as the digital revolutions, I think it's occurred in the late of 20th century. It's marked by the production of the computer and the beginning of more advanced technological developments. The next significant development in communication technologies with extensive use of computer and communication technologies in the production process. Here, machinery began to abrogate the need for human power. And today, the fourth industrial revolution is the trend toward automation and data exchange in manufacturing technologies and process. The machines by now cannot replace the deep expertise, but it tends to be more efficient than humans in the performing repetitive functions. A part of this space of industrial change is joining of technologies like artificial intelligence, gene editing, advanced robotic, that blur the lines between the physical, digital, and biological worlds. And now, how it impact the education world. In Indonesia, the problem of readiness to move to Industry 4.0 lies in human resources and equity. Some industrial sectors in Indonesia are still not close to Industry 4.0. For example, like myself, I'm also the lecturer in food agro industry. So in the agro industry, there are still farmers using hoes, although some areas of farmers have entered Industry 4.0. Not all farmers master computers. Another problem is lies in the number of Indonesians who do not have adequate human resources, because it is estimated that the entry of this industry will cut human labor with low human resource capabilities and possibility increase the employment rate. So what's the government way of dealing with this? Is starting from infrastructure development, and also revamping the education curriculum to deal with the development of this industry. And then to answer today's challenge of 4.0, in the government of Indonesia, through Ministry of Education and Culture, foreseeing the need for vocational education, have a program to rapidly revitalize vocational higher education with 7 programs such as curriculum revision, industrial lecture preparation, dual system 3-2-1. It means for diploma 3, 3 semester in campus, 2 in industry, and 1 back to campus again. And then factory teaching, teaching just like TEFA here in Indonesia, teaching factory, and then retooling and vocational lecture certification, vocational graduation certification, and productive high school teacher preparation. To be noted that vocational graduation certification is the most hired by industry if the alumni have this certification. Polytechnic Negeri Sambas have program studies such as machine engineering, food agroindustry, tourism, agribusiness, information management, multimedia, and so on. Before the pandemic, we used classical type of course of learning environment where face-to-face is the most effective method of training or course. Our traditional method on the classes, laboratories, workshops, and the fields are as such you can see in the slides. From here, you can see air conditioner maintenance in the workshop, welding, activity on quality laboratory of food agro industry, garnishing process of tourism business management on internship program at hotel, and the field activity on the dragon fruit farm, and classical face-to-face method on the class or theory class. To answer the revitalization vocational of higher education from Ministry of Education and Culture, we tried to change our curriculum to production-based education with teaching factory as our pilot project. I mean, this has happened in 2018. In 2018, we used this You see in the blue line here, industrial practice 411. It means in Polytechnic Negeri Sambas, even the ministry said that we need to use 321, but in reality, in Polytechnic Negeri Sambas, we use 411 for Diploma 3, Diploma 3. It means 4 semester in the campus, 1 semester in the industry, and then back again 1 semester in campus. And then for Diploma 4, 5 semester in the campus, 2 semester in the industry, and 1 semester back to the campus. So we need to do this for the market demand. This has happened before the pandemic. We use this method here like this, and then yeah, you know, into 2020, we come to a very specific period of our era, the pandemic of COVID-19. Indonesia officially on March 2nd, I think, 2020, the announcement of the first patient infected with the coronavirus. And then on the April 9, the pandemic had spread to all 34 provinces in the country. Jakarta, West Java, and Central Java are the worst hit province. To date, the government and the public had gone through several waves of COVID-19 pandemic, starting from the Alpha, the Delta, and then Omicron. The government, instead of implementing a nation wide lockdown, the government applied large-scale social restrictions. But I think we can call it the lockdown also. And here, our education is influenced greatly by this pandemic, and it is a hard time for us to in education sector, mainly in vocational education, where the vocational education, the skill that needed to teach, we need student in front of us. Mainly like for me in food sector, we need student to smell something, you know, it cannot be seen by augmented reality, you know. And then what do we do? What did we do in at the pandemic time? So in Polytechnic Negeri Sambas and also from in Indonesia mostly, it is berdata from the Ministry of Education and Culture. We use online learning application, conference media, video-based media, and instant message like WhatsApp, Line, and Facebook. Online learning application that provided by the Ministry of Education and Culture, such as Ruang Guru, spada.kemdikbud.go.id, belajar.kemdikbud.go.id, and rumahbelajar.go.id. Well, we use mostly from the ministry. There are some from another nation that like Coursera or something like that, but we use this the most because you know, in Indonesia, our English is not such as good in Malaysia, you know. And then we use conference media like Zoom meeting and Google Meet with our student. We use Microsoft Teams and also Webex, but it just for the meeting with the ministry. And video-based media, such as YouTube, we use this, but not all the lecture use this. Some of the lecture use this. We use a lot with instant message like WhatsApp and Line. We did send the learning materials by instant message by that time, and the lecturers did this a lot at the pandemic era. And now, after the pandemic, our current status, when we come to learn that we already live peacefully, but also aware with the COVID-19, I think on September 2021, 20 and 21, we in Polytechnic Negeri Sambas try to use the classical method again, little by little. 50 online, 50% face-to-face. But not all to the all lecturers and students want to do that, because some lecturers are still worried about the COVID-19, and also the parent of the student is still worried also with the COVID-19. But at the time, we are all happy because our habit before the pandemic becoming clear that in the near time we will 100% with the classical method we will be used again. But our mindset are changed. That from face to face before the COVID-19, face to face is the most effective method of training. But now we realize that face to face is one of the method for training that can be used alongside with other effective experience. As you can see now, this current status in Polytechnic Sambas, we learn face to face with the students. This is in the management of informatics students, business management and tourism, agriculture, machinery, and agribusiness. So we use again the classical method. But as you see, as I said before, that we have changed our mindset and we prepare the BEDAR. BEDAR is the acronym of belajar daring or online learning, as you can say, online learning in English. And we use this system now for it is a learning management system that had been created by Polytechnic Negeri Sambas ICT team. It functions generally for listing students' attendance. We can share learning materials, sending homework, final project paper, quizzes, questions and answer forums, polling, sending video, and we can also use it for video conference, but not as good as Zoom meeting. So BEDAR is our patent, just like that. And then the way forward, Artivet ready for going digital? I mean, in Indonesia, or the exact question is, are Polytechnic Negeri Sambas ready for going digital? I think the answer is absolutely yes. We are going forward, but little by little. From curriculum changing and then infrastructure improvement. But as you know, to support going digital, improvement in infrastructure is fundamental, and it will cost so much funds to do that. And then students adaptation. And then vocational teacher technology competence strengthen. It means a teacher as a frontline need to adapt first and fast with the changing in technology. Motivation to improve their competence in technology is a must. And then TVET 4.0 education in partnership with industry. For vocational institution, strong partnership with industry is a must. That makes us different from other education institutions. The conclusion is, if we have implemented education 4.0, it will be easier to adapt to pandemic and post-pandemic conditions. We need to prepare infrastructure, and it requires a large amount of funds, and adaptation to the curriculum occurs on the teacher and student side. A vocational teacher technology competence became a front line. A student competence is maintained when learning system is combined between education 4.0 with 9 pillar of technology. My 9 pillar is autonomous robots, simulations, system integration, Internet of Things, cybersecurity, cloud computing, big data, augmented reality, and additive manufacturing. Thank you very much for your attention. Bring back to Dr. Uma.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. And it is very the point that you pointed just now, how to smell when you do food preparation, how to smell your product online, which is very even us here at LTA also, we are having the same problem when we try to do online classes for culinary class. Yeah, they cook at home, and then how the lecturers want to evaluate the smell, the taste. Those are the challenges. Yeah. I think, Dr. Umar, you have a question for the panelists. You want to pick up something from the chat box for them?
So we'll go ahead and take some time for questions now. So just a reminder for those of you who are watching us on YouTube, please type your questions into the live chat section on YouTube. Okay. So the first question I have, this question is, I would like every panel to share their perspective on this question. So what are the future plans of your institution towards gearing to a smart campus? Okay, so maybe we can start with Dr. Nushali, and then Liana, Adrian, and Mr. Andiono. Over to you, Dr. Nushali.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, for the future for this one, I have mentioned about like okay, we have to prepare everything, and now we open the new semester already with on classroom, so we have to check everything, and yeah, it's getting better. Like my students said, they need face-to-face classroom, and I think it's really important thing that for the curriculum that we have to talk about with the subject that you have to teach, because after pandemic is like we learn a lot for the situation, and next normal, I mean, like we have to learn about how to be in the situation that we have to protect ourselves and protect other as well in the pandemic. And yeah, we have to learn and prepare everything. And even the course that I mentioned before, we still need knowledge, skill, and experience. That's why we focus on experience, and we have to do collaboration with many places in Thailand and in abroad, in international industry as well. So that's my intention to support our team, our student in the future. Thank you.
So thank you for that point, Dr. Nushali. That was also mentioned during our second session with Dr. Yus, and he was mentioning that, of course, technology is a tool, but you have to adapt the content to that technology. That means different content may need different way of delivering. See, it's now when Liana shared with us, see, for example, the one that they shot in Sampurna, that underwater coral reefs. So that was suitable for students who did not have that opportunity to go underwater to catch the coral reefs because due to the pandemic, and it's also a very costly thing. And also, if the students are not brave enough to face water, so to overcome the water fear that they had, that content and that technology was relevant. Thank you so much, Dr. Nushali, for that point. So how about you, Liana? So what are the plans towards gearing towards a smart campus? So now we have that content and the digital content. Do we have plans for a smart campus? So over to you, Liana.
Okay, thank you. For the future plans, we do have some plan for, especially on the makerspace and also the VR learning spaces, because develop several contents in a classroom, proper gear plan where we are trying to provide to institutions in order to help students using this kind of technology in learning process, and also the guidelines to lecturers and also students in order to prepare themselves to facing the digital learning, because students and also lecturers must be prepared in order to use this kind of technology. They have to learn, they have to prepare, and they have to understand why do they use this kind of technologies.
So that's a good point, Liana. Which means now we already have the content, but they need the pedagogy knowledge. It was also mentioned by Mr. Andy, the pedagogic knowledge on how to use that technology for teaching and learning. And that's how we are preparing for the future. So Adrian, how about you? What are your plans I mean, what are the future plans of your university towards gearing to this smart campus?
Yeah, actually, we in the Philippines, we are mandated since the pandemic to craft a smart campus development plan. And due to unforeseen circumstances, our first proposal was somehow it was not implemented. But our plan for developing our institution to be a smart campus is more an investment of technology, converting our typical classroom into a smarter classroom, meaning instead of the usual tools such as the chalkboard or the whiteboard marker, somehow we are changing into a new technology such as implementation of interactive projector, uh, classroom management, etc. So it is more on integrating technology in a typical teaching learning process to convert that into a smarter university. And with regards to our future plans, we are also directed to prepare our, shall we say, smart campus development plan, which cost, I think we are mandated to prepare at least within 3 years. So in 3 years' time, so that we can project what are the needed for this year, the next year, and the following year. So yeah, that will be all for our smart campus development plan.
Thank you, Adrian, for sharing Gimara's plan towards the smart campus. Okay, Mr. Andy, what are the plans for Polytechnic Negeri Sambas towards smart campus?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, we are on the pandemic era. We make an architecture enterprise plan of information and technology in Polytechnic Negeri Sambas. So we have the document here. Actually, we move from the improvement of our vocational teacher, our vocational lecturer, and then in this document we move from the person, I mean the lecturer and also the teacher here to improve their competence in technology, and then we need to prepare the infrastructure that requires for our smart campus. Maybe that I can say, Dr. Umar.
So Andy, I think you have answered our second question that I had that we received about the plans in the next 2 years. Which is in the next 2 years, what are the plans that you all have to aid the development of digitalizing, TVET? So I think most of y'all have answered, but anything that y'all can do in a couple of years, are there any low-hanging fruits, we say, something reachable within a couple of years? Dr. Nushali? For immediate course of action within a couple of years, what are the plans to digitalize TVET in roots?
All right. In UTS, okay. In terms of we had changed to the new ministry that includes the science and research and innovation. I think we try to improve both of lecturer and our student as well to not just only doing some project or some idea, but we need the innovation for the community, for the society as well. I think this term we try to push our student and also my lecturer as well. Last conference we also have the competition for the innovation. That's very good. Innovation in the education, in social science, or in science. I think it's we start and we learn, our student, we can do it. Even the student in high school, they join us as well, and can share knowledge each other. I think it's really important in my country as well, not just only due to innovation and in the next. And now, in my faculty, I have been busy with the startup program as well. So we have to think about science, research, innovation, and then business. This is our intention in the future. For everything you have done, you should think about business as well. Thank you.
So thank you for those points. So that means there must be push for collaboration, being local or international, and the push for research, innovation, and business. That means it maybe in our terms would be the more of the entrepreneurial mindset among students. Yeah. So good. Thank you so much, Dr. Nushali, for that. I think this is something similar to one of the engagements I had with the Ministry of Rural Development just last month, and their points were the same. We should push for that entrepreneurial mindset, especially among agriculture, the entrepreneurial mindset among the youth. All right, thank you so much. So,
may I give you one
sure,
tip?
no problem.
When
We
I went
have the
to
time.
Sweden, we went to the Rund University and we found like all the developed country, there are more than 30 companies in the university, in Rund University, to support the startup and support business. Like I heard like the student, they can be CEO during their study bachelor degree, and they support the student to be like a CEO startup business when they study in university. I think it's very maybe like we should arrange and enhance and push our students to be a entrepreneurship during their start first year, and we have done now. And I think it's a good chance for both of for myself and background in science, and my student they're like in social science, and then I think we have to integrate it, and we focus on the finally we have to like have some career or your own business. Entrepreneurship skill is very important. Thank you.
So what I understand from you is this multidiscipline collaboration, because you have the sciences and the social sciences, and then they collaborate and they come up with a startup. Okay, I think there are some examples, even in Malaysia, where engineering students actually collaborate with fashion design students and the commerce students. Of course, not many take this path because it's not easy to work, but in real life this is the commerce students need to do the market research, and that feedback is given to the fashion and the engineering students. So this is based on our market research, and this is the findings, and now you all design according to the needs of this. So it is possible, but of course there needs to be that collaboration between different faculties, and that also means that lecturers like us need to come out of our comfort zone and collaborate with people from different departments. And now with the pandemic, we can actually start collaborating with people from different faculties, globally.
Yeah,
thank you for that
it's
point.
happened on my project today as well. Like in that team, the startup team, there are 5. 3 they have to like a liberal arts student, and you have to find your friend from engineering or from business administration. Yeah, we can mix. I think it would be great to share knowledge in different area. Yeah, we have done it as well.
Awesome. So maybe you can share with us in future any success stories that we can emulate from that, so because there'll be a lot to learn because it's not something that we do on a normal, on a normal day-to-day thing, but it would be good if you could share that in future. So thank you, Dr. Nushali. So over to you, Liana, for that same question. What are the plans for the next couple of years to develop TVET, especially the digital, the digital sector of TVET?
Okay, thank you. In this 2 years' time, we have planned more to increase our knowledge, especially on the latest technology. For example, we have planned to create a machine learning system. Depends on the data that we have from our LMS and several system. We create a machine learning so that we can predict what kind of result can we predict using this machine learning automate, and also for the big data analytics. These are the 2 main things that we want to produce in this couple of time, this 2 years time. And also I agree with Dr. Nushali, because when pandemic comes, I think most of us learn that we cannot do things on our own. now. These are the time where we should do more collaboration, not only in the locals, but also in the international. With this collaboration is where, it's a very important for us to learn and to collaborate and to innovate a new thing, so that we do have the better outcome in whatever aspect we do. Okay, thank you, Dr. Umar.
Thank you, Liana, for sharing. So we'll be using our machine learning data from the LMS to predict, and that will help us making better decisions for our students. All right. Thank you so much, Liana. Okay. Adrian, how about you?
Yeah, with
Your
regards
short-term
to
plans.
uh, plans, I think the first one on my list is to capacitate our team to further extend our knowledge on latest technology. And number two is to strengthen partnership by collaborating with the fellow HEIs, and which we've been practicing. We try to benchmark with their best practices and try to assess whether it is applicable to our institution or not, especially not only for the fellow HEIs, but for other technology institutions, but it's not limited to telecommunications and other technology-driven companies. And also um, collaboration for other co-mentoring, as mentioned by Ellen in the session 2, so that we can also learn from what they were learning. They can mentor us what are the skills that they have that might be we don't have. And the last one maybe is to implement research studies to identify the gaps of the existing technologies and how we can make changes to improve our services to our students.
Wonderful ideas, Adrian. Actually, I loved Ellen's idea of co-mentoring as well. So I was just actually during lunchtime, I did speak to the director of LTA and I said, we should do something like that. And we should just start small. It doesn't have to be something very complicated.
Yeah.
But, if we start somewhere and then if we see it works and the model works, and then, we can make that scalable in future. And also as a good point about the one identifying the gaps, because as not all technologies can actually solve the problem. So maybe there are some gaps, and again, we are working with people from different contexts, different courses. So maybe when we identify those gaps, and then we can better cater to our students. So thank you for those points, Adrian. So Andy, your next 2-year plans for your institution at Polytechnic Negeri Sambas.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, maybe about 1 month ago, for developing Tibet in digital aspect, we made uh, a very change on our curriculum from product-based education to project-based learning, where the students of like management of informatics department, their students shopping problems. We call it shopping problems. Shopping problems, it means find some problems in our institutions that need to be to make our job easier. Maybe we make it some administration in our campus that is so hard to make, so we make it paperless or something like that. So for now we make some we call it the project-based learning, and some of the TEFA like coffee shop that where the from food agro industry can go there to study how to process coffee, and then from the machine engineering can go there to see the machine and how to maintain the machine, and from the management of tourism can go there to how uh, to learn about hospitality in the coffee shop or maybe something like that. And then from uh, accountancy, they can learn about how to make their financial problem in the TEFA there. Maybe like that is my answer, Dr. Uma.
Thank you so much for sharing, Andy. So it's more of this push for collaboration, real world problems, multidisciplinary projects for your teaching factory. So I think Taswan here, my co-moderator here, has a question. So over to you, Taswan.
Thank you very much, Dr. Uma. This is a very simple question, a very quick one, a very quick answer that we expect from you. You are here representing your management of the university, and you have discussed what the plan and all that. But in the perspective of a student, if you were a student, what would you like the university to provide in order to support digitalization classroom delivery? A very quick answer. If you are a student, what would you like the university to provide in order to support digitalization classroom delivery? Maybe Natalie, you can start first.
I'm thinking about, I have to think many years to be same age with my students.
Okay, so since Natalie has been always always the first panel for this session to answer, so we'll start from Adrian, the youngest one. So probably, because
Okay.
we start with Adrian because he's the youngest one. He just was a student just a few years ago. So Adrian, over to you.
Yeah, thank you for recognition. When we talk about as a student, right? As a student perspective, what I want my university will give me. Did I get the question right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Well, as a student, which I've heard also from our students, they want one device, and that is tablet, a learning tablet wherein they can access all the learning resources anywhere, anytime. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Adrian. Next, Andy.
I think the first thing is Wi-Fi. The good Wi-Fi, I think.
A good Wi-Fi connection for the
Yeah.
student to access whatever device and to learn online. Yeah.
Yeah.
Liana, what about you?
Agree with Eddie. A good Wi-Fi connection, because without the good Wi-Fi connection, all the learning process is nothing.
Thank you, Madam Nurliana.
Okay, thank you. Okay, back to Natalie.
Yeah. Yeah. I think they don't like the online studying. I think most of my students, even myself, maybe we need like the classroom on site. But in case of supporting for the resources, yeah, what online connection is okay. And I think for some, like they can borrow the laptop or anything from faculty, because in the past, we try a lot. In this case, finally we just give them for the scholarship, because we don't know someone like they don't have money to buy some whatever the equipment, or they don't have the Wi-Fi or something like that. We give them like a scholarship for student. And yeah, my sometimes really difficult for, that's why I try to listen to my student and to my college.
Yeah, Soraya did mention that earlier. Soraya mentioned how she had to, work and save up extra money, just to be able to buy devices that she needed for her studies. All right, so I think we have time for just one question, and he's asking, in adapting digitalization in your institutions, have you faced any challenges, or perhaps your staff? I think staff who are refusing the change. Now, how do you handle this situation? So maybe some quick tips to make that work in your institution. So we'll start with the youngest one. We'll start with Adrian first. So Adrian, for those who refuse the change, so what have you done so far?
Yeah, we have faced that challenge actually. So what we did is we have assigned a technical personnel to guide them along the way from the start until the finish of the semester. Even until today, especially our elderly one who were those were elderly professors who have challenges with their eyes right now. They cannot access the system, so we have technical staff to support them as a way of guiding them, because we understand there is really a digital divide between those age bracket and we as the younger one.
You as the youngest key official, yeah, you have to make those decisions. Okay, cool. Okay, Andy.
I think our current status is like that, and my answer has been answered by Adrian, Dr. Adrian. We have the same problem like that, and for now, we always have a meeting. Maybe the frequency is always changing, and we force. I mean, it's a little bit, but we force how to. I mean, the elderly to adapt with the digital. I mean, with the technology.
Yeah, so is there like a mentor-mentee kind of a system where, or
Yeah.
maybe a buddy system? Because it can be overwhelming for lecturers, to, overhaul your lessons digitally and all. Maybe if you have like a buddy system where, the better one can actually assist the one who's like still trying to, learn up. Is there a buddy system in your, established in your institutions, like a mentor sort of system, mentor and a mentee system? Do you all have that?
Yeah, we have that.
Yeah, you had it. So how successful
Yeah,
has that been?
actually, if there is no pandemic, maybe about this digital is far away we can know.
True, true. So there was, itulah they say ada hikmahnya lah, in Malay we say ada hikmahnya di
So the
sebalik
same
all
in
this.
our management, we forced it.
Okay. All right. So Liana, any about those refusing the change, are there any measures being taken?
Yeah, it is a big challenges for us actually, for those who do not to make changes. It happened not only during this pandemic time, but way before when we started introducing our LMS. There are some of the lecturers who refuse to use the technology. Maybe they are comfortable to use the chalk and talk style and whatever. But I think like giving them some recognition, give them awards, give them like a buddy, like what Dr. Umar said, give them a hand who will able to help them on creating content, on giving them courses on how to do this, how to do this. I think that kind of activities help much for those who are refuse to make challenges, because it's not that they refuse to change, but maybe they don't have the knowledge actually on how should they use these new technologies, because I think they actually need somebody to rely on to help them in order for them to feel confident on using these new technologies, I think.
Correct. So,
and of course to have the appreciation from our much of organizations, so they feel more comfortable, I think.
all right. So maybe the mentor-mentee system, and then now you're having your Idola coming up, next Monday, where we're going to give this a platform for those heroes, the unsung heroes who have done amazing things during the pandemic, and they are going to be appreciated. So maybe that platform will actually encourage the others as well, to work towards, being a more digital educator. But again, as I mentioned, being an educational technologist myself, it's how about learning meaningfully. You can use, sometimes it's okay not to have any technology, but still, as long as the learning is meaningful and it's something that the students, learn at the end of the day, that is, of course, the crucial thing. But of course, using digitalization, it sort of helps bridge the, the learning process, and that's what we should aim to educate our educators. Again, finally, Dr. Nushali, I think I've given you enough time to think about that. So, Dr. Nushali.
Yeah, thank you. I will talk about and share with our project in my faculty, like KM, knowledge management, and like we try, and there are many age in my college, and who very good in like a technology, if you can be teach others, share knowledge with others, I give them for the score for evaluation in my faculty. It does mean like someone like they try to help each other. This one is really important, and we have many times for the KM. Also in the department, we have done in terms of faculty. We invite many many like expert to help, and also we have KM to talk together, like both of the support staff and teacher as well. So I think another way is like a teacher, they learn from student as well. This is a good point in our university, and I
True,
think
true.
every university, yeah.
True, true. Learn from your student. Never stop learning. And even if it, there's something, that's why, okay. So I think that's all the time we have for today. So just before we end the session, let me just do a wrap up since I've been moderating since the morning. And if you remember the first session in the morning, we had enthusiastic students who shared with us their challenging of being the pendants, students who studied during the pandemic. Okay, there is an acronym for them called the pendants, believe it or not. All right, and they shared with us, and even though they're all from representing different parts of the world, they all had similar problems. They had issues with their internet. They had digital devices problem. But I remember Soraya, Dr. Nushali, she mentioned in a very nice way, she put it that at the end of the day, they all knew that, this thing, they're all part of this together. And they knew that they would be able to overcome the issues. At the end, it's just being kind to each other, having that empathy, and trying to be empathetic. They were mentioning about mental health issues. They had so much of tasks and everything, and how they had to work closely with their friends, in collaborative, trying to solve the problem. Again, the spirit that I got from them was they are very resilient. The students are very resilient. And one thing the students mentioned is they knew their lecturers were doing their best, and they really appreciated their lecturers for that. And now when they got the chance to meet the lecturers face to face, they value the lecturers even more, because they knew how hard it was to get those things done during the pandemic. And now it's like a blessing to be able to work through to overcome the adversities, and better times are coming ahead. So that's how I would like to sum up the first session. And for the second session, we had wonderful panelists explaining their best practices, what worked for them. Of course, I think the tips to make it work was, if I were to remember, was to have an orientation session, explain to your students why are certain tools being used, what are the benefits, what are the do's and the don'ts, what are the rules, establish them during the first week itself, and that would help. And then also mentioned about how using certain tools for certain content, because it may not, it's not like a one size fits it all scenario. Yeah, so I think that is the main takeaway from the second session. There's no one size fits it all. You will have to, go along and see what works for you and your students. And then for this session, I think this session is also related to the second session, where Aline mentioned to us about the importance of collaboration. Yeah, and she mentioned how even Liana mentioned this in your session just now. You mentioned that you cannot do this alone. And just by collaborating with local communities and global HEIs, doing research, innovation, and setting that entrepreneurial mindset, I think with multidisciplinary projects, we can have better outcomes for our teaching and learning. So I think that's all. So for those of you all, I would love to collaborate with any of you all in the future in this area, because this topic is actually very close to my heart, since I'm an educational technologist myself. So looking forward to collaborating with you all in future. So I'll pass it to Encik Taswan is going to do the wrap up in Bahasa Melayu. And then he'll pass it back to me to do the closing. So over to you, Encik Taswan. Sorry, I think I spoke so much.
Terima kasih. Terima kasih Dr. Umar. Saya harap yang bukan daripada bahasa Melayu mungkin boleh faham. Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih. Okey, sepanjang hari ini kita telah melalui 3 siri webinar, di mana siri yang pertama adalah cabaran yang pelajar-pelajar hadapi daripada negara-negara yang telah terlibat dalam webinar ini. Dan kebanyakan isu yang disuarakan adalah isu-isu yang sama, cabaran yang sama, walaupun berada dalam negara yang berbeza, dengan environment yang berbeza, tetapi cabarannya adalah sama. yang diutarakan daripada pelajar-pelajar. Untuk siri yang kedua, pensyarah-pensyarah telah berkongsi amalan terbaik daripada universiti ataupun kolej masing-masing berkenaan pelaksanaan online learning di institusi masing-masing. Dan kebanyakannya juga menyatakan isu-isu yang sama, dan saya rasa itu adalah isu sejagat di mana setiap negara mempunyai cabaran yang lebih kurang sama, dan kita perlu menilai dan juga menghadapi cabaran ini untuk penambahbaikan pada masa akan datang. Dan pada siri yang ketiga, sebentar tadi panelis-panelis kita telah berbincang apakah langkah-langkah yang diambil ataupun yang akan diambil oleh setiap institusi untuk ke arah akan datang, bagaimana menghadapi suasana digitalization dalam pembelajaran ataupun dalam education ini. Untuk itu, saya serahkan semula kepada Dr. Umar untuk dia membuat penutupan untuk siri yang ketiga ini. Terima kasih. Sila, Dr. Umar. Back to you, Dr. Umar. Thank you
Terima
very much.
kasih, Encik Taswan. So it's an honor for us to be part of this incredible initiative by LTA to moderate a knowledge sharing platform to discuss the challenges, initiatives, and innovations and way forward in embracing digitalization of TVET in higher education. We have learned so much from all of you today, and we look forward to collaborating with you in future. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the dedicated organizing team behind the International Tourism and Hospitality Network ITHN 2022 from LTA, the Curriculum Division, and the TVET Coordination Division of the Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education for successfully organizing this session. So thank you also to the participants of the webinar series watching us and participating actively on YouTube, and our students watching us from Day 1 Tuba Lecture Hall of LTA. We sincerely hope all of you have benefited and learned a lot from the sessions. Take care and stay safe. Over to you, Halim and Farah.
Terima kasih yang tak terhingga kepada Dr. Umar dan Encik Taswan kerana menjadi moderator dengan begitu produktif sekali. Dan terima kasih juga kepada semua ahli panel yang telah menjayakan sesi ketiga simposium sebentar tadi. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, kita akan meneruskan program kita pada petang ini dengan majlis penutup International Tourism and Hospitality Network 2022 ITHN 2022 Embracing Digitalizations of TVET in Higher Education.
Thank you so much, Dr. Umar and Mr. Taswan, for bringing us to a very productive session today. And also thank you to all panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue our program with the closing ceremony of the International Tourism and Hospitality Network 2022, ITHN 2022, Embracing Digitalization of TVET in Higher Education.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum dan selamat petang. Yang berbahagia Teknologi Zainab binti Ahmad, Ketua Pengarah Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti. Yang berusaha Encik Muhammad Noor bin Syahuddin, Pengarah Kanan Akademik Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti. Yang berusaha Dr. Nur Hayati binti Zakaria, Pengarah Bahagian Kurikulum Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti. Yang berusaha Puan Haslinda binti Abdul Hamid, Pengarah Langkawi Tourism Academy at Kolej Komuniti Langkawi, institusi-institusi yang terlibat, Politeknik Tunku Said Sirajuddin Perlis Malaysia, Raja Manggala University of Technology Srivijaya Thailand, Kimara State University Filipina, Politeknik Negeri Sambas Indonesia, Ketua-Ketua Bahagian Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti, Pengarah-pengarah Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti serta barisan panel dan peserta International Tourism and Hospitality Network ITHN 2022 yang saya hormati sekalian. Hadirin dan hadirat sekalian, alhamdulillah berkumpul pada petang ini bagi sama-sama mengikuti majlis penutup International Tourism and Hospitality Network 2022, ITHN 2022 Embracing Digitalizations of TVET in Higher Education. Sebelum ke agenda seterusnya, mari kita saksikan video perjalanan program ITHN 2022 untuk mengecapi kejayaan pada hari ini. Terima kasih kepada Encik Ungku Khairul di atas pembikinan video ini. Mari kita saksikan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and very good evening to yang berbahagia Tuan Najis Zainab binti Ahmad, di Director General Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education. Yang berusaha Encik Muhammad Noor bin Syahudin, Senior Director Academic, Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education. Yang berusaha Dr. Nur Hayati binti Zakaria, Director Curriculum Division, Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education, Associated Institutions, Polytechnic Tunku Syed Sirajuddin Perlis Malaysia, Rajmangala University of Technology Sriwijaya Thailand, Gimara State University Philippines, Polytechnic Negeri Sambas Indonesia, Chief of Division, Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education, Director of Polytechnic and Community College, respective panels and participants of the International Tourism and Hospitality Network ITHN 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here in this platform for the closing ceremony of the International Tourism Hospitality Network 2022, ITHN 2022, Embracing Digitalization of TVET in Higher Education. Let's watch the journey that ITHN 2022 has gone through to achieve the success of our program. Credit to Mr. Nku Khairul for the making of this video.
Baiklah, tanpa mengelengahkan masa lagi, majlis ingin menjemput Yang Berusaha, Puan Haslinda binti Abdul Hamid, Pengarah Langkawi Tourism Academy at Kolej Komuniti Langkawi untuk memberikan ucapan. Dipersilakan.
Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to invite Yang Berusaha Puan Haslinda binti Abdul Hamid, the Director of Langkawi Tourism Academy at Langkawi Community College, to deliver her speech.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera dan salam keluarga Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Teknologi Zainab binti Ahmad, Ketua Pengarah Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti. Yang berusaha Encik Muhammad Noor bin Syahudin, Pengarah Kanan Akademik Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti. Yang berusaha Dr. Nur Hayati binti Zakaria, Pengarah Bahagian Kurikulum Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti. Panel-panel jemputan, pengarah-pengarah bahagian Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti, pengarah-pengarah Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti, para jemputan serta para peserta International Tourism and Hospitality Network ITHN 2022 yang saya hormati sekalian. Alhamdulillah, segala pujian dan kesyukuran dipanjatkan kepada Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala kerana dengan izinnya dapat kita bersama-sama pada hari ini untuk menjayakan Majlis Penutupan International Tourism and Hospitality Network ITHN 2022 Embracing Digitalization of Tibet in Higher Education. Tahniah saya ucapkan kepada jawatankuasa program daripada Langkawi Tourism Academy at Kolej Komuniti Langkawi atau LTA dengan kerjasama bahagian kurikulum dan bahagian koordinasi Tibet Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti atas penganjuran ITHN 2022. Saya ingin merakamkan ucapan penghargaan buat Gimara State University Filipina, Politeknik Negeri Sambas Indonesia dan Rajamangala University of Technology Sriwijaya Thailand yang turut terlibat dalam program kali ini. Syabas dan tahniah kepada semua di atas komitmen dan semangat untuk menjayakan ITHN 2022 sehingga ke penamat. Semoga penganjuran ITHN ini dapat memberi kesan dan pengalaman yang bermakna kepada semua yang terlibat. Hadirin yang dihormati sekalian, sejak ditubuhkan pada tahun 2003, LTA terus mengorak langkah untuk menjadi sebuah institusi yang terbaik dalam bidang pelancongan dan hospitality di negara ini. Tambahan pula, lokasi LTA yang terletak di salah sebuah pulau peranginan terkemuka dunia terus menjadi satu kelebihan kepada LTA untuk terus maju ke hadapan seiring dengan rakan kolaborasi industri dalam bidang hospitality dan pelancongan. Begitu juga dalam bidang akademik, pelbagai usaha telah dibuat untuk melahirkan pelajar terbaik dalam bidang ini. Setelah menerima anugerah PATA Asia Pacific Tourism Award for Education and Training pada tahun 2015, LTA terus mengukir kegemilangan dalam pelbagai aspek termasuk inovasi, keusahawanan dan bakat. Pada bulan Oktober nanti, seorang lagi pelajar LTA akan menyertai pertandingan peringkat dunia di Switzerland mewakili Malaysia dalam bidang restaurant service. Begitu juga penganjuran majlis-majlis ilmu seperti ITHN ini dilihat antara kaedah terbaik bagi pelajar dan pensyarah untuk mengembangkan idea untuk dikongsi bersama-sama. Hadirin yang dihormati sekalian, dalam membangunkan modal insan, LTA sentiasa menitik beratkan keseimbangan kelestarian alam sekitar dan pembangunan pelancongan. Pada 1 Jun 2022 yang lalu, LTA telah dilantik sebagai Geopark Partner dalam satu majlis yang telah disempurnakan oleh Yang Teramat Mulia Datuk Seri Diraja Tan Sri Tunku Puteri Intan Syafinas Almarhum Sultan Abdul Halim Tunku Temenggung Kedah selaku penaung Diraja Langkawi UNESCO Global Geopark. Satu tanggungjawab yang berat, tetapi saya percaya dengan sokongan semua, LTA akan terus cemerlang dengan menggalas amanah dan tanggungjawab untuk terus memacu kejayaan dan menjadikan Langkawi UNESCO Global Geopark terbaik di dunia. Hadirin yang dihormati sekalian, program ITHN 2022 akan melabuhkan tirainya sebentar lagi dengan mengangkat tema Embracing Digitalization of TVET in Higher Education. Sebanyak 3 tajuk utama telah dibahaskan bermula seawal pagi tadi. Suka untuk saya menzahirkan penghargaan kepada moderator, ahli panel dan para peserta bagi setiap sesi yang terlibat. Semangat dan daya usaha serta komitmen yang tinggi bagi merealisasikan setiap sesi amat bermakna. Saya yakin banyak input yang hadirin perolehi hasil daripada diskusi tajuk-tajuk yang telah dipilih. Semoga perkongsian idea dan pengalaman daripada para pembentang dan pakar-pakar bidang ini memberi idea baharu untuk kita gunakan di institusi masing-masing selepas melalui pasca COVID-19. Terima kasih juga atas kesungguhan hadirin mengikuti program ini dari awal hingga akhirnya. Saya juga berharap semoga program sebegini diteruskan lagi pada masa yang akan datang kerana impaknya memberi manfaat yang besar kepada para akademia dan pelajar. Platform sebegini menjadi wadah perbincangan dan perkongsian kepakaran yang sangat efektif dalam usaha institusi untuk memperkasakan kaedah penyampaian pembelajaran dan pengajaran. Program ITHN akan terus relevan dan menepati keperluan semasa, insya-Allah. Sekian, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Puan Haslinda di atas ucapan itu tadi. Hadirin sekalian, berikan tepukan gemuruh kepada semua panel yang terlibat dalam menjayakan program hari ini iaitu Politeknik Tunku Syed Sirajuddin Perlis Malaysia, Raja Manggala University of Technology Srivijaya Thailand, Gimara State University Filipina dan Politeknik Negeri Sambas Indonesia. Seperti kata pepatah, setiap permulaan ada pengakhirannya dan kini program kita telah sampai ke penghujungnya. Sekali lagi, terima kasih yang tak terhingga buat semua yang hadir menyerikan program kita pada hari ini. Kami amat menghargainya. Bagi pihak jawatan kuasa penganjur, kami ingin memohon maaf sekiranya terdapat sebarang kesilapan sepanjang sesi berlangsung. Sekian sahaja untuk hari ini. Kami menamatkan tugas sebagai pengacara majlis dengan wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Puan Hasinda, for the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause to all representatives who participate in today's program. From Polytechnic Tunku Saidsirajuddin Perlis Malaysia, Polytechnic Negeri Sambas Indonesia, Guimaras State University, and last but not least from Rajamangala University of Srivijaya, Thailand. And not to forget our moderator as well, Dr. Umar. Thank you so much again. As a saying goes, to every beginning there is an ending. And now the program has come to its end. Once again, thank you everyone for gracing our program with your presence and active participation today. We truly appreciate it. On behalf of the organizing committees, I would like to apologize if we have made any mistake throughout the sessions. That's all for today. Have a nice day ahead. I end my duty as Master of Ceremony for today's program with Wabillahi Taufiq wa Hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. But before we end our program for today, I would like to invite all of you to open your camera for photography session. Thank you. Please open your camera for photography session. Switch on, sorry. Switch on your camera. Sorry. Open. Jom mana? Mana? Okay, done. Thank you so much,
Thank you
everyone. Have a
everyone.
nice day.
Thank you,
Bye.
thank you.
See you
Thank
later. See you
you.
again.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye. Stay safe.
Hi,
Wabillahi
everyone.
taufiq.
Wrap. Yes, it's a wrap.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sambas.